here tonight. Can't wait to see these centers go at it.
BA, there was once a point in history where we were talking about, is the five-man phased out of the game? And all of a sudden now you have several MVPs who occupy the position. It is unequivocally going to be a special matchup tonight.
And now Indiana's starting group. Siakam at power forward with Turner in at center. Halliburton and Emhart, the 1 and the 2. And it's Neesmith in at the 3, the small forward. Here's Siakam. Paul George pulls down the board. And so it's Maxey who brings up the ball for Philadelphia. A clear look for Embiid. The rebound by Turner. Let's check in with our reporter, Allie LaForce.
Earlier, I spoke with Nick Nurse. He said one person we cannot overlook is Tyrese Halliburton. He said the guy has major impact on the game, even when he's not scoring, which he usually is. He sets the tempo for the team. He can defend, rebound, pass the ball. Kid's got it all, guys.
Thanks for that, Allie. Well, there's no question. Pascal Siakam has raised the ceiling of this Pacers team.
Yeah, absolutely. He complements Halliburton's up-tempo style very well. And defensively, he shores things up with his ability to guard 1 through 5.
And here's Indiana now. Philadelphia getting their last shot to go. Halliburton's shot is good.
Yeah, give Halliburton credit for staying with the play. You've got to be able to fend off that defense and still finish.
Oubre can't hit.
Boy, if you're going up against this guy in this close a range, you've got to defend with everything you've got. A tremendous job defensively.
He's consistent from out there, especially when you give him that kind of room.
Now here's Maxey. Three-pointer Embiid. It's rebounded by Pascal Siakam. Pass to Turner. And it's Philadelphia with the rebound. Here's Grimes. Screen by Embiid. Over to the wing. The 3. And after missing his first 3 shots, he drains it. 1 for 4.
And we know Embiid has this kind of touch from deep. Nice triple.
Embiid with a steal. George passes to Oubre. Kicks it to George. Pass to Embiid. Back to George. From the arc. And Philadelphia hits again from deep.
You've got to be in Paul George's shooting space in order to make him uncomfortable. You give him anything easy, look out.
Philadelphia leading by 3. And the foul on Tyrese Halliburton. That's his first foul of the game.
That's his first personal foul. First team foul.
Here's Maxey. Embiid inside. He's against Turner. He shoots it.
What a contest from Miles Turner. This guy is so good at using his length to alter shots.
Oh, he missed the chippy right there.
And it didn't fall, but still a great look.
You know, it can be frustrating when you make the right play and fail to reap the rewards. You just have to stay with it here.
Philadelphia shooting their first free throws of the evening. And the first one at the line is good.
Molding himself into one of the most dominant centers in the league, Embiid has really come into his own.
And Embiid drops them both.
You want to contest this guy's shot, but you absolutely don't want to send him to the line. He will make you pay.
Now here's Halliburton. 5 points in the game. Down low. Turner. That's good. And Halliburton gets the assist.
Boy, Miles Turner insisting on playing through the contact, gets the finish.
The definition of a stretch 5, Doris. Miles Turner. He's led the league in blocks, and he can hit a 3.
And it's such a valuable asset for this basketball team. When Turner is on the floor, you've got to be aware of where he is in range, and then Miles is going to protect the rim with the absolute best of them.
I love the confidence Embiid plays with, especially this close to the rim.
Turner against Embiid. Turner passes to Neesmith. Hits the trifecta.
What a beautiful stroke from range. Defensively, you've got to try to take him out of his comfort zone.
Outside Maxey. Pass to George. 50 seconds left to play in the first. Oh, and Turner with a block.
How about the reach of Miles Turner? He covers so much ground to come up with these blocks.
Over Embiid, Siakam outside. And there's a pick to the paint. Here's Nesmith. No good. That would have tied it.
Well, you got to miss sometimes, but that one seemed like a gimme.
Here's Grimes. And so he draws the foul, headed to the line to shoot a pair. And they'll give that one to Miles Turner.
Hey, if you can't block it, sending him to the line can be the next best thing.
That's also good, so he hits both free throws. Pacers trail by 4. Outside Nesmith. Drops in the layup for 2. Nesmith's got 5 now.
Attacking in the painted area. Clearly that was their game plan coming in.
To the inside. Pass to Embiid. From outside the arc. Philadelphia with another miss. Nembhard outside. And at the end of one, a closely contested game so far. Philadelphia on top, leading by just 2. And it's been a pretty even game here after 1 quarter of play. All right, guys, what's your take on the Sixers so far?
Attacking relentlessly, drawing fouls. They won that first quarter at the stripe.
They have done a tremendous job of drawing contact and putting officials in a place where they simply have to make the call.
On the court for the Pacers, Nesmith and Siakam are the forwards. Halliburton and Nembhard, the 1 and the 2. And it's Turner in at the 5, roaming the paint. Pass to Drummond. And Drummond with the jam.
Wait, how about the quick elevation by Andre Drummond? Doesn't miss an opportunity when it's that easy.
Oh, Tyrese Halliburton through contact.
This guy is a pick-your-poison kind of player. Very hard defensively to cover all your bases with him.
Maxey passes to Drummond. Here's Grimes. He's guarded by Nembhard. Back to Embiid. Pass to George. 6 to shoot. Late clock. The Sixers need to put one up here. Embiid with it. And here's George. Back to Embiid. Second chance effort. Inside. Embiid gets the advantage.
When you use it right, the pump fake's as effective a move as there is.
Now here's Nesmith. Not a lot of room. And then Turner with the dunk.
How about that? He's 7 feet tall. And Miles Turner, because of that ability to move in any direction at any moment, is a big-time problem inside.
And it's out of bounds. The Sixers able to retain possession here. And keeping us updated from the sideline, Allie LaForce.
Paul George spent some time talking about his idol. He said, the person who motivated me as a kid was Kobe Bryant. Growing up in Southern California, watching him every day, I wanted to emulate him. I attacked the game the same way he did, trying to work on every deficiency, play both ends, and be a competitor.
His impact lives on, Allie. George feels it out a bit. 2 minutes now played in the second quarter. Back to Embiid. George outside. Stolen by Siakam. Right side, Nesmith to the middle. And Siakam with the slam.
Well, we're talking about a tough individual competitor in Pascal Siakam. He goes right at the defense.
One thing that Siakam has always had a knack for, Grant, cutting to the rim and finishing plays.
Yeah, he plays so well when he has space to move. He's just great off the ball, and that fits with any team. His ability to convert at the rim makes his cuts that much better.
On the wing, Nembhard. And we're now a little over 2.5 minutes into the second.
You know, we talk about length defensively. Siakam's so long offensively. Trying to get a challenge on him, you are often going to put him at the line.
Indiana shooting their second and third free throws tonight. You know, Doris, the last few years, Siakam has gotten back to attacking the rim like he once did.
To me, B.A., that's where he's at his best. He's got such length and creativity. You don't want to have to step in his path as a defender. Listen, he knows he's got to shoot the three, but go to your first strength.
Drummond passes to George, and it's going to be a 3-second call.
Pacers ball.
The Pacers have gotten 3 of 4 field goals in the second quarter. Siakam outside. Back to Halliburton. Pass to Turner. And here's Nesmith.
2 minutes.
Inside. A chance there to take the lead, but a miss. The 76ers shooting a solid 47%. Here's Grimes. Back to Embiid. George outside. Down low. Oh, deflected. Shot clock at 5. Halliburton for 3. Gets rebounded by George. George has got 5 rebounds in the game. Screen by Embiid. Pass to Drummond. Back to George. Let's go with a 3. Second shot opportunity. And Drummond with the lay-in. Drummond's gotten 4 this quarter.
The shot goes up. You've got to put a body on Andre Drummond. This guy's so good off the offensive window.
Now here's Maxey. There's 57 seconds left to play in the second quarter. Here's Embiid. Oh, and makes it with the kiss. And now a 4-point Philadelphia lead.
And there's the process at work. Embiid rolls off the pick and right into scoring position.
Back to Nembhard. Embiid against Siakam. Pass to Turner. Back to Siakam. Beyond the arc. Drummond grabs the miss. Drummond's got 4 rebounds now. To the paint. Oh! Embiid packs it down.
Flat out dominant. Joel Embiid having his way tonight.
About 3 seconds between the shot clock and the game clock. Halliburton against Maxey. Siakam with a screen on Maxey. Halliburton, no good. Here's Grimes. He's guarded by Nembhard. To the middle. The clock runs out, and we are headed to halftime. Philadelphia on top. They're up by 6. We'll see you after halftime for the beginning of the third quarter.
20.
And if you're just joining us, we've played through the first half in a game that's been fairly even so far. What else can you say? Joel Embiid, an impressive effort here today.
And in the first half, he dominated in the post. He got the looks he wanted and was able to execute.
It felt like his work on the interior really gave this offense a boost. Let's see if he can dominate the rest of the way.
We've got Maxey. Joel Embiid is out there with George. Then it's Andre Drummond, and it's Grimes in at the 2. That's the group on the floor for Philadelphia. They get it back. Embiid. Oh, gotta get a body on Embiid.
What energy on the offensive boards. The defense can't match the effort, and they paid the price.
Nesmith passes to Turner. Embiid against Siakam. To the inside. Outside for Halliburton. It's stolen by Maxey. On the break. Embiid with it. He's picked up by Nembhard. And they pick up 2. Embiid's got 4 points now in the quarter.
Getting out in transition, you love to see this hustle from Embiid. And this is exactly who you want taking that shot. He just missed it.
Maxey surveys. Inside. And Embiid throws it down.
Yeah, smart play there by Maxey. Opening things up for someone with the pick and roll.
Neesmith. And a big bounce off the rim, but it sinks right in. Neesmith's got 7. Well, Doris, for a while, the amount of three-pointers seem to grow exponentially. I think it's plateaued now.
You know, B.A., I'm not sure I agree that it's plateaued. What we do know unequivocally is these organizations have defined how to be the most efficient basketball team. And each and every year, we're setting records in that category. They're just getting smart about the kinds of shots you want and when. We're seeing more shots at the rim, and we're still heavily emphasizing the three-point line.
All right, let's get a report from Allie.
Brian, the Sixers' 2 stars make a great pairing. Maxey said of Embiid, "Since I was a rookie, he's had the ultimate faith and believed in me." And Embiid said of Maxey, "He's something else. Always smiling with the same energy. Good games, bad games, always the same. People like that set the tone for everybody else." Brian?
That's a good call, Allie. Thank you. Pacers trail by 12. They've been having major problems offensively.
Definitely in a bit of a dry spell.
Doris, we've heard Paul George get a lot of praise from the next generation of NBA talent.
We sure have, and it's easy to see why, Brian. This guy is fundamentally sound. He does a little bit of everything, can shoot with range, can get off the bounce. His game is so polished and smooth, worthy of emulation.
Halliburton finds Siakam. Launches a 3. Rebound by the 76ers. Drummond's got 5 rebounds tonight. Here's Embiid. Lays it up and banks it in. Embiid's got 21.
And trust me, when the D's slow to react, he'll be the first guy to make them pay.
And that's typical of this guy. He's always reading the situation, reacting quickly, and capitalizing.
Maxey passes to Embiid. Off target with the 3.
He needs to look to try to drive inside and get going. That outside shot is simply not there.
This will be his 3rd trip to the free throw line.
He had a really rough game at the line last time out. Struggled to get anything to drop.
That's good from Siakam. And certain guys are just solid with what they do. Doris, I think that applies to Andrew Nembhard.
Yeah, I think it does, B.A., because whenever he's out there, there's the steadying presence he brings. And that is while competing at a high level on the defensive end. His competitive toughness might be his best attribute. We see Paul George just understands how to use his length and his size. He is such a tough cover close to the basket.
So he gets them both. In the 3rd quarter with just over 3.5 minutes off the clock. Outside Neesmith. It's stolen by Oubre. Here's Grimes. Pass to Drummond. And the jam by Drummond.
And that's what happens when you don't take care of the ball.
Hey, that makes the turnover hurt even more.
At the end of the day, though, it's 2 points. Don't hang your heads. Let's get refocused and play with more patience.
Turner, a screen on Oubre. Siakam, pass to Turner. And then Turner with the dunk.
Boy, Pascal Siakam, much improved as a playmaker. He can score it or create shots for others.
Pass to Drummond. Back to George. Here's Drummond. Shot clock at 6. The rebound by Turner. Pacers trail by 13. Nembhard, the pass to Siakam. Dives for it, and it's out of bounds. They say it was last touched by Siakam. Maxey against Halliburton. For 3, George sends it home from three-point land. George has got 7 points for the quarter.
And just not letting up at all. I mean, you have to love this approach. You want to get the ball to the guys who make plays.
One thing we've learned in the NBA, the game is never over. So you've got to continue to score, continue to build your lead.
And so it's the Philadelphia 76ers in. And a worthy candidate tonight as we take a look at our State Farm assists of the game.
This is the definition of team chemistry. I love to see this kind of communication and connection between teammates leading to the perfect pass.
Nothing better than chemistry, right? Working together to create a bucket.
And as we head into the fourth, we'll see if there's a comeback in the works or if it's more of the same for the first 3 quarters. And a look at the 5 for the Pacers to start the fourth quarter. Halliburton and Nembhard, the 1 and the 2. Nesmith and Siakam are the forwards. And it's Turner in at the center. Here's Grimes. He's guarded by Nembhard. 5 on the clock. Baseline jumper. Grimes' shot is off.
Well, he's a quality mid-range shooter, but he can't get that one to go.
3-pointer. Nembhard outside. Pass to Turner. Siakam with a screen on Drummond. Turner passes to Siakam. And then Siakam with the jam.
This is a real strength of Siakam's game, the ability to extend possessions and get second chance points on the board.
Here's Drummond. Turner covers. So it'll be 2 free throws. He was fouled in the act of shooting. A chance to catch up on some numbers here. The scoring breakdown for the 76ers.
Well, the coaching staff has to love what they're seeing on offense. There's so many assists because how this team is moving the ball.
Also, they've been living in the lane. They're getting the ball in close, and it's had a devastating impact all game long.
Siakam gets the bucket.
This is a guy with size and range. You cannot let Pascal Siakam get those kinds of looks from deep.
Maxey passes to Oubre. Drummond with the ball. Shot from the low post is good.
The assist from Tyrese.
Pacers trail by 14. Halliburton on the wing. Maxey covering. Back to Halliburton. Siakam outside. 3-pointer, no good.
You've got to find a way to get yourself going in some other way because hoisting from 3 is not the answer.
Indiana's gone only 1 of 4 from the perimeter here in this fourth quarter. Nembhard outside. Nesmith with it. There's a screen by Turner. Nesmith's shot is off. Fourth quarter of play. We're about 2.5 minutes through it now. Drummond finds Maxey. Back to Drummond. To the paint. Here's George. The shake. And the layup is good.
Very efficient, Paul George, as a finisher in the painted area.
Halliburton against Maxey. And so it looks like the Pacers will retain possession here.
Just a millisecond late. So close to coming up with a steal there.
Absolutely appreciate the effort, though. He really went after it. So close.
Joel Embiid, he's checked in for Drummond.
Well, you love to see guys willing to exploit the mid-range. If that's what the defender concedes, go ahead and take it.
And Oubre gets it to go.
And an excellent job distributing the ball tonight. You can really see his feel for the game.
And that's been his role pretty much from the opening tip. Get the ball to guys where they can score it.
Maxey against Halliburton. Maxey attacking. Oh, and Turner with a block. And the ball goes out of bounds. Last touch by Turner. Well, if you're just tuning in, welcome. We've played about 3.5 minutes into the fourth quarter here. George, no good. Pacers trail by 16. Here's Nesmith. And he banks in the layup.
Nesmith. Assist from Andrew Nembhard.
Here's Grimes. Halliburton with a steal. Pass to Nembhard. Back to Halliburton. Fires the 3. Rebound by the 76ers. Embiid's got 6 rebounds in the game. George passes to Embiid. Oubre with it. No one near him. It's rebounded by Pascal Siakam.
Boy, he really wanted that shot, trying to make the defense pay for leaving him that wide open.
And there's no way this margin gets closed down. Great execution of a game plan and a nice win here for the 76ers.
It was stop and go for them along the way, but they finally seized full control of this game.
BA, the scoreboard definitely doesn't tell the whole story. They were able to pull things together when things got tough, and of course, they closed strong.
And as it was happening, as it was building, you knew this was a monster game for Joel Embiid.
This guy has been shot-making all night long. He commands the rock and takes over.
Good on the second one. Embiid against Turner. Halliburton for three. Ooh, give him his fifth make of the game in 10 attempts. There's 42 seconds left in the fourth quarter. And it's good. Fought through contact, hit the shot, and will go to the line.
Defensive foul. Pascal Siakam.
And Siakam has got the ball here for Indiana. 15-point game. Pass to Nesmith. Now Halliburton. Outside Nesmith. Offline with a three. This is why you want ball movement and player movement.
And that's made it hard for the defense to key in on any one individual. Stepping up and nailing an important shot to put this away.
Yeah, playing with great energy and great effort. And as a coach, you'd love to see this from your team every single night.
So it's the 76ers winning this one easily. They didn't have too many problems tonight.
They didn't. Just a tremendous team effort. Once they had that big lead, they were not going to let the visitors
process, Joel Embiid looming large. A true NBA superstar. Getting ready to get his team going as they prepare to get started against the Nuggets. Sixers. It's live coverage of the... Look at the 76ers starting group. They've got Drummond. Embiid is out there with George. Then there's Tyrese Maxey. And it's Grimes in at the shooting guard position. And for Denver, the forwards are Porter Jr. and Gordon to his side. In at the guard spots, it's Murray and Brown. And it's Jokic in at center. And both teams look to move the ball around, stand to create more offense.
Well, that's usually the best way to attack, especially against good defenses. Ball movement moves the defense, and when you've got the defense on the move, that's when you can break them down and get high percentage shots. It takes patience, it takes unselfishness.
It seems to be the most efficient way, doesn't it?
It does, especially against really good defenses.
And now the fast break, George with the ball. Drummond with it, now defended by Jokic. Embiid wide open from outside off the mark. Here's Denver now, and this group reaching a major milestone this season, notching their 50th win in their last game.
Hey, you love to ensure a winning season, and most NBA teams, even great ones, consider this a major accomplishment.
Murray against Maxey. Jokic with a screen on Maxey.
Well, that's just a great feel for where the ball was going. He got himself in the right place and made the steal.
Nice read by Maxey. Sees it, hits it, done.
Here's Brown. About a minute and a half through the first quarter.
That is ferocious.
You said it. That was ferocious. 21st pick in the 2022 draft, Christian Brown, who won a title with Denver during his rookie year. And their coach, Michael Malone, used him in certain situations, and he flourished.
Well, you know, Kevin, he won a college championship the year before. This guy's played in a lot of high-pressure games, and that is what has given Michael Malone the confidence to go with him. He was ready for those moments.
Ready indeed. Time now to turn to our sideline reporter, David Aldridge. David.
Thanks very much. Briefly spoke with David Adelman. He thinks Tyrese Maxey is a guy they have to watch. He said he reads the floor well and understands situational basketball. Defensively, it's tough to speed him up or slow him down. He really plays at his own pace. Guys?
Thank you, David. Brown, the pass to Gordon. 6 on the shot clock. Gordon with the screen from Earl. It's hauled in by George. The 76ers leading by 4. Drummond with it. And it's Gordon picking him up. It's hauled in by Jokic.
I mean, come on. That's a shot you expect him to make.
Porter kicks to Murray. Good, and a nice assist from Porter.
And that's what you're looking to do. Get your best scorer something within the flow of the offense.
Maxey into the lane. Pass to Drummond. And it's Drummond with the jam.
Assisted by Tyrese Maxey.
1:49 left in the first. Embiid against Gordon. Jokic with it. Lets it go from deep. And Embiid pulls it down.
And on an open look like that, he's very gifted at making the weak coverage pay.
No one near Maxey as he lets it fly. Hands it from downtown. Maxey's got 5 now.
Take your focus off Maxey for 1 second, and he will let it fly from out there.
Murray down low. He's covered by Maxey. Shot clock at 5 and stolen by Drummond. Fast break. Here we go. Here's Grimes. Finishes the break with a slam.
Excellent on both ends of that play.
Yeah, the steal was sharp, but the slam topped it off.
And that is why you want to run off turnovers. Get down the floor before the defense is set.
And they have owned the paint so far, and the score reflects it.
Yeah, it's not difficult to figure out why they've built this lead. They have been dominant in the paint.
Here's Brown to end the run, and he takes that one up and powers it through.
And didn't do anything fancy there, but didn't need to.
Nope, his only concern right now is getting the points on the board, and I don't mean style points. That one is good from Joel Embiid.
And what a way to start this game, dominating at both ends of the floor.
Obviously, guys, brilliant coaching, a perfect game plan.
Murray against Maxey. 2 points. That one goes. Murray's got his second basket of the night.
And inside Murray's attacking mentality pays off. He just works hard to find his own shot.
Grimes passes to Embiid to the paint. And the dunk by Embiid.
Yeah, we're seeing some fireworks from them already.
Yeah, I mean, this is exactly how you want to start a game, with a big offensive push.
And so it's the Philadelphia 76ers going into the break with a 10-point lead. They're playing a bruising game. And glad to have you with us, folks. Second quarter of basketball. This game has not exactly been neck and neck, but plenty of time left in this one. And a moment now to quickly take a look at the offensive approach for Philadelphia.
Well, they're playing with great pace, pushing the ball up the floor and attacking before the defense can get set.
And another thing, guys, they've been very active tonight, frequently creating scoring opportunities off turnovers.
They've got Michael Porter. Charge is out there with Peyton Watson. Then there's Russell Westbrook. And it's Strawther in at the 2. That's the group on the floor for Denver. This team has handed a lot of responsibility to Tyrese Maxey, but Greg, he's lived up to it.
And has grown very well into his role with the team. Shown that he can be a scorer all over the floor. Amazing to think how far he's come in such a short amount of time. Oh, up high and down hard with that one-hander.
He got a little extra forceful. You're right with that one. And let's head over to the sideline and catch up with David Aldridge.
Kevin, thank you. Tyrese Maxey has stepped up into a starring role with the 76ers. He says these guys have the ultimate confidence in me, all the way from the organization down to the players. So I can just go out there and be aggressive, play my game, even through mistakes. It's all part of extraordinary growth for the guard. Kevin?
Yeah, thanks. He is rewarding their faith. And I love his statement on growth. He's always looking to expand. Pass to Strawther. Westbrook kicks to Sharch. Out to the right wing. From deep. Strawther, no good. The 76ers leading by 10. Now George. Down low, Drummond, and it's Drummond with the jam.
So much force. Easy money for Drummond.
Drummond's gone 4 for 5 from the floor tonight. Just one miss. Pass to Sharch. The shot goes in. First shot, first basket.
And those are the kind of nice inside looks they've gotten here in the first half.
Embiid finds Drummond. Back to Embiid. Maxey in the corner. Back to Embiid. Lets the 3 fly. It's in. That's his third field goal of the game. He's 3 for 5.
And Embiid being assertive offensively, wasting no time in getting that one.
And you look at this year's Denver team, you know, Greg, trying to get more from their bench than they did last year.
Yeah, and you just don't want your starters to play so many minutes that they get gassed in the postseason. That's something Denver's trying to avoid this time around. Easier said, though, than done.
Sharch grabs the board. The Nuggets trail by 13. Pass to Strawther. He's looking for Sharch and finds him.
2 minutes.
Out to the wing. Here's Strother. Shot clock at 6. George in the corner. And they'll turn it over. Could not get off his shot. 4-second violation.
Substitution on the court.
The 76ers leading by 13. Here in the second quarter, just under 3.5 minutes played. Back to Embiid. To the middle. Here's Drummond. And it's Drummond with the jam.
Well, he sends it inside where they can get a high percentage look. That's just great basketball.
Murray, the pass to Jokic. Things getting physical, but Jokic hammers it out and wins.
Sometimes he seems to be indestructible with the finishes he can make. Jokic is a force down low.
Philadelphia moving the ball around. Drummond finds George. Back to Drummond. Outside for George. Drummond with a screen on Porter. Here's George. Count the basket. George has got his second bucket of the night.
And with his strength, George is not your average swing player. He can get his in the paint.
Jokic with the bucket.
Really well done there. Just confident and composed, never in a hurry.
The 76ers leading by 13. Outside, George. 30 seconds left to play here in the half. Embiid, no good. Nuggets have gone 4 of 6 from the field here in the second. Brown, the pass to Porter. Gordon up on top. Still without a basket. Inside. Here's Jokic. Jokic just takes what he wants inside. Amazing.
And if Jokic has the position inside, forget it.
Pass to Grimes. Off target from three-point range. And so it's Philadelphia holding on to an 11-point cushion as we get ready to take a break. Their defense has been very effective in locking down Russell Westbrook. And a chance now to send it over to David Aldridge standing. Thank you, David. We'll be back after halftime for the start of the second half momentarily. Well, we've got a second half of basketball for you. We think it's going to be pretty good. A big comeback, though, is needed for this game to be competitive, and it probably has to happen quickly. Andre Drummond has been sensational.
In those first 2 quarters, he was pretty much an automatic bucket getter if he got it down low on the block.
Reminds me of the good old days. Feed it to the big and let him work.
So on the floor for Philadelphia, we've got Tyrese Maxey, Joel Embiid out there with Andre Drummond. Then it's George, and it's Grimes in at the 2 spot. Well, Nuggets need to get a shot off here, and the shot clock expires. 24-second violation. Dan, I've always admired you. Come from a coaching family. Was there a point growing up you knew you wanted to be a coach?
Yeah, I loved being around the game, and so 2 things happened that drove me into coaching. Number 1, I loved baseball, and I couldn't hit one, so that was out. And I wasn't a good enough basketball player to go on that way, so if I wanted to stay involved in the game, that's when I knew I wanted to be a coach.
But your dad had a little bit of that in his background. I say in a little kind of tongue-in-cheek, right? He was a guy that led the way in your interest there.
Yeah, my dad coached for over 40 years, and I think he had a great passion for it and always used to tell us that he never actually felt like he worked a day in his life. He loved it so much.
Following in his footsteps. Terrific story. George against Gordon. And there's Paul George on the assist by Maxey.
And it's really hard to knock George off his balance. He's just so long and strong. Nice take there.
It's Porter outside. Rebound by the 76ers. Maxey finds George. It's hauled in by Jokic. Jokic has got 6 rebounds now in the game. Jokic a screen. Driving to the basket. Goes up on the wing. He clangs that one off the back iron, and down it falls. Jokic has got 8.
Jokic so clever at taking advantage in that pick and roll.
Last season, Stan, Jokic passed LeBron's all-time triple-double mark, and he did it stunningly in 813 fewer games.
Yeah, now it's really possible, Kevin, that he's going to end up at the top of that triple-double list by the time his career's over. He's got the big O and Westbrook in his sights. You know, don't sell this guy short. He can do it almost any night.
Here's Embiid, and Embiid throws it down.
And you do not want to be on the receiving end of that. Embiid throwing it down with some funk.
And the whistle blows. It's going to be on Tyrese Maxey. That's foul number 2 for him.
First team foul.
Well, we're into the third quarter, just over 2.5 minutes played. 6 to shoot. Jokic with the bucket.
Not always a huge part of Jokic's game, but the three-point shot, he's becoming more comfortable taking it.
Now, here's Maxey. He's got 12.
Thin margin of error right there. You have to work for a better shot.
And it's Gordon finishing it off.
Well, he can play the 4 because he gets off the ground so well.
Drummond finds George. 2 free throws coming up, and they call the shooting foul.
And you know, George is a tough cover. The length, the range, smooth athlete, very difficult to match up with.
Russell Westbrook's checked in for Christian Brown. And both free throws good for Paul George. We've got 1:48 left in the third. A moment now to hear from our sideline reporter, Hall of Famer David Aldridge. David.
Kevin, improving dialogue between players and officials is a priority. Commissioner Silver says, now with high-fidelity audio, we're all able to hear a lot of what's being said. Now we have to take into account the high-stress environment. But there has to be a two-way sense of respect. I feel it's an area where we can make progress. Kevin?
You know, the commissioner's always looking ahead and looking at every area, which is great for the game. Jokic kicks to Murray. Jokic sets the screen for Murray. Embiid with the steal. And here we go. George heading to the hoop. Knocks it loose. Left side, Maxey. Grimes passes to Maxey. 6 on the shot clock. Murray against George. Offline from the high post.
Yeah, you expect him to make those. Good luck. Just couldn't find the mark.
Westbrook dishes to Murray. Embiid with it. Westbrook picks him up. George against Porter. Lobbed up there for Embiid. Here's Grimes. Will not go. This is off the front iron. The Nuggets trail by 17. For 3, Westbrook. Rebound, Andre Drummond. Drummond's got his 7th rebound here tonight. Here's George. And he's fouled pretty hard on that shot, but he's got the chance to pick up the points at the line. These are his 3rd and 4th free throw attempts of the game.
Yeah, he's at 81% from the line, and when we've had a chance to see him, he's had great form and continues to look confident.
And both free throws good for Paul George. Westbrook finds Šarić. Here's Brown, and he got that one up in time, but doesn't go in. And so it's Philadelphia taking a 19. While we have the chance now, folks, let's go to our State Farm assist of the game.
And he sliced the D wide open with this feed. They had no chance to prevent that basket.
Now that is an elite level dish. What a great passer.
Nuggets.
And with the fourth quarter upon us, time is running out for this game to become competitive. Russell Westbrook out there with Jamal Murray. Then it's Dario Saric. Then there's Peyton Watson. And it's Brown in at the 3 slot. That's the group in the game for the Nuggets. Every year, Greg, we get a new batch of rookies into the NBA, and sometimes we're all guilty of judging them too early.
Oh, absolutely. I think we need probably 3 years to evaluate a player. Fans and media can be a little harsh at times, but not everybody develops at the same rate.
And Jokic wide open. He shoots, connects from three-point range.
Capable of being a very potent scorer, Jokic certainly has looked focused so far in this one.
George looking around. Good. George has got 10 points here in the second half.
And we know George can score from all 3 levels, which is why he's capable of catching fire.
Maxey against Murray. The kick out to Porter. Here's Brown. No good from outside. Philadelphia leading by 20. Here's Grimes. Outside for George. Oubre, no one around him. Off target from outside.
Well, that's a shot the defense felt like they could live with, and it worked out for him that time.
Good on the bucket.
Well, that's what you want. Get him the ball and see if he can close the gap.
Maxey against Jokic to the inside. Here's Drummond, and Drummond throws it down.
And slams it home and gets some camera time on the end of it.
He did. He spent a while up on that rim, didn't he? Offensive rebound. Outside for Murray. Denver passing it around. Clock at 6. And there's the whistle. That's going to go on Christian Brown. That'll be his second foul of the game.
Yeah, way to get there first and be willing to absorb the contact.
And we're about 2 minutes into the fourth quarter now. George passes to Maxey. Takes the 3. George, no good. The Nuggets trail by 20. On the wing, Porter. Pass to Brown. It's stolen. George against Porter. Poke loose.
And hustle like that is why he leads his team in rebounds tonight.
Double digits for him on the glass. He's getting it done.
The 76ers leading by 20. With the drive, here's Grimes. Pass to Drummond. Outside for George. For 3, Oubre. That falls. Nice feed that time from George. Oubre has got himself going there. His first points of the game on the deep ball. There's 1:54 left in the game. Back to Murray. Pass to Gordon. Just 5 on the clock. Porter outside. Excellent D there from George. Philadelphia has gotten just 1 of 4 3-pointers to go down for them here in the fourth. We've played just over 3.5 minutes now in the fourth quarter. Oubre passes to George. Over Gordon. Rebound by the Nuggets. Jokic has got rebound number 12 now. Tenacity on the glass.
And one team is just completely outclassing the other tonight. Spirited performance, and it really ignited what is turning out to be a monster win here for the 76ers.
It was a standout performance across the board.
I mean, it was like watching a cat play with a mouse. They were able to do more or less whatever they wanted.
And while there was some nice performances tonight, it definitely ended up being a solid outing for Paul George.
You can do a lot to change a game other than scoring, and it was his quick hands on the defensive end that put them in the driver's seat.
Oh, and the jam by Drummond.
They just blocked out the noise, kept on grinding, and this is their reward.
It is always a special feeling winning on the road. The degree of difficulty adding to that sense of accomplishment.
And so it's Maxey who brings up the ball for Philadelphia. Over Jokic. And that one's good. Maxey.
Inspired tonight. They fought hard and at crucial points just made the plays.
Yeah, they saved their best basketball for this home stretch, and they certainly earned this one.
Murray, no good. Here's Grimes. Pass to Drummond. Here's Maxey. Can't get the bucket from 20 feet out. So it's the 76ers winning this one easily.
The end of the game.
This crowd was stunned by the manner in which their team was. All right, DA, thanks again. Thank you for joining us. That'll do it for now.
The NBA. On 2K Sports, presenting an exciting Monday night game. Moments away, it'll be the Philadelphia. Richard, what do you expect to see from this guard matchup?
These guys are lethal one-on-one, but I think the key is to keep their teammates involved, playing unselfish basketball.
Now let's take a look at Phoenix's opening lineup. Booker and Beal are the talented backcourt. Nick Richards out there with Kevin Durant, and it's done in at the 3.
And if you try to block his shot, you risk getting posterized because he is good at using that height to his advantage.
Hey, take it right to the defense. Not a bad way to start this game.
Kicks it to George. Screen by Embiid. George passes to Embiid. And that's good. His first bucket of the game.
It's near impossible trying to guard Embiid in the pick and roll. He's just so clever.
Time now to hear from our reporter, Allie LaForce.
Well, I had a chance to talk with head coach Nick Nurse. We talked about how he plans to contain Devin Booker, and coach said first, we got to be on him at all times, and second, we can't let him get favorable matchups. He needs our best defenders on him. Trying to work over screens and stay on top of Booker, that's the name of the game here, guys.
Okay, thanks, Allie.
Recognize the D is closing in, Maxey letting it go.
The Suns have gone 2 of 3 from the floor. We know how great Joel Embiid is, but he simply hasn't been as effective in the postseason.
Part of that is because of all the defensive attention he gets. We know things tighten up in the postseason and things become much more challenging. That's why he needs a better supporting cast.
To the inside. Here's Drummond. Oh, and the dunk by Drummond!
I'll tell you, I wouldn't want to draw Drummond as my assignment inside. You body him up, hack him, it still has no effect on him.
Booker, the pass to Durant. And Tyrese Maxey gets the whistle that time. That's his first foul of the game.
That's his first personal foul. First team foul.
Here's Richards. And here's Durant. Pass to Dunn. Shoots from 14. And the shot no good. A bit short. Grimes, the pass to Maxey. And here's another one for the Sixers.
Maxey saying, sure, I'll take that.
The Suns have gone 3 of 5 here in the opening quarter. Richards with it. Guarded now by George. And the foul called on Paul George. That's his first foul. O'Neal, he's checked in for Phoenix. Durant for 3. They grab their own miss. Richards, pass to Durant. Here's Booker. Rebound by Philadelphia. Outside Maxey. Here's Embiid. Another shot. O'Neal pulls it in. Suns trail by 5. And it goes out of bounds. Last touch by George.
Oh, they're lucky that pass was just tipped and not taken. Could have been worse.
First quarter of basketball. Just over 2.5 minutes played so far. Ooh, too long in the paint. And he's hit with a 3-second violation. And this is his first trip to the line tonight.
At the line for the Suns.
And the technical free throw is good.
This is who you want at the line, and Booker gets himself there a lot.
Philadelphia on D. Drills it from deep. Booker's got his second basket of the night.
Starting to find his rhythm. He's cooking, and he knows it.
Yeah, when he gets engaged this early in the game, it's bad news for the defense. He can roll this start throughout the rest of the game.
Gets the ball and takes the shot. It's that easy for Paul George.
And what a breakout fourth year for Tyrese Maxey. Named to his first All-Star game in 2024, Richard.
When the Sixers traded away James Harden, it really opened up things for Maxey. Gave him the ball more responsibility, and you know what? He showed up.
Now Maxey, 5 points in the game. Here's Embiid, bearing his second of 3 attempts.
No stopping Embiid inside. He is a beast.
Here's Booker. And the layup is good off the glass. Booker's got 8.
Pounding it inside early and often, setting a physical tone.
Here's Grimes. Booker defending. The kick out to Maxey. That three's off the mark. Suns trail by 3. A moment to hear from Allie LaForce.
Hey, Brian. Well, Kevin Durant steadily climbing up the top 10 of the all-time scoring list. He said, I've been in the league for half of my life now. It's a blessing to be playing on this platform and doing what I love to do. I just want to continue to keep putting in good work and keep adding to what I already did.
One of the greats, Allie. Thank you. Booker with it. Guarded now by George. Here's Durant. There's the drive. And Durant with the big finish.
Durant too quick off the drive. Easy dunk for KD.
Embiid passes to Drummond. And here is Maxey. Back to Drummond. The kick out to Maxey. Off target from three-point range.
That is not a guy you want to allow open looks from Rain. Lucky for the defense, he just couldn't get it to go.
Outside Booker. It's Beal on the wing. Shot clock and game clock separated by less than 6 seconds. Booker no good. Here's Grimes. Yet to see a basket. Here's Embiid. Soft touch off the glass.
When they get their opportunity to punch it inside, they don't hesitate.
And Booker puts up a deep 3. Well, we've seen some great shots in the first quarter. No shortage of offense. Philadelphia on top. They're up by 6. Don't go away. We'll be back momentarily. And thanks again for tuning in. If you're just joining us, we played through 1 quarter of action so far. And a closer look here at the scoring breakdown for the 76ers.
So far, they haven't had to force anything. They're swinging the ball around and turning good passing into points.
Man, they're just having their way, bullying the other team in the painted area, imposing their will down there whenever they want.
They've got Joel Embiid. Edwards out there with Butler. And it's McCain in at the 2 spot. That's the group for Philadelphia to kick off the second quarter. Just 5 on the clock. The Suns need to get off a shot. Beal from outside. It's hauled in by the Sixers. Here's Yabusele. Outside Butler. To the middle. And he takes the feed in stride and slams it home.
He may not have that traditional power forward build, but his bounce, well, that kind of levels the playing field.
And it's Jones with the ball for Phoenix. 8-point game. Outside O'Neal. Back to Jones. Outside O'Neal. Allen on the wing. No points so far. And they'll turn it over. Couldn't get the shot off. A shot clock violation. Dunn. He's checked in for Allen.
Substitution. Number 0, Ryan Dunn.
The Sixers lead by 8. Right side, Butler. And he can't extend the lead to double digits. And the Suns shooting only 40% from the floor in this game. Outside Jones. Uses the glass to finish the layup. Well, Grant, with all the parity and competition in the league today, there are still those teams piling up losses.
Yeah, BA, and with teams like the Thunder excelling, it's almost like youth is no longer an excuse, but some rebuilds take longer than others.
Pass to McCain. Now here's Butler. Late clock, the Sixers need to put one up here. Plumlee pulls down the board. Suns trail by 6. Now here's Jones to the right side. Outside O'Neal. Back to Jones. Pass to Beal. Here's Jones. Over Butler. Jones misses. Outside Butler. Down low. Yabusele. Oh, he missed the layup. He had it with the pump fake. They need something good to happen here.
Yeah, they've gone way too long without a score.
Outside O'Neal. Back to Beal. Dunn right side. Out to Beal. The rebound by Embiid.
Well, you got to miss sometimes, but that one seemed like a gimme.
You know, over Bradley Beal's career, he succeeded in a few different roles, RJ.
Yeah, he played with a ball-dominant guy. Then he became the sole star on his team, and now he's playing with multiple stars. Evolution is a part of success, and Bradley Beal is doing it.
Both teams will make substitutions.
Substitution on the court.
1:51 left in the second. Pass to Embiid. Puts up a three. And it's Phoenix with a rebound. Plumlee with it. Hasn't gotten one to fall yet. It's picked off. And now the Sixers on the break. Here's Embiid. Oh, look out! Joel Embiid with a power jam.
Get out of that man's way. Embiid throwing down that power finish.
Booker against Maxey. Drummond grabs the miss. Drummond's got 6 rebounds in the game. Not sure why he committed the intentional foul. No purpose.
I think everyone's a little confused, but weird plays happen. I mean, I'm just not sure what he was thinking right there. I mean, he needs to get his head in the game.
Some changes for Phoenix. Richards is checked in for Plumlee, and it's Kevin Durant in for O'Neal.
And you got to give Paul George credit for his mental toughness. There's always lots of chatter out there, but he tunes it out and just focuses on his game.
On the take, Booker outside Durant. That one's good. Give the assist to Booker.
Assisted.
Booker's got 3 assists tonight.
That's been the story of their offense so far, getting a number of looks from point-blank range.
Embiid finds Drummond. And here's Embiid. He's got 11. And he got the whistle on the way up. So he'll be headed to the line for a pair.
Heady play to stop that easy layup right there. I mean, make him earn it at the line.
First trip to the line for him here.
For your Sixers.
It's both from the stripe. There's 38 seconds left in the first half of this game. Now Beal. No made baskets yet. And the 17-footer goes down.
Nice work there from Beal in the mid-range.
And so it's Maxey with it. He brings it up for Philadelphia. They've only given up 6 here in this quarter. To the middle. Done with a steal. Here's Durant. With 2 seconds left. And the Suns getting another bucket right there.
I'll tell you, when he rises up to shoot and with his height advantage, he knows he's going to get a clean look.
Yeah, the defender just lacks the reach to be able to contest him properly.
That'll do it for the first half. The Sixers on top, leading by appreciate it, Allie. And we'll be coming right back after this break, ready for the third quarter. Second half of basketball is upon us, and we may be in for an exciting finish based on how close of a game we've seen so far. What else can you say? Joel Embiid, an impressive effort here today.
And in the first half, he dominated in the post. He got the looks he wanted and was able to execute.
The question now is, will the defense keep letting him punish them inside? Or did Coach have some new ideas for them?
And so in the game for the Suns, Booker and Beal are the talented backcourt. Kevin Durant is out there with Nick Richards. And it's done in at the small forward position. Philadelphia leading by 6. For 3, Maxey nails it from 3. Maxey's got 8.
A tough shot for most guys, but Maxey puts a smooth stroke on it.
Now here's Booker. Give him 8. Outside Durant. From about 16. Rebound by Philadelphia. Drummond's got his 7th rebound here tonight. Back to Embiid. Outside Maxey. Pass to Drummond. The kick out to Maxey. This one for 3. And the 76ers another 3.
The pure shooting stroke of Maxey, gifted at draining it from outside the arc.
And if you're just joining us, we've played just over a minute here in the third. Done with it. Guarded now by Maxey. 6 on the shot clock. Richards with it. Drummond's there. Richards' shot is off. Ooh, it's stolen away. Done with it. No points so far. Third quarter of play with just over 1.5 minutes gone by. Here's Beal. Oh, and makes it with the kiss.
Good work from Beal. He gets inside and finishes the play.
Philadelphia leading by 10. Outside Maxey. Back to Embiid. Look at Embiid with the skilled finish.
And just totally relentless, only increasing the intensity level.
Always plays hard until the final whistle, no matter what the situation is.
Beal surveying the D. Lets the 3 fly. And Joel Embiid pulls it down. Embiid's got 4 rebounds in the game. Here's George. Lays it up and in off the pretty assist. George has got his 2nd bucket on the night.
Their offense has been unstoppable, just firing on all cylinders.
They've had great execution, and what stands out is that they're just taking what the defense gives them, not forcing anything.
Inside, stolen by Drummond. Maxey passes to George. 3 minutes gone now in the third quarter. To the inside, here's Embiid. Durant pulls it in.
Look, I'll give him an A for effort for trying to dunk through the defense, but maybe he should ease up on that one just a little bit.
It's Booker on the wing. Pass to Richards. Rebound by the 76ers. Drummond's got 9 rebounds in the game. Boy, he's getting it done. The 3 ball. Grimes' shot is off.
That's how you stay connected to a shooter. Was right in his jersey.
Booker against Maxey. Dunn outside. They set the pick. Durant, the pass to Dunn. And he takes that one up and powers it through.
At his size, KD is able to see the floor so well, and it helps him make passes just like that.
To the paint. Here's Drummond. And Drummond with the jam.
Oh, nice one-handed jam there, BA.
Hey, little exclamation point. They're searching for a way to score.
Yeah, buckets have been very tough to come by.
Durant, pass to Booker. .36 seconds left in the third quarter. The baseline J is off the mark. Pass to Embiid. Back to George. Tries again. The kick out to Maxey. Now Embiid. There's the triple. They get it back. George outside. Embiid finds Drummond. Gets it off. Oh, he got it up in time, but it wouldn't fall for him. And so it's the Philadelphia 76ers, a sizable lead of... And we reach the fourth quarter in a game that may already be out of hand.
And here we all go.
Philadelphia leading by 14. We've got Butler, Edwards out there with Kelly Oubre. Then it's Joel Embiid, and it's McCain in at the 2. That's the group in the game for the 76ers. And here's Booker. On the wing, Jones. Back to Booker. Lets it go from deep. That's good from Jones. And the assist by Booker. Booker's got 4 assists now tonight. Butler passes to Oubre. And they come right back with their own three-pointer. And the 76ers lead by 14.
That's how you up the ante. Come right back at them.
Yeah, I love the competitive fire right there. You drain a triple on us, and I'm coming for my revenge.
Pass to Dunn. Outside Jones. Fires the 3. And it's Philadelphia with the rebound. Right side, Butler. And here's Edwards outside. Jones grabs the board. Suns trail by 14. And here's O'Neal. Back to Jones. Outside O'Neal. Oubre against Booker. Shot clock at 6. Left side O'Neal. Shoots over Oubre. O'Neal misses. The Sixers lead by 14. Edwards, a pass to Butler. Embiid, a screen on Booker. Throws it up high.
Yeah, Embiid is getting everything he wants on the offensive side. He's playing some aggressive basketball right now.
Jones feels it out. Joel Embiid pulls it down. Embiid's got his 6th rebound on the night. Pass to Butler. Now Embiid. Outside Oubre. Knocked away. And so it looks like it'll be Philadelphia ball. So it's both teams making substitutions here.
Substitution on the court.
Grimes, the pass to Embiid. And you can count it. He'll go to the line with a chance at a 3-point play.
In the mold of Shaq, Joel Embiid is physically just overwhelming. Plus, he's got some touch and skill.
And a moment to look at the scoring approach in terms of where the points are coming from for the 76ers.
They're moving the ball around so well, guys. Quick passes, letting the next guy do the work if you don't have a look.
They're also finding a lot of points tonight off transition play, running the floor and using the fast break to beat the defense.
Just 5 to shoot. And so he draws the foul, headed to the line to shoot a pair.
Outstanding initiative from Booker. Terrific at earning these calls inside.
That free throw good from Booker.
Shooting for Phoenix, Devin Booker. At the line for 2.
And good on the second, so he makes them both. Just over 2.5 minutes played now. Final quarter of regulation. Pass to Grimes. Drummond with the ball. Richards pulls it in.
2 minutes.
Outside Booker.
2 minutes.
Here's Durant. And a foul called on the way up. So he'll take 2 from the free throw line.
That's his first personal foul.
And you look at how Durant is playing at his age. He's still as elite as it gets, RJ.
You don't lose skill. KD could play into his 40s if he wanted to. That shot isn't going away, and he's always going to be tall. He will be one of the best scorers every time he laces them up. Ooh, you hope that leaving points at the line won't come back to haunt them.
Maxey surveys. Down low. And stolen by Booker.
And they were really able to find the mismatches they wanted and exploit those all night. Great execution from the players and coaching staff for the 76ers.
They had to fight for this one. With the game hanging in the balance a couple of times, they made winning plays, Grant.
It's all about having a strong mentality. What's interesting is that any time momentum turned against them, instead of folding, they responded with their own attack.
And when you look at the game, the one thing that helped fuel this team to victory was the efficiency for Joel Embiid.
And he's been a well-oiled machine on offense, keeping things simple in this end, getting the looks that he wanted, knocking them down.
And it's a completely new group for the 76ers. Inside, Yabusele. And he caught that pass in full stride on his way to the big slam.
Stepping up and nailing an important shot to put this away.
And that score probably slams the door for any would-be comebacks. And look, they put this one to bed.
Jones up top. Butler covering. Pass to Allen from downtown. Rebound by Philadelphia. There's 37 seconds left in the fourth quarter. Here's Yabusele. He's covered by O'Neal. Here's McCain. Outside for Butler. No good with the triple. Allen, left side. Driving in. And it's Allen who slams it home. There's 14 seconds left in the fourth quarter here. Three-pointer. The rebound by Allen. So no problem for Philadelphia as they get the win. Boy, they were something special to watch tonight. All right, Allie, thank you. And that about wraps it up. For Grant Hill, Richard Jefferson, and Allie LaForce, this is Brian Anderson. Thanks for and going through their pregame warm-ups, trying to get loose and focused here before tip. Happy Monday, everyone. This evening, we bring... All right, Doris, how about teams like these who can really run their offense through their...
BA, over the years, one of the things I've heard from coaches quite often is how effective a three-tool big man can be. When you can drive it, pass it, shoot it, score it, do all the things they can, it changes the geometry of the floor.
Here are the 5 for Philadelphia. We've got Paul George. Andre Drummond is out there with Joel Embiid. Then it's Maxey, and it's Grimes in at the 2. Now here's Turner. Can't hit that one. Embiid with the nice defensive effort to the middle. Here's George. Second chance effort. Hits the layup after the sweet pump fake to freeze the D.
Yeah, I love the way Paul George fights for position on the interior.
Here's Halliburton. Wasted no time with that shot, but it's off the mark. Maxey passes to Grimes. To the inside. Indiana with a rebound. And with their last victory, this team reached the 50-win mark on the season.
And they should be proud of what they've been able to accomplish. You can't just luck your way into 50 wins. You gotta be a good team to reach that feat.
One thing about the Pacers, Doris, they can flat out score the basketball.
It is incredible to me, BA, how infrequently the ball sticks. They play fast, whether in transition or in the half court, they make defenses work.
And it's the Pacers with the ball. The Sixers getting their last shot to go. Siakam, pass to Turner. 5 to shoot. Halliburton with the ball. Pulled the shot a little left. The bounce goes his way, though.
Wherever he's gone, the shot has followed. Halliburton perfecting his craft in the mid-range.
Maxey attacking. Uses the glass on the layup.
This is what we call highly efficient play. Working off the screen, getting to the cup.
And let's swing it over to the sideline and hear from Allie.
Just a bit ago, Rick Carlisle and I were able to chat. I talked to him about Joel Embiid and asked him what he wants his team to do against him defensively. And he said, I told our big guys to play with physicality out there, but to also know when to go straight up and not let him bait us into silly fouls. It's not an easy assignment, but coach seemed confident in their chances of containing Joel. Guys?
Okay, good stuff. Thank you, Allie. Now here's Halliburton. The rebound by Maxey. And a little over 2.5 minutes gone here in the first. Pass to Drummond. The rebound by Turner.
Boy, 9 times out of 10, that's going in. I'm sure he surprised himself with the miss.
The try by Nembhard. Missed inside. The 76ers have gone 3 of 8 so far. To the paint. Here's Maxey. 2 shots, 2 makes. Off to a good start.
Ooh, a high motor in close to the rim. Maxey finding a window and converting.
Turner, a screen on Embiid. Siakam, pass to Turner. 3-pointer, Halliburton. And Indiana misses again.
He had more than enough room to hit that. Just couldn't make it happen.
Down low. Here's Drummond. Not going to go that time. Ooh, excellent D there from Turner. First quarter of play, and just over 3.5 minutes in. Siakam in the post. Embiid covers. Oh, and he got fouled on his way up. He'll head to the line to shoot 2.
Yeah, you never want to let shots at the rim go uncontested.
Indiana shooting their first free throws. First trip to the line in this one. First free throw is good. And Indiana with some changes. Toppin, he's checked in for Turner. Benedict Mathurin comes in for Nembhard. And it's McConnell in for Halliburton.
That's what he does. Rock solid at the line.
Here's Bona. Outside Maxey. And the foul is called. He missed it, so he's got a couple of free throws coming his way.
You really can't understate the energy Maxey brings to his game. Not just effort level, but his attitude and how that spreads to his guys out there.
Shepard, he's checked in for Indiana. And a new group getting ready for the Sixers. Indiana has gone 2 for 4 from range to start things off. McConnell against Maxey. Mathurin passes to McConnell. The Pacers again can't hit. The Sixers trailing. And George gets it to go on the assist from Embiid.
We are talking about a proficient, efficient scorer in Paul George. Go to work, sir.
There's a screen by Toppin. For 3, Mathurin. And Indiana misses again. For Philadelphia, they've gotten 5 of 11 shots to go. 9 seconds separating the shot clock and game clock. George, good.
Oh, just an easy reverse for him. He has nice feel and touch around the bucket.
No problems knocking that one down. Siakam's got 6.
Well, we talked about Siakam stretching to the three-point line. He knows no bounds out there. My goodness, that was long.
Embiid gets the bucket.
Both teams are starting to find a rhythm here.
And this is partly what the game has become, right? A matter of dueling three-point opportunities.
Here's George. Siakam pulls down the board. McConnell from outside. And that's not going to go.
The end of the first
Both teams have it going here early and still close through the first quarter. The Sixers on top. They're up. And we hope you're enjoying the game. Both teams tonight keeping things pretty even on the scoreboard so far. All right, guys, what do you think so far about the offensive approach for the 76ers?
They've done a great job establishing an inside presence. Now that'll open up more options offensively throughout the remainder of the game.
Yeah, what an excellent display of passing in the early stages of this game. A good deal of their points coming directly off quality passes.
Benedict Mathurin is out there with Walker. Then there's TJ McConnell. Then it's Obi Toppin. And it's Halliburton in at the 2. That's the 5 to begin the second quarter for the Pacers. Fires for 3. Yes! Top points from Tyrese.
Halliburton, a huge part of this offense, which is why he has the confidence in these catch-and-shoot situations. No hesitation.
Here's Embiid. The shot won't fall. Excellent D there from Toppin. Here's Halliburton. The shot, no good. And here are the Sixers now. To the middle. Here's Embiid. Embiid with the slam.
Trading the lead back and forth, neither side is willing to back down.
And right now you love the chess match, right? The ability of each side to adjust to what the other is doing.
The 76ers have gotten only 1 of 4 shots to go in. Puts up a deep 3. Pacers with a rebound. All right, Doris, where do you think Halliburton ranks among the NBA's best point guards?
Well, he's certainly, BA, got to be near the top of the list. Number 1, his vision is absolutely tremendous. He can create on the fly. As importantly to me, it's his spirit and presence, the joy he brings to the game.
This is how Walker likes to play. He invites contact and he dishes it out.
There's a screen. Inside, pass to Embiid. There's the 3. And it's Embiid again missing. And here's Mathurin. He'll bring it up for Indiana. They've only given up 2 points this quarter. Now here's Walker. The 3 is up. And Joel Embiid pulls it down. Embiid's got 4 rebounds now. Down low, Yabusele. Toppin against Embiid. Excellent D there from Toppin.
He hasn't been able to find his touch this quarter.
Well, not at the offensive end, certainly. He cannot buy a bucket right now.
Philadelphia's gone 0 for 3 from deep to begin the second. Yabusele. And here's Edwards outside. Counted from distance. Edwards got his first 3 points of the game.
Love to see that kind of activity. He just makes things happen.
Here's Mathurin. Oh, and that and no question, powered it down.
Yeah, this is how impactful Matherin can be in close. He loves jamming it home.
And he was fouled while in the act of shooting, so he'll take 2 free throws. And Doris, some use the term stocks to add up steals and blocks. Jet Holmgren and Victor Wembanyama's stocks are through the roof.
Well, in fact, since the turn of the century, only 5 rookies ever have averaged over 3, quote, stocks per game. Victor and Chet are both on that list. And listen, if you're a passionate NBA fan, you are so excited about these 2 young men. The size and the skill and the eye-popping things they're doing on a nightly basis. The NBA is in good hands.
Back to Drummond. Outside Butler. Jacks up a 3. The Sixers with another miss. Pacers trail by 3. Turner passes to Nesmith. Nembhard with it. Oh, stolen by Embiid. It's George on the wing. Nesmith covering. And the jam by Drummond.
It's just too easy for Andre Drummond. Gets the inside position and leaves no doubt.
Siakam for 3. And the three-pointer goes. Siakam's got 9 points.
Well, the defense deserves to get burned. Absolutely no excuse for leaving him open.
Butler finds Embiid. Here's Drummond. Here's Grimes. 50 seconds left in the first half. And Drummond with the jam.
Well, known for being a terrific passer, he shows you right there. Case in point.
Outside Matherin. Pass to Nembhard. And the foul called on Paul George. That's his first foul.
Personal foul. First team foul.
Off the inbound pass. Rebound by Philadelphia. Embiid's got 6 rebounds here tonight. Now George. Nesmith covering. George passes to Embiid. Back to George. From deep. Good. And the assist to Embiid. And it's a 7-point 76ers lead.
It can't leave any room for Paul George outside. He will deliver from deep.
Nesmith on the wing. Fires from deep. Drummond grabs the miss. Drummond's got 6 rebounds in the game. It's George on the drive. Gets a hand on it, and we've reached halftime in this one. Philadelphia on top, leading by 9. All right, now let's check in with OK Ali. Appreciate it. And folks, we'll be back after halftime to begin the third quarter.
Please direct your attention to center court. And get ready for the fan half-court shot. Jimmy Embiid. They're thinking about the shot.
And happy you could join us. We've got 2 quarters left to go in regulation. Paul George with a strong contribution so far in this one.
Through the first 2 quarters, he's been on fire. Explosive offensive performance.
Boy, he has been shouldering the load. Aggressive, skilled, talented, and thus far unstoppable.
Second half underway. Here's who Nick Nurse has got on the floor. Kelly Oubre out there with George. Then it's Andre Drummond. Then it's Maxey. And it's Grimes in at the shooting guard position. Look at Halliburton converting through contact.
Yeah, give Halliburton credit for staying with the play. You've got to be able to fend off that defensive still finish.
George passes to Oubre. Back to George. Here's the pick. Driving to the basket. Oubre can't hit. Pacers trail by 7. Launches it. Here's Halliburton. Tyrese playing big in the painted area.
That play was about great positioning for Tyrese Halliburton, able to get to the glass and send it in.
Stolen by Siakam. Oh, and a fast break for the Pacers. And again, Tyrese Halliburton. Halliburton's got 6 points in the quarter.
Transition basketball, the most reliable way to generate easy looks.
The very definition of quality transition offense. If it can end at the cup, it's exactly where you want it.
The shot by Drummond, no good. The Pacers have gotten 3 of 4 shots to fall so far in the third. Pass to Halliburton. Back to Neesmith. Siakam with a screen on George. And the foul called on Paul George. That'll be a second foul of the game. Embiid, he's checked in for Oubre.
Coming onto the floor for the
76ers on D. Their biggest lead of the game was 9. Nice shot by Turner.
Well, you just love how Miles Turner goes right up with it, right? No hesitation, catch and shoot.
Drummond to screen on Halliburton. Maxey. The putback. Controls the rebound and the putback.
I always love the hard work on the glass. Just great activity.
Turner passes to Siakam. That shot missing. Embiid with the nice defensive effort. To the middle. Here's George. And the jam by George.
Oh, yes, sir. PJ making it look easy.
Here's Halliburton. And Embiid with the block. And it's out of bounds to Indiana. Matherin's checked in for Neesmith.
Substitution on the court.
Just under 2.5 minutes into this third quarter now. Turner, a screen on Maxey. Halliburton for 3. On target from range. Halliburton's got 9 points now in the second half.
This is anyone's game now, and they have the momentum.
Probably the most important thing is they regroup. They worked out some of their frustrations, and now they're starting to have some fun.
The officials were right on top of that one.
He's made one and missed one so far at the line. And he makes both free throws. Pacers trail by 3. Siakam outside. Halliburton outside. Siakam with a screen on Maxey. Halliburton, the pass to Siakam. Count the basket. Siakam's got 11 points.
Yeah, looking like a veteran running the screen and roll. Halliburton understands how to break down defenses.
Embiid, a screen on Halliburton. Oh, and there's the whistle on the shot. So 2 free throws for him coming up. It's going to be on Tyrese Halliburton. He's made 3 or 4 free throw attempts in this game.
The line for the 76ers, Tyrese Maxey.
Both free throws good from Maxey. Indiana's gone 2 of 3 from outside so far in the third quarter. And it's blocked by Embiid.
Yeah, imposing his will. Embiid sending a message with that rejection.
To the wing, right side. Left side, Maxey. Pass to Grimes. Second chance shot. And that's 2 points on the layup. Grimes has got his first 2 points.
In a tight game, they wanted to make sure of that possession.
Now Turner. Back to Halliburton. And he's going to the line for 2. The official saw contact while he was going up.
Personal foul.
That's just a savvy move to draw the foul. And despite that young age, Halliburton like a seasoned veteran right there.
Indiana making a switch here. Toppin's checked in. The 76ers also with a sub. George is checked in. Second half here, and we're just over 3.5 minutes into it. To the left side wing. Maxey against Halliburton. Embiid. Oh, nice job, Embiid.
Yeah, getting aggressive in the paint. Look at Joel putting his size to work.
Toppin outside. Pass to Nembhard. Halliburton on the wing. 6 to shoot. Here's Toppin. That's good. And Halliburton gets the assist. Halliburton's got his 3rd assist of the night.
Listen, the painted area is where Obi Toppin can be so dangerous. The athleticism and the tools he has. Look out.
Here's Grimes. Sinks it from distance. Grimes has got 5.
I'll tell you, you are playing with fire anytime you leave this guy open, and they just got burned.
9 seconds separating the shot clock and game clock. Toppin against Embiid. Siakam the screen. Toppin passes to Siakam. Halliburton surveys the floor. And they turn it over. Shot clock violation as the buzzer sounds.
Substitution for your Pacers, Shepherd, T.J. McConnell.
9 seconds left in the third quarter. George drives in. The kick out to Maxey. Here's Embiid. off in time? He did! How about that?
Are you serious? That was incredible.
And so it's the Philadelphia 76ers with a 9-point cushion at the end of the quarter. Their key to consistency has been their dominance in the paint. They've been the more physical team. Back after this. All right, let's take a look at our assist of the game presented by State Farm.
Now, I know he's a big man, but he's got some point guard in him if he's making passes like this.
I'll tell you, in today's game, you want skill and decision-making at every position.
With 3 quarters behind us, let's see what this fourth period holds in store. They've got T.J. McConnell, Walker out there with Benedict Mathurin. Then there's Tyrese Halliburton, and it's Toppin in at the 5. That's the 5 for the Pacers. Pacers trail by 9. It's Walker on the wing, guarded by Edwards. Walker, a screen on Embiid. Back to Walker. And the jam by Walker.
Nice slam by the big man Walker, making his presence felt there inside.
The kick out to Edwards. Takes a 3. It's rebounded by Indiana. And stolen by Edwards. To the inside. Poke loose. Walker with a steal. Here's Toppin. And a slam dunk by Toppin.
Well, the vertical of Obi Toppin on display rises up with ease.
And Embiid gets the double team. Pass to McCain. Here's Yabusele. Going inside. Goes back up. Walker pulls down the board. The Pacers have gotten half of their attempts to fall in the fourth. 2 for 4 now. Halliburton misses.
That's his shot, and one I'm sure he wants back.
Here's Yabusele. Walker covering. Here's Edwards. And he banks in the layup. And the 76ers lead by 7.
Well, get it inside to a quality score and let this guy do his thing.
And the jam by Walker.
The big-time throwdown.
Check him out. Keeps the grip on that rim after the finish. A little extra emphasis. Pass to Embiid. And Toppin pulls it down. The Pacers have got 3 of 6 shots to go in this fourth quarter. McConnell finds Halliburton. There's a screen by Toppin. To the paint. And a foul called on the way up. So he'll take 2 from the free throw line.
Second personal foul.
That's on Joel Embiid.
It's always fun to watch a young player like Obi Toppin adapt to the league. He has done a really good job rising to the challenge of NBA-level play.
The Sixers lead by 3. Pass to Drummond. Here's Grimes. Turner covers. A nice shot by Grimes.
Boy, you love to see this level of awareness from a big like Drummond. How about that feed to his teammate?
Neesmith with it. Guarded now by Maxey. Halliburton against George. 4-3. And Indiana misses again. And for the 76ers, they're shooting the rock well at 46%.
Well, you have to love his demeanor today. Paul George has been dialed in, nothing distracting him.
Oh, wasted no time on that one. Toppin's got 9 points here in the second half.
Toppin embraces the challenge unafraid in the big moment.
Drummond with the screen. Here's Grimes. Drives to the hoop. Count it.
Gotta fight harder to get over those screens.
You know, we see this all the time. You're basically, as a defender, hoping the man misses rather than putting in the work to get over screens.
Nembhard outside. Oh, and there's the whistle on the shot. So 2 free throws for him coming up.
First personal foul.
And a closer look here at the hustle stats for Philadelphia.
I mean, those swats, they can get into your head, make you think twice about shooting it. So it's about more than just those block numbers.
They've also been scoring on the break with how difficult it is to get buckets in the half court. Anytime you can push the ball in transition for easy ones, that's big time.
Indiana making a switch here. Siakam's checked in. Pass to Halliburton. Count it, and 1. He'll have a chance at a 3-point play. It's going to go on Tyrese Maxey.
Tyrese Maxey.
And that one misses.
Tyrese Halliburton has played with a poise beyond his years. He's got another chance here to continue to build on that.
He drops it from range. And the 76ers lead by 5.
Tyrese Maxey lives for these moments. Loves coming through in the clutch.
Halliburton pass to Nembhard. Turner, a screen on Maxey. Back to Nembhard for 3. Rebound by Philadelphia. Their biggest lead of the game was 9. To the middle. Shoots. Halliburton against George. Oh, he gets it to go. 7 of 13 now.
And they just continue to attack, even late in the game, while they're up big.
And as a result, they may be facing just a little bit less resistance right now. They are having their way. But Halliburton just has a knack for understanding what his team needs, and that was a big-time clutch delivery.
It's George on the wing.
First clean look they have. I mean, they've got to take it.
And they've got to be efficient with the clock. Quick score, quick foul.
And talk about stepping up in a big way.
I'll tell you, it takes confidence to pull the trigger in that situation. You love guys who relish the moment.
Pass to Embiid. And it's good.
These are the moments Embiid loves. Enjoys being the player for this team to take and make clutch shots.
So it's the 76ers taking the W in a close one. Just a gutsy performance on the road.
It really was. When this one was up in the air late, they showed how tough-minded they are.
and preparing for battle. Each guy with his own approach to getting ready for what should welcome all. Thanks for tuning in to 2K Sports. We've got some NBA action coming up, and both backcourts in this one stand cream of the crop.
Well, a lot of people would say that this is a guard-oriented league. I think it's a league of all the positions, but tonight, certainly, whoever can win that guard battle will probably go home with the W.
Certainly the headliner tonight. So let's take a look at the starters for the Philadelphia 76ers. We've got Paul George. Andre Drummond is out there with Joel Embiid. Then there's Tyrese Maxey, and it's Grimes in at the 2 spot. George against Porter. Inside. Kicks it to George. And the foul called on Paul George. That's his first foul.
And just a great job of getting there first and absorbing the contact.
Maxey against Murray. To the inside. Here's Gordon. The rebound by Embiid. And so it's Maxey who brings up the ball for the Philadelphia 76ers. Will stand in the highly competitive West. The Denver Nuggets continue to distinguish themselves.
Well, Brian, they are unquestionably a top team in their conference, and they're proof that smart front office decisions and patience really pays off in the long run.
Jokic, no good.
Suffocating defense to keep the layup from falling.
All right, let's check in with Allie LaForce.
I had a chance to talk with the head coach for Denver. I asked him what he told his team in regards to how to guard Paul George tonight. He told me Paul is a tremendous player. I told our guys that when he's attacking, we need to help one another out. It has to be a team effort defending him. So it sounds like he'll be sending plenty of defenders PG-13's way.
Allie, thank you. Right wing. Left side, Porter. Screen by Gordon. Here's Brown. Got it. Good job in the low post.
Rock solid screen right there. The defender got completely lost.
Yeah, you've got to lock and trail hard. You can't allow him a clean look.
Pass to Grimes. Porter with the steal. Here's Jokic. George defending. Takes one from 10 feet. Jokic, no good. Jokic is gone 1 for 3 on the night. Ooh, and he took a hard foul on the shot. So he'll head to the line to shoot a pair.
You really can't understate the energy Maxey brings to his game. Not just effort levels, but his attitude and how that spreads to his guys out there.
The Nuggets making a switch here. Westbrook's checked in.
Well, he's been very good at the line, and we all know free throws can make or break you in the end.
Jokic. Just over 2.5 minutes played here in the first. Murray passes to Jokic. Rebound by Philadelphia.
Well, and even though he couldn't get that one to fall, that's a shot they want him taking.
Embiid against Gordon. Down low. Here's Drummond. Always a nice way to start. Makes his first one.
Well, he knew the contact was coming. Drummond took it anyway and finished.
And it's Murray off the drive. Porter the pass to Jokic. Westbrook outside. Back to Jokic. Clock at 6. Got a piece of it. It's George on the wing. Pounded by Westbrook. Pass to Embiid. Now here's Drummond. Here's Grimes. That one's in there. Drummond with the assist.
Attacking in the painted area. Clearly that was their game plan coming in.
Westbrook finds Jokic. Westbrook right side. Releases from 15. And off the front iron, and in it goes.
And Jokic doesn't get a lot of lift on his shot, but he doesn't need it. I mean, he is money in the mid-range.
Maxey with it. Checked by Gordon. And Jamal Murray picks up the foul. That's foul number 2 for him. Watson, he's checked in for Michael Porter.
Substitution on the court.
And here's Edwards. Pass to Bona. Here's Yabusele. Down to 5 on the shot clock. For 3, Maxey. Nikola Jokic grabs the miss.
He is just so deadly from out there. You expect that to fall.
They kick it out to Murray. The 3. Back to Jokic. Count it. Make that 3 of 7 so far for him.
So listen, I mean, whether you put a body on Jokic or you don't, he will sneak in there for a second chance opportunity.
Pass to Bona. Outside Maxey. To the paint. So at the end of 1 quarter of play, still a close game. Philadelphia on top. They're up by 2. And some good action in the books as we get back to a game that's been pretty close so far here. All right, guys, some stats here. The scoring breakdown for the 76ers.
Well, the way they've been attacking inside is phenomenal. Consistently getting high percentage looks, and that's what great offenses are all about.
Yeah, also, you got to appreciate how unselfish they've been. I mean, the ball movement has been impressive, and the assist numbers are off the chart.
So on the floor for Philadelphia to kick off the second quarter, Joel Embiid is out there with Andre Drummond. Then it's Maxey, then there's Paul George, and it's Grimes in at the 2. Jokic off the bounce, and Jokic throws it down.
So crafty on these takes to the rim. Jokic senses when he should just look to drive.
And coach, a 3-time league MVP, Nikola Jokic joining Moses Malone, Larry Bird, and Magic Johnson. What a list.
Yeah, that's not a bad list at all, Brian. But what stands out beyond Jokic's skill set is the consistency that he produces with every night.
And everybody around him instantly gets better when they play with Jokic.
They love playing.
It's stolen by Maxey. Drummond passes to George. Drummond with the screen. He shoots. George's shot is off.
I'm sure he'd like to have that back. That's a missed opportunity.
Pass to Jokic. Gordon against George. Outside for Porter. Gordon on the wing. Back to Jokic. Over Drummond. Jokic, no good. The 76ers have gone just 1 of 3 to begin the second quarter. Grimes, the pass to Drummond. Stolen by Jokic. Out on his own on the break. And Gordon with the big finish.
Whoa, Aaron Gordon looking like he's in a slam dunk contest right there.
Here's Embiid. Oh, Embiid packs it down.
Impressive one-hand slam right there, B.A.
Man, as long as he's confident about it, I'm good with it. Maybe use 2 hands next time. He knows where he is. Murray passes to Jokic. Inside. Oh, that's too easy for Jokic when he gets inside position.
And Jokic has a number of moves to choose from, especially deep inside.
Maxey against Murray. Pass to Embiid. To the inside. Here's George. And he got the whistle on the way up. So he'll be headed to the line for a pair. All right, Coach, what are some qualities you're looking for in a lead guard?
Well, look, you want a guy that can make plays, that can control the game. When I first got into the league, people thought about point guards as traditional pass-first guys, but now it means more than that. You want a guy who can make plays, whether it's for himself
2 minutes remaining in the
or for his team.
2 minutes.
To the middle. Tipped away. Back come the Nuggets on the run. Here's Murray. And it's Murray finishing it off.
And once the break is on, Murray gets involved. putting himself in the right position to score.
And in the second quarter, a little under 3.5 minutes played already. Here's Watson. It's good. And the assist goes to Murray. Murray's got his 4th assist in this one. And taking a quick look here at the hustle stats for the Nuggets.
Well, so far they've done a great job of leading the offense and repeatedly putting themselves in the right place to interrupt the play and force turnovers.
You know, they've also been very effective at running the floor. Just a ton of points in the fast break. It's been a big part of their success.
Grimes, he's checked in for the Sixers. Tyrese Maxey comes in for Butler. They kick it out to Murray. Back to Westbrook. Fires it from 18. Offensive rebound. Here's the 3. Oh, clanks that one. He's 0 for 1 to start. 76ers trail by 3. Maxey attacking.
And what a slash by Maxey. I mean, so good at forcing the defense's hand.
On the night, he's 2 for 2 at the stripe. And he drops the first. A different look for Denver. Gordon, he's checked in for Watson. And it's Porter Jr. in for Westbrook. He's off on the second. The Nuggets have gotten over 50% of their shots to go. 5 for 9 in the second. Brown passes to Gordon. The rebound by Embiid. Embiid's got 4 rebounds in the game. Now 8 seconds separating the 2 clocks. It's George on the wing. He's guarded by Porter. The 3 is up. And another miss by Philadelphia.
You'd like to let the clock run and take the final shot.
Yeah, unless it's a gimme, there's no reason to put up an early shot here.
George, a deep 3. The long distance 3 is buried. George has got 7 points.
And you have to guard him out there. I mean, he can do damage from deep, even from way beyond the arc.
And the first half comes to an end. We've got a close game going here. Philadelphia on top, leading by a point. And we'll step away briefly, but get you right back out there for the start of the third quarter, right after the break. And as we get into this third quarter, as we've seen so far, neither team able to create much separation on the scoreboard. It's been a clinic out there by Nikola Jokic.
When he got good position and they got the ball to him, he was automatic.
Reminds me of the good old days. Feed it to the big and let him work.
Pairing up in the backcourt, Murray and Brown. Porter Jr. and Gordon make up the forwards. And it's Jokic in at the 5. That's the group on the floor for Denver. Here's Murray. Gordon with a screen on Maxey. Murray passes to Gordon. That shot is off. Embiid with the nice defensive effort. And he was fouled while in the act of shooting, so he'll take 2 free throws. He'll go on Michael Porter.
He's such a skilled scorer. When George is looking to attack, it puts pressure on the D.
George hits them both. Nuggets trail by 3. Offensively, it's been a struggle for them.
Yeah, they need to string together some shots to have any kind of chance.
Jokic finds Murray. Shoots over Maxey. Murray, no good. The 76ers shooting efficiently, 50% so far. Well, Grant, when you think of Jamal Murray and all he's been through, health is of utmost importance for him.
Oh, extremely important, B.A., because when Murray is healthy, he's a lethal player and a huge part of this team's success.
Yeah, so skilled offensively. Getting the ball in his hands is generally a good idea.
And so he draws the foul, headed to the line to shoot a pair. And while Nikola Jokic has lots of years left in this league, he's already an all-time great, Grant.
You know, B.A., not many guys have won multiple MVPs and a title, but Jokic has already accomplished so much. And with his size and skill set, Jokic can be elite for a long time and add to that impressive resume.
Embiid can't hit. It's Jokic with the ball for the Denver Nuggets. Trailing by 4. Murray with it. Guarded now by Maxey. Pass to Jokic. Lots of room. And again, it's Denver missing. Philadelphia is gone. Only 1 of 3 from deep here in the third. Here's George. Oh!
Wow! Yeah, it seems like George could do this all night. He just keeps finding shots.
On the wing, Porter. And here's Jokic. And that one comes up a bit short. Porter against George. Over to the wing. Drummond passes to George. And the jam by George.
He's not going to take it easy when he gets to the bucket. George will hammer it home.
Pass to Jokic. Oh, stolen by Embiid. George with it. Now Porter defending. It's good. And now a 10-point 76ers lead.
And they're playing rock-solid basketball right now. Really starting to see that lead grow.
So that third quarter is when you want to increase your lead. Really building it up before that final quarter.
Gives us a chance to catch up with Allie LaForce.
Well, the slam dunk is arguably pro basketball's signature play. And forward Nicholas Batum said growing up, you have so much joy in dunking. You're one of the few people in the world that can. But Father Time marches on, and like most vets, he's come to grips with the reality. He said, my body told me, no more, bro.
Well, leave that to the youngsters now, right? All right, Allie, thanks. Russell Westbrook, he's checked in for the Nuggets. Maxey against Murray. Maxey passes to Embiid. Inside. Rebounded by Denver. Jokic has got rebound number 9 now. What an effort here tonight. And slammed it home. And a foul. A chance at another point at the line. It's going to go on Andre Drummond.
Now, you didn't expect Westbrook to back down, did you? I mean, he brings so much heart and hustle.
And that one falls for Westbrook. Coach, after 3 back surgeries in 5 years, it is truly amazing that Michael Porter Jr. is still playing at all.
Yeah, it really is, Brian. And for him to get back to playing at the highest level, he has really stuck with it. And you've got to admire his mental and physical toughness.
Murray against Maxey. Murray looking around. Pass to Jokic. Takes the 3. Murray, no good. Philadelphia leading by 9. Outside Maxey. Cranked it in off the glass. Maxey's got 5 now.
Sometimes the D likes to get physical with Maxey, but he has no back down in him.
For Denver, they've gone only 1 for 6 here in the second half. Murray inside. Maxey covering. Murray passes to Jokic. Back to Murray. Screen by Gordon. Shot clock at 6. The 3. Yes, and it's Murray picking up the assist. Murray's got 5 assists tonight.
Nice work by Gordon, stretching the floor, opening things up with his range.
Out to the right wing. Pass to McCain. Here's Yabusele. Late clock. The Sixers need to put one up here. And so it looks like the Sixers will retain possession here.
Nice deflection there. Really trying to disrupt their offensive flow.
Yeah, there's nothing easy on offense. Coaches love seeing that kind of hustle on the defensive end.
Oh, phenomenal hustle. He has a knack for those boards.
Man, he is tenacious when that ball goes up. Westbrook finds Jordan, and the officials call a traveling violation.
When you're trying to cut into a lead, you can't afford that kind of mistake.
Yeah, that's just a lack of focus. Plays like that can really frustrate a coaching staff.
Paul George, he's feeling it tonight. He's been the driving force for Philadelphia. And it's time now to bring you our State Farm assist of the game.
You know, I'm kind of stoked this was a choice because I love this pass. A remarkable find. He put his court vision on full display.
Yeah, he puts that pass right on the money and made things look easy for his teammates.
The fourth quarter has arrived. So good to have you with us. On the court for Philadelphia to start the fourth. They've got Joel Embiid. Butler out there with Edwards. And it's Yabusele in at the four-man position. Left side, Edwards.
I have to admit, I mean, it's always a tough decision for the ref on the block charge call.
First team foul.
Here's Embiid. Good. He hits the jumper.
Without missing a beat, Embiid gets that's the work of an assertive offensive player.
Here's Murray. And that one's good. Murray's got 4 points now in the quarter.
It's nice to see they're not settling for three-pointers. These guys are putting in the work inside.
Here's Edwards. And he was fouled in the act of shooting. Opportunity for a three-point play here.
And this is what you want to do when you've got a big lead. You must stay aggressive.
Yeah, they're being absolutely relentless, building this lead in every way possible.
Here's Westbrook. Saric, the pass to Westbrook, puts up a three. Edwards pulls it in. The Sixers lead by 10. Butler with the ball. Checked by Murray. And it's Butler with the jam.
Oh, excellent way to pad the lead.
Yeah, especially when it's your one throwing it down like that.
It shows you're able to attack the rim from any position.
Oh, he packs it down.
That is incredible.
An explosive talent. When Westbrook gets room to take flight, he goes for it.
Pass to Butler. Here's McCain, pounded by Westbrook. Now here's Embiid. 5 on the clock. The kick out to Edwards. From the arc. It's hauled in by Saric. Nuggets trail by 10. 2 minutes gone by here in the fourth. Here's Brown. Pass to Saric. Let's go with a three. Joel Embiid with the board. Embiid's got 7 rebounds in the game. And here's Edwards. Here's Yabusele. Here's McCain, defended by Watson. Edwards, the pass to Embiid. Again, the Sixers score. Well, despite the effort to create super teams, the league has a lot of parity right now, Grant.
It really does, and I like it. It's not quite like the 80s Celtics and Lakers or the 90s Bulls, partly because of the salary cap. It's so hard to pay more than 2, maybe 3 stars at a time.
Here's Yabusele. Brown grabs the board. Butler against Murray.
2 minutes remaining in the game. 2 minutes.
A minute 58 left to play in the fourth. Pass to Saric. Here's Brown. And again, it's Denver missing.
Just terrible defense. I don't know how he missed that shot.
Embiid with it. Checked by Murray. And out of bounds. Denver will have it. A different look for Denver. Nikola Jokic is checked in for Saric. Gordon comes in for Watson. And it's Michael Porter in for Westbrook. Nuggets trail by 12. Outside Murray. And it's blocked by Embiid.
Yeah, imposing his will. Embiid sending a message with that rejection.
A little over 3.5 minutes in the books now in this fourth quarter. Here's Grimes. Oh, and he got fouled on his way up. He'll head to the line to shoot 2.
No debate there. He got hammered.
All right, guys, let's get your take on the scoring breakdown for the 76ers.
Well, they've clearly been focused on getting the ball inside. And up to this point, the defense has not had an answer.
They've also been striking from mid-range with great consistency tonight. They just owned that part of the floor in this one.
Well, it doesn't get any easier than this. They'll take these shots every time.
And this is a game they can build off of. They kept their focus all game long, and it will get marked as a win for the 76ers.
And at first glance, it appeared to be an easy win for them. However, they had to weather some storms along the way, Grant.
Yeah, in terms of competitiveness, it was a lot closer than the final score indicates.
And no question this was a team effort, but you have to love how big a night this was for Joel Embiid.
Well, he was the catalyst for them tonight. Played a great all-around game, and you could see his teammates feeding off his energy.
He gets it in there.
Yeah, they blocked out the noise, blocked out the distractions, kept on grinding, and this is their reward.
It is always a special feeling winning on the road. The degree of difficulty adding to that sense of accomplishment.
They can simply hold on to the ball here.
No question, B.A. They deserve the win.
Gordon with a steal. Pass to Brown. Now Jokic. Drummond defending.
Such a clever player. Jokic is adept at using his body to get these shooting fouls.
First team foul. At the line for
He drops the first one, and that brings him within 10.
Taking 2 shots.
He's perfect from the line this time. There's 10 seconds left in the fourth quarter. So it's Philadelphia picking up the win. They have to feel good about this performance. It's one they can be proud of.
Very true. I mean, when you're out on the road, the wins can feel a little sweeter.
Standing 6'11", number 35, Kevin Durant.
Hi, everyone. Greetings from 2K Sports. Get ready for some NBA action. This is Kevin Harlan with Greg Anthony. And hey, Clark, in tonight's game, what are you watching closely?
Well, the thing that jumps out at me, Kevin, is the guard matchup. I mean, both teams have tremendous backcourts. And I really think whoever is able to win or control that battle is going to win the game.
Look at the 76ers starting group. George is out there with Kelly Oubre. Then there's Tyrese Maxey. And there's Embiid. And it's Grimes in at the 2. Maxey finds Oubre. to the middle. Here's Grimes. The shot's good on the assist by George.
George continuing to become a better passer. That's one area that's clearly improved over his career.
The drive by Booker. It's Durant on the wing. Banked in off the glass.
And once he got to the 10, I think he was surprised to find himself that wide open.
Well, this early, they should be showing a lot more energy on defense. It's not there.
The shot by George, wide open. Sinks the three-pointer.
It's a big part of George's game, the three-point shot, and for good reason. I mean, he's a sniper out there.
You know, Clark, the days of trust the process are long gone. The Sixers are now focused on the now.
As well they should be, Kevin. With a superstar big guy in his prime in Joel Embiid, there's no time like the present. And it's not going to last forever, so they need to capitalize.
Outside for Beal. Drills the three-pointer. Beal's got 5 points so far.
Beal's got such a fluid shooting motion. It really helps him on those catch-and-shoot opportunities.
Outside for George. Back to Oubre. And finished off by Oubre.
Clearly, he's one of the best there is in the business when it comes to making that lead pass.
Right now, let's send it over to the sidelines and get a report from David Aldridge.
Mike Budenholzer and I got a chance to talk for a bit. Coach said he knows the obstacles of playing against Paul George. He told me, you know he's going to have his fingerprints all over this game on offense and defense. Our goal will be to minimize how often we let him disrupt our game plan. See how long they can keep George out of the picture. Kevin?
Thank you, David. Here's Grimes. Done covering. Just 5 to shoot. Embiid, no good.
You almost have to assume he's going to knock those down when he is that open.
Durant kicks to Dunn. Back to Durant. Picked his pocket. Out of bounds, Phoenix will take possession. And the Suns making a change here. O'Neal's checked in.
Number 00.
Suns have gone 50% from the field, hitting 3 of 6 since the opening tip.
Boy, he is looking confident. Love how they're using him so far.
And you know what? They're going to keep using him. I mean, he'll be the centerpiece of their offense today. You can bank on that.
Some nice ball movement here by the 76ers. George, no good. And so it's Beal who brings the ball up for the Suns. Here's O'Neal. And finished off by O'Neal.
And not the prototype power forward, but he has tremendous athletic ability.
Here's Grimes. He's covered by Beal. Here's Embiid. Rebound by the Suns.
And you know, guys, with Embiid on the floor, it's not just about his individual play. He changes everything for everyone on that team. That's how dominant he is. It's not just statistics. His presence alone propels him.
And that'll be 2 free throws coming up. Officials on the call with the foul.
Checking in at about 200 pounds, Maxey is much stronger than he appears.
Philadelphia shooting their first free throws of the game. Jones checked in for Bradley Beal, and he's good on the second. 1:22 left to play in the first quarter. Got a piece of it. Here's Yabusele. That one's in, his first shot this game.
And a nice job here early of establishing an inside presence.
Here's Booker. Goes up and lays it nice and easy.
And nothing you could do. I mean, at times, Booker is just going to score no matter what you throw at him.
There's the screen. Maxey against Jones. That one's off. He starts the game with the miss. O'Neal passes to Richards. Kicks it out to Booker. Drains the three-pointer. Booker's got 5 points so far.
Every chance he gets, Booker willing to take that shot. A consistent three-point shooter.
Bona, and it is flushed down with a nice jam.
Well, I'll tell you what, his vertical is awesome, off the charts. A short center who still makes his presence felt.
And the jam by Kevin Durant.
Not many bigs can slow down KD once he gets around the rim.
to the left side wing. Pass to McCain. Gets it to go from beyond the arc.
Boy, at the offensive end, his game is so impressive. I mean, he's a threat every time up the floor.
Outside, Jones. Here's O'Neal. And the last shot before the buzzer is off. And that concludes a back-and-forth, high-scoring first quarter of play. Suns lead. And some good action in the books as we get back to the game that's been pretty close here so far. In a moment now to quickly take a look at the offensive approach for the Suns.
I really like how they're knifing inside with confidence, exploiting any openings they see in the defense, taking advantage.
And it seems they've also put an emphasis on moving the ball, working to rotate around the defense and find those quality looks.
So with Durant sitting on the bench, this is Mike Budenholzer's lineup. The wing pair we'll be seeing is Beal and Allen. Plumlee out there with O'Neal. And it's Jones in at the point. Here's George. O'Neal with the rebound.
Those are chances almost always you can rely on him to get you 2 points, but the D just enough to keep him out of rhythm.
Outside, Jones. Here's Beal. The kick out to O'Neal. Pass to Jones. Left side, Beal. And here's Jones. 6 on the shot clock. Back to O'Neal. Goes up again. And it's Philadelphia with the rebound. And now the 76ers on the break. And then George with the jam.
And you know what? For me, these dunks show exactly how great an athlete George is. I mean, sometimes you're surprised that the basket doesn't come down with the force he punches it with.
Jones, no luck.
The defense ready for him on that possession. They had to be because he is so strong in the paint.
George, no good. For Phoenix, they've gotten off to a rough start here in the second quarter. 0 for 5. Here's Allen. And the Suns miss again. For Philadelphia, they've gotten only one of their first 4 shots in the second quarter to drop. Pass to Embiid. And it's sent back by Plumlee. And he gets it back.
It's almost unbelievable how fluid Embiid is at his size. And his aggressiveness to boot. I mean, that really forces defenses to compromise a bit when they defend him.
Clark, we know what a great player Joel Embiid is. He was the 2023 MVP, and he was on that same road until he got injured last season.
Unfortunate to see the big fella Embiid deal with the injuries that he has throughout his career, even going back to his 1 year in college. It's unfortunate, but that has hampered what is a special, special talent in Embiid. Once he gets that low, there's nothing you can do about it. Embiid is a major handful inside.
Beal can't get it to go. The 76ers leading by 5. Pass to McCain. And we're now a little over 2.5 minutes into the second quarter.
Strong move and a little spicy, too. Embiid's passion for the game, the way he plays, I love it.
And the dunk by Booker.
Puts the D in a tough spot when you have a point guard who can throw it down.
He really does, GA. He really does put pressure on him.
And you know, guys, showing how dynamic a weapon he is for this offense, they feed off of that energy and ability to make plays. It gets them going.
And Beal kicks to Plumlee. Here's Booker. And the call on the shot that sends him to the line. Greg, every year, injuries are a huge factor in shaping the title race. And I'm guessing that teams should probably put more of a premium on durability. What do you think?
Well, Kevin, I think all GMs take that into account. A team wants to be confident it'll have a stable roster over the course of a long season.
Here's what Phoenix has got going on right now. Durant's checked in for O'Neal, and Grayson Allen subbed in for Bradley Beal. Here's Booker. And it's Joel Embiid with the rebound. Embiid's got his 6th rebound on the night. Ball's knocked loose. Here's KD. Kicks it out to Allen. Nice ball movement by Phoenix. Here's Booker. Back to Dunn. Pass to Allen. Dunn outside. KD looking around. Well, it was only a matter of time, but they finally get the bucket. Durant's got 8 points.
Well, that jumper's so effortless coming out of Durant's hands. I mean, it's cash money more times than not.
George against Dunn. George, no good. Maxey against Durant. Now here's Plumlee. He's tightly guarded. Allen's shot is off.
And you could tell he thought that triple was going to fall.
And there's George. That's good on the assist by Embiid. And it's 9 points for Paul George. Booker against Maxey. The shot by KD. No good. And George, here we go. The shot's good.
Paul George.
Now it's a 7-point 76ers lead. And he gets the whistle. 2 free throws coming up.
Joel Embiid.
That one on Embiid.
Even from over here, you can see that one pretty clearly.
No question about it. I mean, a ton of contact and a good call by the official.
Both free throws good from Booker.
And what an advantage. You really feel like you can always trust him when he's at the line.
And that shot was up in time, but doesn't go in. So that'll be it for the first half. Fairly even battle underway in this one. Thanks, David. And we'll be back shortly following halftime to get the third quarter underway. And we've got second half action for you. Thus far, a pretty evenly contested game. Without question, George is displaying his skills today.
Man, he's been running wild on him through that first half. Absolute dynamite on offense.
And you know what? I'll be interested to see just how much he's got left in the tank. That first half had to take a lot out of him.
Taking a look at the 76ers. Joel Embiid out there with Kelly Oubre. Then it's Paul George. Then there's Maxey. And it's Grimes in at the 2-guard spot. And the latest now from our sideline reporter, David Aldridge. David, it's all yours. Take it away.
Thanks very much, Kevin. And another Kevin, Kevin Durant, is the most decorated member of the Suns star trio. AD says, I believe in this team and we believe in one another. I like our chemistry. Not just the three of us, but our whole team. Our coaching staff is doing a great job. I'm not promising anything, but I like our chances against anybody. Kevin can certainly have the talent.
David, indeed they do. That one is good from Joel Embiid.
Great pass by Maxey there. This guy really clever at finding ways to get his teammates involved.
And the whistle blows. It's going to be on Tyrese Maxey. That's his first foul. And here in the second half of play, we're just over a minute in. Richards finds Dunn. The rim-rattling two-handed jam.
Oh, and he went for the two-hander on the slam. See some muscle.
Some urgency from him there. Sure.
I get the feeling, guys, that he may be sensing that this is a critical time in this game.
The putback. And Embiid detonates for the putback slam.
The size and strength of Embiid, he is absolutely mammoth. Really hard to deal with. You may need a couple of guys to box him out.
Outside for Beal. Here's the screen. Back to Richards. Outside Beal. Down to 5 on the shot clock. And finished off by Beal.
What a play at the rim. Bradley Beal showing off all kinds of explosiveness.
Grimes passes to George. Here's the 3. Good on the three-point shot. George has got 14 points.
And guys, there are some you can give that shot to, but let's be clear, he's not one of them. Terrible job there by the D.
Paul George with the steal. Phoenix grabs the miss.
You know, you'd love to see him pull that off, but instead he goes from highlight reel to the bloopers.
A wide open look for Durant. That's in, coming off an assist from Dunn. Dunn's got 5 assists tonight. George against Dunn. It's deflected. Durant inside.
A 3-level score. Durant is a pick-your-poison matchup for defenders.
Philadelphia's gone 1 of 3 from downtown since halftime. Phoenix has gone 2 of 2 from long range in the third quarter so far. With a lead and foul on the shot, so he'll get a chance at the line. That one on Embiid.
Wow, he got whacked on that one. Shouldn't be much debate there.
Blatant contact. Straightforward call. Simple.
Royce O'Neal's checked in for the Suns. The 76ers also with a sub. Drummond's checked in.
Well, he's certainly been on target with the free throws. Such an advantage when your bigs can knock him down from the line.
Embiid. And there's the whistle. 3-second violation.
Boy, in a game this snug, you can ill afford to commit those kinds of turnovers.
On offense, here are the Suns. They're on a 16-7 run. And Booker kicks to Durant. Tough 2 from Durant.
You know, the defense is all over Durant inside, but, you know, his length and agility and high release point allow him to still make it happen.
And it's Royce O'Neal with the foul.
Royce O'Neal.
That is his first foul of the game.
First team foul.
We've gone about 3.5 minutes into the third now.
You know, with his size and offensive versatility, the defense really has its hands full with Embiid.
A drive by Booker. Shot from 12. Misses off the right iron.
Tell you what, guys, you don't see that often. I mean, when he's this open, usually it's lights out.
Nailed from three-point land.
3-point field goal.
Guys, what a back-and-forth game this has been.
And that's already resulted in 7 lead changes.
Here's Booker, and Devin Booker in the paint.
It's almost effortless for Booker this close in. He just drops the ball in the bucket.
Here's Embiid, and the dunk by Embiid.
Well, check out that assist. That's a pair of teammates that are clearly on the same page.
O'Neal inside, working on Drummond. O'Neal sets the screen for Booker. Driving the lane, comes up empty down low. Philadelphia's gotten fewer than half of their three-pointers to go down tonight. They're 4 for 9. Maxey, no good.
And the well is running dry for him right now. Nothing falling.
And, you know, you can sense his frustration. This is going to be a test of his resolve here.
Here's Richards. It's hauled in by the 76ers. Left side, George. And the layup falls.
Paul George.
And now it's a 3-point 76ers lead. And the game still closely contested as we end the third quarter. 76ers lead by 3. And will return shortly. Now let's take a look at our assist of the game presented by State Farm.
And he may not be known as a pass-first guy playing out of the two-guard spot, but he shows here that he can dole out an assist or two when he needs to.
That's right. I mean, that's not his primary duty, but when the situation calls for it, he can do it and does it well.
3/10 quarters behind us. One more to go. Thanks for being with us as we begin the fourth. So with Durant sitting on the bench. This is Mike Budenholzer's lineup. Tyus Jones out there with Devin Booker. Then there's Plumlee. Then it's Royce O'Neal. And it's done in at the small forward. And it's sent back by O'Neal. Clock at 6. Embiid, the pass to Yabusele. Fader on the way. Embiid, no good. Suns trail by 3. O'Neal with it. Butler covering. Inside. Dunn kicks to O'Neal. Back to Dunn. And Dunn with the slam.
And that lead pass allowed him to get straight to the rim, unabated, in stride.
Here's McCain, defended by Booker. Here's Embiid, and a lot of contact on that one, so he'll shoot two here. It's going to be on Mason Plumlee.
You know, you can't go for the shot fake. As soon as Embiid has you in the air, it's over. You're done.
Embiid taking 2 shots.
And Embiid drops them both. The Suns shooting at 48% from the floor. Looking good. Jones drives in. Paul George with the steal. Rim rocker, Joel Embiid.
You know, it's the muscle and size of Embiid that allow him to score through contact.
17 foul.
And so Booker will bring it up for the Phoenix Suns. They trail by 6. Off the mark there with the three-point shot. On the wing, George. Defended by Booker. Embiid kicks to George. At 3 off the mark. Phoenix has gotten fewer than half of their three-pointers to go down tonight. They're 4 for 9. And there's another turnover by the Suns.
Philadelphia ball.
Phoenix making some changes. Nick Richards, he's checked in for Plumlee. Kevin Durant comes in for Royce O'Neal. And Bradley Beal subbed in for Tyus Jones. To the inside, Embiid. Oubre outside. Oubre, a screen on Booker. Another miss by Philadelphia.
You can't look at the result of that shot. They'll take that whenever they get it.
Well, you know, I hear you. That's a good look, but when you're that wide open, I think you got to knock it down.
And this is the effort you want to see out of your guys, win or lose.
Yeah, you know what? I agree. I mean, they're showing a bunch of fortitude here, keeping this game tight.
Pass to Richards. Good. A nice assist from Booker. Booker's got 4 assists in the game.
And you want him taking big shots for you in big moments. That one was as easy as it gets.
Well, you don't want to give him any open shots at this stage. Never mind a layup. Come on now. My goodness.
Oubre, a screen on Beal. 5 to shoot. Maxey finds Embiid. Fires for 3. Embiid showing his range right there.
You like Embiid's confidence and willingness to step up in the big moment.
And stolen by Maxey.
2 minutes.
And now the fast break. George with the ball. Kept alive. Goes back up. Oubre outside. Beal against George. Whistle blows. Basket is good. So a chance here for a three-point play. All right, well, look at how the hustle game has been going for the 76ers.
They have been a wrecking ball defensively, coming up with steals, being active with their hands, and just doing a terrific job of disrupting the rhythm.
And I love the fact they kept the pressure on, really pushing that ball, running it up the floor. I love seeing that. A team staying aggressive even when they're playing well.
A chance to extend the lead to double digits, but it's no good. Here's Dunn. Excellent D there from George.
Boy, he has to put that one away. A solid opportunity gone awry.
Here he goes. And the call on the shot that sends him to the line.
I think George is clearly one of the most difficult covers in the league. When he's taking it strong to the basket, the defense sometimes has no choice but to foul it.
Suns trail by 10. Out to the right wing. Dunn finds Booker, looking to end the run. Booker taking the hit.
And you know, defenses try to get physical with Booker, and now he's used to that. He just plays through the contact.
Embiid, the pass to Oubre. George against Dunn. Now, here's George. D right on him. Dunn with some nice D. Beal dishes to KD. done outside. Lets it go from deep. The shot comes out.
You know, he's not a knockdown shooter from there, but when you're that uncovered, you almost are forced to take it.
And George with the stuff.
They just blocked out the noise, kept on grinding, and this is their reward.
Boy, a fantastic performance. And I tell you something, I mean, you get roadkill, that's always a challenge in the NBA, no matter what, and they got it done.
Booker the pass to Richards. George from deep three-point land. So it's Philadelphia winning this one easily. They came in here and took care of business. Like, much appreciated, David. And that about wraps it up for David Aldridge, Greg Anthony, and Clark Kellogg. This
Fantastic group of passers on each side.
They're just so unselfish. They play for.
Well, you can't help but notice the high style of the Grizzlies. as they came. 2K Sports presents the NBA. We've got some great guards going head-to-head in this one. Brent, what will you keep your eye on in that matchup?
Well, Kevin, you're pointing out the guard play, so this is when they have a chance to go one-on-one. Which of these tandems can stand out against the other? Tons of pick and roll, tons of creativity, and we'll see which of these guys can pair off tonight to win this contest.
So the New York starting five. OG Anunoby is out there with Hart. Then it's Karl Anthony Towns. Then it's Bridges. And it's Brunson in at the one.
There are only a few players who can hit a teammate like that in stride. Beautiful assist.
Brunson the pass to Anunoby. And Anunoby slams it in.
Brunson with a great job of just the setup on that play.
Here's Edey. Good. And the nice assist from Morant. Edey's got his second bucket of the game to go. It's time now to hear from our Hall of Fame reporter, David Aldridge. What's the latest, David?
Thank you, Kevin. Well, I caught up with the Grizzlies head coach. Now, Coach said they need to take away Jalen Brunson's weapons and make him make plays, especially from outside. Coach said Brunson is a great distributor. He gets all of his teammates involved. We need to take away his weapons and make him shoot the three. We'll see if the defense can do that. Back to you.
Thank you, David.
Oh, wow. Brunson just getting sideswiped there and some strength to get through it.
Brent, when you survey Jalen Brunson going from role player now to all-star, what a rise. What's been the key for him?
I just think it's confidence, Kevin. I mean, simple confidence. I don't think there's one point where Jalen Brunson didn't believe that, not that he was the best player on the court, but that he was going to be the best leader. And that has translated into him producing some massive scoring and assist nights for any team that he's played on. This guy is a winner.
And it's the Grizzlies with the ball, following the score by New York. Edey back to Morant. To the paint. Edey can't hit. For New York, they've gotten all 5 of their shots to go down in the first quarter. Terrific start. Bridges passes to Towns. And the rebound goes to the Grizzlies. Here's Morant. The shot misses. Brunson with some nice D. Here's Towns. Up and in, off to an efficient start. 2 for 3 from the field.
And we just saw Cat at his best, pounding the paint, finishing near the rim.
Down low. Outside for Jackson. And he gets the whistle for the 3-second call. And the Grizzlies making a change here. Aldama's checked in. And the Knicks making a change here as well. Achua, he's checked in for Anunoby. The Knicks leading by 6. Brunson scanning the floor. Knocked away. Morant with the steal. And now the Grizzlies, fast break. And a wide open look for Payne. It's good. He makes his first shot of the game.
Many times you don't like that shot selection, but sometimes when you're just feeling it in transition, no one's on you, great shot there.
And forget those threes. Cat, get the easy ones.
Memphis has gone 2 of 2 from three-point range here in the first quarter. Back to Morant. Pass to Bane. Brunson against Morant. 6 to shoot. Memphis needs to get off a shot here. Aldama can't hit.
Rare you'll see him miss such an open look.
Bridges finds Brunson. They grab their own miss. Here's Hart. Achua, the pass to Towns. And here is Bridges. Hasn't made one yet. A three-pointer is right on target.
Bridges has a lot of jobs for his team, but if he consistently knocks down 3, you can add it to the list.
Here's Edey. Off target from three-point range.
And even without that 3-ball dropping for him, the defense should have done more on that last play.
And Towns, the bucket on the assist by Hart. Towns has got 8 points.
I like their focus coming in. Terrific execution so far.
Well, if there were 4 or 5 boxes to check in terms of the game plan tonight, they might have checked 6. I mean, they're doing everything out there.
Achua kicks to Towns. That one is good. He's only missed 1 shot of his 6 taken on the floor.
Their play on both ends has been superb. We'll see if they can maintain the momentum.
Like tonight, that all the hustle plays have meant so much to this team. Now just sustain some of that energy and keep comfortable.
Bain passes to Aldama. Morant looking around. It's been all about Karl Anthony Towns for the Knicks. He got into double digits for the quarter with 10 points total. And we've got more in 2K. And so far through 1 quarter, it's been a lopsided game. We'll see if that changes here in the second. And some stats here, guys. The scoring breakdown for the Knicks.
So far, they've moved the ball well, leading to open, high-percentage looks. Lots of assists in this one.
Well, a lot of the players are doing a good job as well of scanning the interior part of the paint. All those inside looks, those are paying off.
Luke Kennard out there with Pippen. And there's Jackson. Then it's Brandon Clark. And it's Aldama in at the 3 slot. That's the group for Memphis to kick off the second quarter. And the call will be against Luke Kennard. That's his first foul.
I mean, I like the call. I thought the defense was just there a little late.
And the Grizzlies making a change here. Wells has checked in. And New York with a change here, too. Anunoby's checked in. Robinson kicks to Bridges. Here's Anunoby. Anunoby can't get that one to fall. Fires the 3. Good, and the assist goes to Robinson. Anunoby's got 8 points.
And what an assured player. Anunoby believes in his ability to shoot the ball off the catch.
Kennard against Bridges. And there's the call on Miles McBride. That is his first foul of the game. Second quarter of basketball, about 1 minute played so far.
Mitchell Robinson is so long out there that he can cover so much ground, and the shooter's not able to overcome it sometimes. That's a testament to the effort there on the boards, never willing to give up on the possession, finding ways to sniff out the ball.
Looking at who's out there now for the Grizzlies. Edey's checked in for Clark. Bain comes in for Luke Kennard. And it's John Morant in for Pippen.
Now, not where he earns his money, that three-point shot, but he's a good shooter from that range if he's got space.
Here's Edey. From down in the low post, it goes. He's got 9.
And a better box out saves them 2 points there.
It didn't seem like anybody was really aware there to go and collect that rebound in the possession.
Here's McBride. He has yet to score. Shot clock at 5. Bain looking around. Traps in the tray.
One of the more skilled offensive players that is on the floor here tonight. Not an easy fella to hold in check.
Here's Achua. Offensive rebound. Pass to McBride. For the 3. Comes out of the gate empty. He's 0 for 1. The Grizzlies trail by 10. Bain passes to Jackson. Good on the shot, and that shaves the lead to single digits. Jackson's got 5 points now in the quarter. For New York, they've gone 2 of 6 from the field in the second quarter so far. Morant with the steal. And with an update from the sidelines, let's check in with David Aldridge.
Kevin, thank you. OG Anunoby has become a great complementary offensive weapon. And Coach Tom Thibodeau says he's got a really good feel for it. He's very unique in that sense. He knows how to read defenses and how to attack. Kevin, his acquisition has taken this team to another level at both ends of the court. Back to you.
DA, it's been phenomenal. No question about that whatsoever. Thank you so much. Memphis has gone 1 of 3 from way outside since the start of the second quarter. Morant kicks to Wells. Payne for 3. Score it. His third straight basket in 3 tries. And Greg, you talk about toughness, a compete factor. How does a team create that culture?
Call it critical mass. When you have the entire organization and enough players committed to that kind of effort, everyone has to meet that level.
Pass to Morant. And there's the drive. Here's Edey. Robinson pulls it in. The Knicks leading by 11. Bridges passes to Anunoby. Anunoby with the screen for Robinson. To the middle. And it's Anunoby, that time on the assist for Bridges. And that's 13 points for OG Anunoby. Here's Morant. Jackson kicks to Bain. Back to Jackson. Pass to Wells. Memphis moving that ball around. Second chance shot. Edey can't hit. And here's Bridges. He'll bring it up for the New York Knicks. Jackson against Anunoby. That one is good again. He's 6 for 8 from the floor with the basket.
Well, part of their game plan was to block out the noise and just stay focused.
Always a good sign of maturity and steps forward when you can take this kind of effort, focus, and concentration on the road to get a win.
And there's no doubt Morant near the top of the list of elite scorers in this league.
Catching up on the changes for New York. Karl Anthony Towns checked in for Robinson. Josh Hart comes in for Achua. And it's Jalen Brunson in for Miles McBride.
Well-rounded effort, and they show no signs of letting up.
Coaching staff probably most proud of the effort of this team on both ends of the floor here tonight.
New York leading by 15. Towns at the elbow. It's rebounded by Memphis. Pass to Wells. In the corner, it's Bain. Off target from outside. And so it's the New York Knicks. Their lead at 15 going into the break. What a night they've had in terms of their shooting. Everything dropping in for them. It's time now to go courtside as we send you over to David Aldridge from the sideline. David, take it away.
Thanks a lot. Here with Tom Thibodeau.
Thank you, David. And we'll be right back after halftime to start the third quarter. See you in just a bit.
Please direct your attention to center court. And get ready for the fan. Now, courtside. Give me a beat. They're measuring up the shot.
And as we dive into the second half, we'll find out if the next 2 quarters are any different from the first 2. So far, it has been a runaway. One guy who's been getting it done is OG Anunoby.
Well, we'll find out if they were able to find an answer for him over the break. He was scoring with ease in that first half.
They're just way too easy out there, and I'm sure coach is going to make that a priority at halftime.
Here's who Tom Thibodeau is starting the second half with. They've got Hart. Jalen Brunson out there with Bridges. Then it's OG Anunoby. And it's Towns. And at the 5, roaming the paint. To the paint. And finished off by Morant.
And he can get to the rim with the best of them. Morant always finds a way.
Right wing to the inside. And the dunk by Jackson.
Excellent on both ends of that play.
Yeah, the steal was sharp, but the slam topped it off.
And we say it time and time again, so I'll repeat it. Have to be careful with the ball, or this is what happens.
For 3, Bridges buries it from 3-point range. Bridges got his 3rd bucket of the night.
That's Bridges' shot right there, the corner 3.
Brent, I don't want to put words in your mouth, but I think it amazes both of us that Jalen Brunson fell to the second round, the 33rd pick back in 2018. So with that in mind, how has he overcome the doubters?
Well, the first thing he got was opportunity, Kevin, and that's all you can ask for as a young player. What he was able to do in Dallas opened up the eyes of a lot of people to what he was capable of as a point guard in the league. But trust me, Jalen Brunson has never stopped believing in his ability and confidence to dominate a game the way that we've seen him do that in the past couple of seasons.
And the first one at the line is good.
2 shots.
Both free throws good from Morant. The Knicks leading by 13. It's Hart on the wing. Guarded by Jackson. Anunoby in the corner. Wells with the steal. And here we go. Morant heading to the hoop. And finished off by Morant.
You love the energy and effort Morant provides, especially when he's on the break.
Bridges dishes to Towns. Anunoby has the open look. They get the rebound. Shoots over Wells. Anunoby, no good. For Memphis, they've gotten 4 of their first 5 second-half shots to fall. 80% since the break. Here's Morant. And then Morant slams it in.
Watching Morant drive is like watching lightning move across the sky. If you blink, you might miss it.
Towns looking around. Hart finds Towns. 6 on the shot clock. Inside. And he uses the glass on the layup. Towns has got 14 points.
Yeah, and I'll tell you, offense comes really easy to Big Cat.
Time now to turn to our sideline reporter, David Aldridge. David.
Kevin, the league recalibrated its emphasis on fouling during last season. Commissioner Adam Silver said there was a sense that offensive players had too much of an advantage, so an adjustment was made. The fans want great offense, but they want players to be allowed to play defense as well. I think that's what we're seeing. Kevin, it's a welcome change.
Welcome indeed, no doubt about it, D.A. To the middle, here's Edey, and that one is hammered home.
He's not the reason that they're trailing in this one. He's been on his game. It's a few of the other guys that need to pick it up.
Hart against Jackson. Towns a screen on Jackson. Hart wide open. He fires. Those 3-pointers off the mark. The Grizzlies trail by 7. Morant passes to Bain. Outside for Jackson, and it's out of bounds. They say it was last touched by Jackson.
Just didn't get his hands up in time on that one. They weren't on the same page there.
Santi Aldama's checked in for Memphis. And the Knicks making a change here as well. Achua, he's checked in for Anunoby. Hart. No good on the triple.
Ooh, he missed an easy chance to put some points on the board. He won't get a much better look at that kind of shot again here probably tonight.
And then Morant slams it in.
Obviously, Morant has found his flow here, finding plenty of ways to create for himself.
Brunson kicks to Achua. From outside the arc, bangs home the trifecta. Achua's got his second basket of the night.
It's been this way since halftime. Tremendous production from beyond the arc.
Yeah, pretty infectious right here. Guys in good spirits and percentages from downtown on the rise in the second half.
Here's Hart. From outside, off the mark.
And when you can't get anything to fall, it definitely gets in your head.
Especially if you're a player that doesn't get a lot of shot attempts, but otherwise the mindset is, I just got to get the next one to go. And you don't want to put that much pressure on yourself.
Brunson the pass to Towns. Brunson stays agile and finds his opening inside.
And mixing it up down low, Brunson, not the tallest guy on the floor, but he can finish around the basket.
Morant kicks to Bain. Good, and a nice assist from Morant. Morant's got his 3rd assist on the night.
And whatever intensity was lacking there in the first half, you're seeing it on display here now.
You asked for those hustle plays earlier in the game. We're seeing them now.
And as we end the 3rd quarter, a great game. Both teams playing well. It's the Knicks leading by 5. Well, this has been a great contest so far, and I imagine the 4th quarter could have even more action in store for us. New York leading by 5. Morant is the point with Bain out on the wing. Jaren Jackson is out there with Wells. And it's Edey in at the center, filling out the middle. That's the lineup in the game for Memphis.
That's the only kind of defense that's going to cut the mustard here tonight. You got to stay on top of a guy like that who can play at such a high level offensively.
Morant outside. Robinson pulls it in. Robinson's got his 4th rebound with that last one here tonight. Towns finds McBride. Stolen by Jackson. To the paint. Bain passes to Wells. To the wing right side. Morant right side. To the inside. A kick out to Bain. 5 on the clock. Edey slides through for his 7th basket in 11 tries.
And he's really made the most of his opportunities today. I mean, he needs to keep working for those kinds of looks.
Outside Robinson. Towns, the pass to Bain. Driving inside. Up top, Anunoby. Outside, Towns. New York needs to get off a shot. McBride's shot is off. And Morant's got the ball here for Memphis. Here in the 4th quarter, their defense has been very strong, allowing no baskets.
Yeah, I'm amazed at Morant's ability to take contact and still stay in full control.
And the whistle blows. It's going to be on Ja Morant. That is his first foul of the game. A different look for New York. Hart, he's checked in for Mitchell Robinson. Bridges comes in for Miles McBride. And it's Jalen Brunson in for Cameron Payne. Brunson against Morant. Payne for 3. It's rebounded by New York. Hart's got 4 rebounds in this game. Towns down low. Guarded by Bain. Anunoby passes to Towns, and it's Desmond Bain with the foul. That is his first foul of the game.
I mean, that's a tough break for the D. I mean, he took the hit and drew the whistle.
Tipped away. Pass to Hart. New York moving it around. And it's Desmond Bain with the foul. That's foul number 2 for him.
And now only 1 away from being in the penalty.
Here's Bridges. Hart with the screen for Bridges. Shot clock at 6. Out to Brunson. From past the arc.
And superb job by Morant there, making sure to contest without fouling. That's how you play defense.
Brunson the pass to Towns. And the rejection by Jackson. Here's Bridges. Just 3 to shoot. On the wing, Bridges. Over Bain. New York, no good that time either.
D giving him that shot, and that's probably not a good idea, but I guess they knew what they were doing that time.
So they take the lead. Bain's got the lead up to 1 now for the Grizzlies.
Man, I'll tell you what, the pressure is cranked up. Who better to call than this guy?
Towns, a screen on Morant. Brunson, no good. Memphis has gotten a lot of looks from outside tonight. 5 of 12. Bain for 3. Again, the miss by Bain. New York's gotten off to an 0 for 2 start from downtown here in the 4th quarter. Trying to end the drought. New York, no good that time either. Grizzlies have gone 3 of 6 from the field so far in the 4th quarter. Towns with it. He's picked up by Morant. And it goes down 2 points. And taking a quick look here, guys, at the hustle stats for New York.
And they've shown great focus on the defensive end, putting constant pressure on the ball and really disruptive in terms of what they've done defensively.
And I feel like another part of tonight's game has been the hustle points, getting up and down, getting second chances, getting transition opportunities. They've been fantastic in that area.
Down low. It drops.
That is world class.
Love seeing that there. A huge possession, and he nets it.
Pass to Edey. Fires from deep. It falls. A tremendous 3 to to tie it up.
Defensively, you can't back off him that much. You don't want to give up easy threes at this stage of the game.
Towns sets the pick for Brunson. Tried to come right back with the three of his own, but it's no good. Now, Bain. Back to Morant. Outside, Bain. Jackson a screen on Brunson.
Well, the fact that he has that many rebounds for a guy of his size and stature shows you he truly cares about grabbing possessions off the rim.
Outside Jackson. Morant passes to Jackson. And they call the foul, so he's got the and one chance here to make it a three-point play. On the free throw, no good. So a close game sees Memphis take this one. What a show they put on here at home tonight.
I mean, these are those games that feel so great to win, and really, it's like a knife in the gut to lose. You gotta. Grant, one thing these teams have in common, they are great at rebounding the basketball.
Oh, yes, they are. I mean, it'll be a battle down low. Boxing out is vital, and second chance points may just decide this game.
A look at the opening lineup for the Cleveland Cavaliers. At the 4 and the 5, the lengthy pair of Mobley and Allen. Garland and Mitchell, the talented 1 and 2. And it's Strus in at the 3, small forward. Shot's good by Morant.
When Ja is knocking down that 3 consistently, it takes his game to a different level.
Here's Garland. And he gets it to go off the front iron.
And hitting from the mid-range here and early. I mean, really gives the defense just another thing to worry about.
And you don't see many teams take these shots as often anymore. It's nice to see them take advantage in this area.
Now here's Bain, outside Morant. Here's the 3. Jackson can't get it to go. Mitchell deciding where to go with it. Outside Garland. Mobley, a screen on Bain. Here's Garland. Got a hand on it. And just over a minute played here to start the game. Pass to Wells. Jackson outside. There's the 3. The rebound by Allen.
He is just so deadly from out there. You expect that to fall. Well, so much can be said about Jaren Jackson Jr.'s versatility, but I'd like to praise his team-first mindset. If the dirty work needs doing, he's got it, as long as it helps his team get the win.
And so it's Memphis with it, following the score by Cleveland. Back to Morant. 3-pointer. Can't get a second shot to fall, now 1 of 2. And keeping us updated from the sideline, Allie LaForce.
I was able to talk with the head coach of the Grizzlies. And guys, coach stated the number of different ways that Donovan Mitchell can be productive. The emphasis for this defense is going to be limiting his touches throughout the game and trying to trap him when they can. It's a tall task for the defense. B.A.?
Thank you for that, Allie. Memphis has gone 1 of 4 from deep. Payne, the pass to Wells. And another miss by Memphis.
Surprising to see him miss here, but they'll be happy with that shot most possessions.
Allen a screen. Out of bounds, it'll be Memphis' ball. Aldama's checked in for Memphis. Hunter's checked in for the Cavaliers. The Grizzlies have gone 1 of 5 to start things off. Moran against Garland. Ooh, stolen by Allen. Fast break Cleveland. He goes up. And Mitchell with the slam.
Oh, this man can move in transition. Like, look at Mitchell's eyes. They just light up when he's on the break.
Edie. Another miss. They desperately need a bucket. Cleveland leading by 3. Mitchell, the pass to Mobley.
2 minutes remaining in the first. 2 minutes.
To the inside. And it's Allen who slams it home.
For a big, Allen is so fluid, setting a pick and then gracefully rolling into position.
Well, the recent success of the Cavs has centered around their defense, RJ.
Well, if you want a chance to contend, you're going to have to be able to defend. Their coach embodies that, and so does their personnel, specifically their front court.
Here's Garland after the basket by Memphis. We've got 1:28 left now in the first quarter. Allen. And it goes out of bounds. That one off Allen. Clark is checked in for Jaren Jackson Jr. And Cleveland with a change here too. Okoro is checked in for Evan Mobley. Now here's Morant. Outside Bain. Back to Morant. To the paint. 5 to shoot. Edie, that's good.
Just taking it right to the rim, and no one was there to greet him.
Easy possessions like that literally are just a gift. You just dream of them. He'll gladly take those.
And the shot is good by Garland.
Using that quick first step on his way to the rim, Garland is just too tough off the bounce.
Here's Morant. Oh, there's Morant with the slam.
What a finish. I mean, he just took over himself.
What a show of power right there from the point guard. Man, sweet.
start getting up like that, boy, that is special.
Outside Bain. Connects from downtown.
You don't want to let him get into a rhythm from out there.
Outside Garland. 19 seconds left in the first. Okoro outside. And that's a foul called on Isaac Okoro. That's his first foul of the game.
And great job to establish position and square up.
Substitution on the court.
12 seconds left in the opening quarter. Here's Pippen. Down low. Here's Jackson. Good D by Mobley. Oh, a good close contest so far as we finish the first quarter. Memphis ahead, leading by just 2. And getting it going again here in the second quarter. Fairly close game so far. And looking at what we've seen from the Grizzlies, what do you think, guys?
Well, it's simple. I mean, they started off strong, and they've been hot from beyond the arc since the get-go.
And as long as the threes are dropping, you've got to keep launching them.
Jaren Jackson out there with Santi Aldama. Then it's Brandon Clark. Then it's Luke Kennard. And it's Pippen in at the point. That's the group for Memphis to kick off the second quarter. Okoro passes to Mobley. And up the court come the Grizzlies on the break. Here's Pippen. It's good. And he drew contact on the shot, so he will go to the line. A three-point play opportunity. A big group substitution here for Cleveland. Jared Allen, he's checked in for Hunter. Strus comes in for Okoro. Mitchell's checked in for Green. And Garland is subbed in for Jerome. The three from Mitchell. And there's a whistle. That's going to go on Brandon Clark. That's his first foul of the game. Memphis making a switch here.
Now into the lineup for your Grizzlies, number 0, Jalen Wells.
Allen inside. Clark covers. Here's Mobley. Outside Strus. He takes it in. Out to Garland. Back to Strus. Pass to Mobley. Just 4 to shoot. From deep, Mitchell. Cleveland again missing. Memphis leading by 5. For all the adversity Memphis faced last season, Richard, there were some silver linings.
BA, they had a lot of talented young players get more minutes than they might have otherwise due to the injuries, and there is nothing more valuable than experience.
3-ball, Donovan Mitchell.
Whether he's initiating the offense or playing off the ball, Mitchell is equally effective.
Pass to Pippen. Inside. Stolen by Strus. Fast break Cleveland. Here's Garland. The shot is good, and this game is back to even. Garland's got 6.
And a steal like that, with the conversion, can really start moving things in your direction.
Here's Wells. There's the triple. Knocks down the triple.
He can really stroke it from deep. You have to keep better tabs on him.
Time now to hear from our reporter, Allie LaForce.
Grizzlies great Marc Gasol last season retiring from basketball. He embraced the city of Memphis. He said, quote, "I think a player has to feel that it's their city and they have to fight for it. You play with a different mindset when you do that. To me, winning was the most important thing."
And they did a lot of winning, Allie. Jackson outside. Kennard for 3. And the rebound goes to Cleveland. Allen's got 5 rebounds tonight. Out to Garland. Beyond the arc. Cleared away by Wells.
And I'm surprised that didn't go down. I mean, I'm sure he is too.
To the middle. Here's Clark. Count it. 1 for 1 to start the game.
Good execution. They're getting some short-range looks here.
The Cavaliers trail by 3. Garland, the pass to Allen. Mobley, a screen on Clark. Mobley, right side. Stolen by Jackson. Clark with it. Picked up by Allen. Out to the wing. Jackson outside. For 3. And the rebound goes to Cleveland. Richard, every team wants 3-point shooters and rim protection. Jaren Jackson Jr. gives you both.
Oh, he is the prototypical big man. He's Defensive Player of the Year. He's led the league in blocks on multiple occasions, and he can stretch the floor and shoot threes.
And so it's Garland who brings up the ball for the Cavaliers. They trail by 3. Ooh, took him no time at all to get that one. 9 points in the game.
He's just a crafty ball handler that does a great job of selling his move. Garland, this man will hit the break, stop, and pop.
Jackson with a screen on Garland. Pippen. And it's flushed down. A nice jam.
And one move ahead of the defense. A solid pick.
And then the monster dunk to complete the play. Well done.
Great chemistry on display. He understood where to put the screen in order to free up his teammate.
Here's Mobley. And the layup is good off the glass. Mobley's got 4 points now in the quarter.
The nice touch from the interior. Mobley looks very comfortable shooting from there.
And so it looks like the Grizzlies will retain possession here. Some changes for Memphis. Bane, he's checked in for Kennard. And it's Ja Morant in for Pippen. And a switch here also for Cleveland. Hunter's checked in. Jackson can't get it to go.
I think he's gone completely dry. Nothing is hitting.
Yeah, and the risk now is that he gets inside his own head. Time to take deep breaths in through the nose, out through the mouth, and let the game come to you.
From deep, Mitchell. And Cleveland another 3.
When you shoot hundreds of these shots in gyms by yourself, it will make you automatic just like Mitchell.
Here's Morant. Circus shot, Ja Morant.
And once more this half, they find a way to get great position inside.
Just 1 second separating the shot clock and the game clock. Garland, the pass to Mobley. Good setup. Led him to the rack perfectly for the layup. Mobley's got 6.
And we talk about the importance of versatility. He's really got it all on the offensive end.
And it's Ja Morant with the foul. That's his first foul.
I love great defense. Just quick to establish his feet, and he takes the hit.
Mobley, a screen on Morant. Garland, the pass to Mobley. And Mobley throws it down.
He knew exactly where his man was going to be. Outstanding lead pass.
Up in time. No good. Misses at the buzzer. And so a close game as we wrap up the first half of play. Cleveland on top. They're up by 5. And we'll be back right after this. And after a fairly even first couple of quarters, this second half could turn out to be a great one as both teams trying to gain an edge. Hey, nice game. Great performance by Darius Garland.
They've leaned on him to provide a lot of offense, and that's how he likes it.
He always wants to be a go-to guy for them. I'm sure he'll be calling for the ball even more in this half.
Oh, Donovan Mitchell! He's got springs in those legs.
Oh, he's had that move saved up for a minute. You could tell with that smile on his face, Mitchell making the most of that opportunity.
Grant, the Cavs making the playoffs the last 2 years. A big deal in Cleveland.
Well, outside of years with LeBron on the roster, they hadn't made the postseason since 1998. But this group of Cavaliers are making their own history now.
Mobley on a screen, and it's Garland on the drive. And it's blocked. What a play as he just snatches the shot out of midair. Here's Wells. Lays it up and banks it in. Wells has got 5 now.
A great move. I mean, the defense has no response.
Yeah, taking it right to the rim. One imagines that might be discussed at halftime. That's going to be on the film.
Here's Mitchell. Memphis with a rebound. Bane surveying the D. Mitchell against Morant. Oh, Morant takes the contact, and it still goes. Wow.
He gets a lot of defensive attention from Morant. He can expect this type of rough scene anytime he takes it inside.
And stolen by Jackson. Here's Wells. Mobley grabs the board. Mobley's got rebound number 8 here already in the game. To the inside. Here's Allen. And it's Allen who slams it home.
When you're Allen, just about 7 feet, dunking comes easy.
Ja steps on the gas. Kicks it out to Bain. Moran against Garland. 6 on the shot clock. Second shot opportunity. Edey. Good D by Mobley. Cleveland leading by 5. And here's Strus. Still without a bucket. Allen pass to Strus. Mitchell against Bain. Pass to Moran. Just over 2.5 minutes gone by in the second half. Ooh, the Grizzlies with another miss.
See, that miss right there, it's why teams try to avoid the mid-range jumper these days.
Well, you talk about an anchor for this defense. Richard Jared Allen is that.
It's hard to find a big man who can move and eat up space like Allen. He's a great shot blocker that can also move his feet on the perimeter and guard in isolation. But a difference maker at the rim, that is where he's at his best.
Pass to Edey. From deep, Bain. And again, Memphis no good. And Mobley has got the ball here for Cleveland. Just 4 points. That's all they've given up here in the second half. Mitchell finds Mobley. Back to Mitchell. Mobley on a screen. Mitchell, the pass to Mobley. Can't get it to go. He's made 4 of his 8 attempts. Grizzlies trail by 5. Trying to find a spark here.
Yes, indeed. A rough stretch offensively. They could really use a basket. He didn't make them pay for that weak defense, but they just can't rely on him to miss those kind of shots.
Outside for Mitchell. To the paint. Stolen by Bain. Jackson surveying the D. Outside for Moran. Here's Edey. Pass to Wells. Out left to the wing. 6 to shoot. 2 in the cold spell. Oh, and Mobley with the block.
Such long arms. Mobley is tough to do anything against.
Cleveland shooting their first free throw of the night. That's good from Garland. Richard, for years, the Grizzlies team motto was grit and grind. You think that shifted?
They're a little bit flashier now, but they still have that underdog spirit. That's what grit and grind is about. They're always out to prove themselves.
And Mobley throws it down. That gives him a double-double in this one.
It's just too easy for Mobley. This man, he's quick off the floor. He's got a 7'4 wingspan. Look, this man finishes the way he was built.
Pass to Pippen. Here's Jackson. And the dunk by Jackson.
Putting on a show. Jackson Jr. showing you what a big man can do with the rim.
Here's Jerome. Laid it in with a nice touch off the window.
Love how selfless he is setting brick screens like this. Plays like that right there are what help create easy scoring opportunities.
And so it's Cleveland up by a healthy 8 points at the end of the period. And it's all due to their ability. And let's take this opportunity to show you our State Farm assist of the game.
Yeah, just shredding the defense with that feed. Zero chance to stop that.
That's an unguardable pass, flat out. Give him credit for possessing that type of vision.
And this is it. Glad to have you along for this fourth quarter. Senti Aldama out there with Brandon Clark. Then it's Desmond Bain, and it's Pippen in at the 1. That's the lineup in the game for Memphis. And now the Cavaliers on the break. And finished off by Hunter.
And sends it home with some passion.
I think he's rubbing it in a little bit here, hanging up there like that. With the tip. Oh, he hangs in there and cashes in on the second chance points.
Big time effort on the glass.
And when you have a touch that soft, those tip-ins are easier to make. Garland finds Thompson. Hunter, a screen on Clark. Thompson passes to Hunter. Outside Garland. Cleveland needs to get off a shot. Hunter, good.
And just totally relentless, only increasing the intensity level.
Always plays hard until the final whistle, no matter what the situation is.
Out to the right wing. Here's Wells, covered by Strus.
And what an aggressive move to the rim. He's really trying to fire up his teammates right now.
Boy, it's not hard to feel inspired after a teammate makes that kind of finish.
And that could be the spark they needed to make a little run as they try to even this thing up.
Back to Hunter. Memphis with a rebound. Well, the defender's stopping the developing fast break. That looks like a transition take foul. And what do you guys think so far about the offensive approach for the Cavaliers?
Oh, they've done a lot of damage in transition. Every time they see a chance to push the tempo, they're gone.
And another note, how about the way they've cashed in off turnovers, taking advantage when given the extra opportunity.
The drive by Morant. And the shot counts. He's fouled, and it's a chance for a three-point play. The electric Ja Morant. High-flying, fast, fearless. Where's that mentality come from, RJ?
There is just a fearlessness like you mentioned. Most players, you just have that mindset. You don't care. You're going to attack the rim. Doesn't matter if you could potentially get hurt. You are going to take off. That mindset is a level of aggressiveness that only Ja Morant possesses.
The defense there doing whatever they can to protect the rim.
Free throws drop for Strus.
2 shots.
And Strus drops them both.
For a star like him, you get lots of opportunities at the line, and he's great at cashing them in.
Garland against Morant. Oh, a clear foul there on the missed shot. So he'll get a pair at the line. He'll pin that one on Jared Allen.
Tough move by Morant, taking the shot and absorbing the foul.
2 shots.
And Morant drops them both. And here are the Cavaliers now. 4-point game. Garland, the pass to Mobley. Just under 2.5 minutes gone by now in the final quarter. And the Grizzlies pushing it up now. Morant against Garland. Morant, no good. The Cavaliers lead by 4. Here's Strus. Oh, there's a killer two-hand slam.
That's great anticipation and accuracy by Mobley to set up his teammate.
Here's Morant with the drive. So it'll be 2 free throws. He was fouled in the act of shooting. The free throw drops for Morant. And so he hits both.
In a tight game, he is exactly who you wanted at the line.
And it's Garland with the ball for the Cleveland Cavaliers. Around 3 minutes gone here in the fourth. And it's Allen who slams it home.
Defensively, you have to put lots of focus on Garland, so that opens up things for others to get their shot.
Morant, pass to Jackson. Back to Morant. Over Garland. Marked it down low that time. Got hit with the 3-second call. The Cavaliers leading. 1:44 left to play in the fourth quarter. Here's Mobley. Ooh, excellent D there from Jackson. For Memphis, they've gone 3 of 5 since this fourth quarter started. Pass to Edey. They set the screen. Here's Bain. And it goes straight through with a swish.
And this is just typical of him. Always making an impact at crucial moments in the game.
And his team needs every bit of his production if they want to pull this one out. It is neck and neck here in the final period.
Garland, the pass to Mobley. And Mobley throws it down.
Showing poise in the clutch. Mobley has that quiet confidence.
Pass to Wells. Left side Morant. Oh, it's stolen by Mitchell. Outside Garland. Launches it. The rebound by Edey.
And he probably thought he was going to bury that one.
Bain finds Jackson. Mobley grabs the board. All right, Grant trying to seize control now.
And BA, if they can convert here, they might be able to close the door.
Garland, no good.
Things aren't looking good here. I mean, they need points, and they need them now.
And if I were them, I'd start thinking about where I'm going to get food after the game because this one looks a bit out of reach.
He's the last guy you want to leave alone on the perimeter.
Boy, this lead is razor thin.
Yeah, BA, and there's a chance to extend that right here.
About 3 seconds between the shot clock and the game clock. Back to Strus. 6 on the shot clock.
Yes! And they just continue to attack, even late in the game, while they're up big.
If you want to be great, you have to have that killer instinct.
And so it's Cleveland winning this one. They played the villain tonight, and they played it well.
Yes, they did. And, you know, you have two choices. You can either succumb.
to look behind the curtain here. Final preparations for the Welcome, everyone. Thanks for tuning in. And on paper, Craig, this might seem like a potential blowout, but anything can happen in this NBA.
Kevin, we see upsets happen all the time. It's what makes the sport great. You can't take any team or game for granted.
Now, the starting group for the Milwaukee Bucks. The post pair, the longtime duo of Antetokounmpo and Lopez. Taurean Prince is out there with Damian Lillard. And it's Kuzma in at the 3, the small forward. Now here's Prince, following the miss by Ja Morant.
When you challenge a player on a layup, that's what you want. Getting a stop without a foul. The defense wins that battle.
Pass to Wells. Count it.
And once he got to the 10, I think he was surprised to find himself that wide open.
Once he gets in deep on the defense, there is no way he's missing a layup like that.
Now here's Prince. Kuzma outside. No good on the 3. And now just over a minute played here in the first. After back-to-back 50-win seasons, Stan, last season was frustrating for the Memphis Grizzlies in almost every way.
Yeah, that's an understatement, Kevin. They went 27-55. Due to suspension and injuries, they only got 9 games from their star, Ja Morant. But they still have a lot of young talent and still a team that can be very competitive in the future.
Kicks it out to Lillard. Antetokounmpo setting the pick for Lillard. Back to Giannis, the 17-footer. And it's good. Assisting on the play was Lillard.
And you can see the growing confidence that Giannis has in that mid-range.
A moment now to hear from our sideline reporter, Hall of Famer David Aldridge. David.
Thank you, Kevin. I was able to talk with the head coach of the Grizzlies for just a minute. I talked with Coach about how he plans to stop Giannis Antetokounmpo tonight. Coach laughed and then asked me, "You have any ideas?" Giannis is an impossible matchup. We just hope to slow him down a little. As always, it's very difficult to game plan for the Greek Freak, a multiple-time MVP. Kevin?
All right, thank you, David. Pass to Jackson. For Antetokounmpo. Crafty move. Boom, he jams it straight down.
Doing his job on the glass and doing it with force.
And Greg, it's not everybody in the league who can make those kinds of plays.
Well, he gets paid to be a factor on the glass. That's a nice dunk to finish it off.
The Bucks shooting their first shots from the stripe in this game.
Yeah, and fairly decent a season ago, about 77% from the line.
And the Grizzlies making a change here. Aldama's checked in. To the inside. Edey over to the left wing. To the left wing for 3. Aldama gets the bucket.
And they don't want to get in a habit of giving him open looks from 3. First quarter still, but not who you want to leave open.
Now, here's Lillard. Drives to the hoop. And the rejection by Jackson. Morant outside. And then Morant slams it in.
Just as quick as anyone in this league, Morant can seemingly get to the hole at will.
And, you know, Stan, we've watched Desmond Bane evolve into a number 1 option on offense. He's always been there, but now he really is at the top of the heap.
Yeah, he sure is. Look, Kevin, you know, he came into the league as a three-point shooter, and he's a great one. But he's developed his game off the dribble, very good mid-range shooter, and he's strong enough to finish around the rim.
Memphis shooting their first foul shot of the night. And no good on the technical, so unable to pick that one up.
And there's no doubt Morant near the top of the list of elite scorers in this league.
Clark, he's checked in for Memphis. Big group substitution here for Milwaukee. Sims is checked in. Bobby Portis comes in for Antetokounmpo. Trent's checked in for Kyle Kuzma. And Porter subbed in for Prince. Some changes for Memphis. Jackson comes in for Brandon Clark. And Wells is subbed in for Santi Aldama. Smith checked in for Milwaukee. Now here's Lillard. Nothing on the board. Wells passes to Jackson. That one goes. Count it.
And that's what they want to see out of Jackson, getting out on the break and just busting it up the court.
Lillard dishes to Smith. Kicks it out to Lillard, and too much time in the lane. They get called for the 3-second violation. A different look for Milwaukee. Antetokounmpo's checked in for Smith, and it's Green in for Damian Lillard. Memphis has gone 1 of 3 from beyond the arc so far in the game. Here's Morant, and Morant throws it down.
And I'm amazed at Morant's ability to take contact and still stay in full control.
It's tipped. Wells with the steal. And it's Morant missing.
That's not the type of opportunity he fails to convert very often.
Milwaukee, no good that time either. And the Grizzlies leading by 3. And that'll be 2 free throws coming up. Officials on the call with the foul.
And going up strong inside demonstrates confidence. Morant not afraid to get physical.
Both free throws good from Morant. Morant against Porter. The Grizzlies pull it in. Payne with it. Over Trent. He knocks it down, but wait a minute. The officials are getting together. They may want to review this one. And indeed, he's certain he beat the buzzer.
And to me, guys, it looks pretty clear.
After the review, the ruling on the floor is overturned.
Pretty quickly.
They're going to switch the call. There is no doubt, looking at the replay, that he got it off in time. And so it's Memphis, heading to the bench with a 7-point lead as we wrap up the quarter. A look at the field goal percentage numbers tells the story of what tough defense they're playing today. And we'll be back with you shortly. And thanks again for tuning in. If you're just joining us, we've played through 1 quarter of action so far. What stands out to you from the Grizzlies in this one?
You could see they were well prepared defensively coming into this one.
KYP, know your personnel. So far, good attention to the scouting report.
We've got Jaren Jackson. Pippen is out there with Kennard. Then it's Brandon Clark. And it's Aldama in at the small forward. That's the lineup in the game for Memphis. Just 5 on the clock. Here's Pippen. Second shot opportunity. 2 free throws coming up, and they call the shooting foul.
And really the defense fouling there to prevent the layup, but that's exactly what you need to do.
And a look now how the offensive approach has been going here so far for the Grizzlies.
Well, the way they've been attacking inside is phenomenal. Consistently getting high percentage looks, and that's what great offenses are all about.
And I've really liked how they've moved the ball tonight. Because of this selfless approach, they are piling up the assists.
And so it's Pippen with it. He brings it up for Memphis. 6-point lead. Antetokounmpo pulls it in.
Well, the analytics don't like it, but if the defense is giving it up, I like that shot selection despite the miss.
And a wide open look for Payne. And again, Memphis no good.
That was a good look from the mid-range. He'd like to have that one back.
And every year, and Greg, we agree, Payne seems to get better and better as a playmaker.
Doesn't overdo anything with his passing. Looks more and more comfortable creating off the drive and kick. He's become a large part of this offensive engine.
Porter passes to Green. Trent outside. Over Payne. Wells grabs the miss. Memphis leading by 9. Fires from the wing. Payne with the bucket. Payne's got 7 points.
Another good play. This is how they built the lead, calling on the right guys at the right time.
Yeah, come on. They're just having their way out there and continuing to press the advantage.
Let's check in with our reporter, David Aldridge.
Kevin, thanks. The NBA 65 games requirement for postseason awards has drawn some criticism. But, Adam Silver says, ultimately, this is about the fans and putting the best product forward. Load management was not working for us. This is having the desired effect, that guys are out on the floor. Kevin?
Yeah, they want to be on the floor, right? Keep them tuning in. Good stuff, D.A. Thank you. Here's Edey. Uses the glass to finish the layup. Edey's got the lead up to 13 now for the Grizzlies.
And Matador defense, that's one of the easiest shots he is ever going to see.
An unorganized defense like that is not going to help them close this deficit.
And some changes here for the Grizzlies. Brandon Clark, he's checked in for Edey. Santi Aldama comes in for Jaren Jackson. And it's John Morant in for Pippen. The Bucks also changing it up. Brook Lopez is checked in for Portis. Kyle Kuzma comes in for Green. And Damian Lillard subbed in for Trent. Here's Porter. Crops in the layup for two.
Defenses try to test Porter's physicality, but he's adjusted well to it.
Outside, Bane to the middle. Here's Aldama. And it's Clark in the corner. Misses the three.
And I thought that was going to drop. It looked good from here.
It's Porter outside. Aldama with the rebound. Now the Grizzlies with it. They're on a 12-4 run right now. In the corner, it's Bane. No good with the triple.
Definitely a situation you want to make sure you don't give him too good of a look.
Antetokounmpo passes to Lillard. Takes a three. Out to Kuzma. Another shot. A tad short, but it's good off the front iron.
Oh, taking what the defense is giving Lillard with an opportunistic shot there.
Morant looking around. Bane against Porter. Jacks up a three. Antetokounmpo pulls it in. Antetokounmpo's got rebound number 8 now on the night. They get it back. Porter against Bane. Lopez a screen on Bane. Just 5 to shoot. Tries again, and Lopez gets it to go.
Good play and great vision from Porter. The pick and roll gets someone open, and he finds it.
It's a 4-second differential between the shot clock and game clock. Here's Antetokounmpo. The Grizzlies pull it in. And here's Morant. He's got 6. Bane for 3. And that one released in time, but no good. Desmond Bane getting it done for the Memphis Grizzlies. He notched 8 points in the quarter and has that terrific basketball instinct on display. And now we'll send it over to David Aldridge, who is standing by courtside. David.
Thanks.
Okay, David, much appreciated. And now time for halftime. So we'll be back in just a bit to get the third quarter underway. And happy you could join us. We've got 2 quarters left to go in regulation. Desmond Bane really making a difference here.
Man, he's been running wild on him through that first half. Absolute dynamite on offense.
Yeah, and in terms of slowing him down, I think they're going to have to change things up. Give him some different looks.
And Milwaukee, looking at who they've got. The post pair, the longtime duo of Antetokounmpo and Lopez. Taurean Prince is out there with Damian Lillard. And it's Kuzma in at the 3. Bane kicks to Jackson. Played in with a nice touch off the glass. Jackson's got the first basket of the third quarter for the Grizzlies. Pass to Lopez. And to Antetokounmpo inside. Guarded by Jackson. Lopez sets a screen for Kuzma. Here's the floater, and the layup is good. Kuzma's got 5 points so far. Well, Stan, as a former coach, I imagine it has to be hard for you to watch basketball as a fan.
Well, it is. It's very hard, almost impossible. I'm almost always watching from a coach's standpoint, an X and O standpoint. But I will say, even when I was standing on the sidelines, NBA players are so good that you have fan moments even while you're coaching.
It seems like every game we see something we've never seen before, right?
I can remember turning around to my assistants and saying, "Can you believe that?"
Second shot opportunity, and Morant gets it to go. Morant's got his third basket of the night right there.
And you want to prevent Ja from driving to the rim, but you gotta also contest him at the mid-range and just hope it doesn't go in.
Here's Antetokounmpo. Good defense. Better shot from Antetokounmpo.
Well, the defense can't lose track of him. He's just too talented offensively.
Outside, Bain to the left side wing. Wells passes to Bain. Top of the key jumper, no good.
Well, he wants to shoot his way out of this cold spell, but the struggles continue.
Yeah, I get it, but you don't want him forcing things. It's better to get your shots within the flow of the offense.
Just simply overpowers the defense. Giannis flexing that near 7-foot frame.
Trent's checked in for Kyle Kuzma. And so Morant will bring it up for the Memphis Grizzlies. A 2-point game. Here's Edey. The Grizzlies with another miss. On offense, here are the Bucks. They've outscored them 10 points to 2 during this run. Jackson deciding where to go with it. Now here's Wells. Covered by Lillard. Edey gets the bucket.
Yeah, such a sweet three-point stroke there. And it can really open things up inside because as good as he shoots it, it forces the opposing bigs to have to step out on the perimeter.
2 minutes remaining in the third.
Here's Lillard. Takes it off the glass. Lillard's got 7 points.
You won't find too many players with a better understanding of the pick and roll than Lillard. He runs that set to a T.
Santi Aldama's checked in for Wells.
For your Grizzlies, number 7.
Bucks trail by 3. There goes Giannis. Lillard outside. Third quarter of basketball here, and just a little under 3.5 minutes gone by. Lopez, no luck. Grizzlies have gone 3 of 7 on field goal attempts here in the second half. Bain with the bucket.
Well, Morant's acrobatics often get the attention, but his passing is also elite.
You can see, and coach, you can feel John Morant's star power, and his presence on the floor is such a factor. It affects the game.
Yeah, it sure does. And it even affects the energy in the building. His play is so dynamic, athletic, energetic. I mean, you can't sit and watch a Ja game. He's going to get you on your feet.
He is one of a kind for sure. Morant against Lillard, and finished off by Morant.
Boy, you have to be impressed with the offensive production. They have got it firing on all cylinders.
Well, clearly the defense has had no answer for them. Might be time to try something different.
And he gets the whistle for the 3-second call.
And when you're trying to cut into a lead, you can ill afford mistakes like that.
Yeah, that's just a lack of focus. Plays like that can really frustrate a coaching staff.
Wells, he's checked in for Santi Aldama. Bain, no good.
Finding space on the perimeter, but he couldn't capitalize.
Trent passes to Portis, and he drops in the layup off the glass.
Nice execution by the offense, generating a good look.
Here's Wells. Good, and the nice assist from Morant. Morant's got 3 assists in the game.
Got to run the clock and wait for the last shot.
Yeah, unless it's a gimme, there's no reason to put up an early shot here.
Over to the wing. And so it's the Memphis Grizzlies going into the break with a 10-point lead. They've dictated the pace, And a quick look now at the State Farm assist of the game.
Yeah, an easy choice tonight. Look at the precision on this pass. Put it on a platter for him.
Yeah, that's high-level playmaking. He makes it look easy, but it's not.
The fourth quarter has arrived. So good to have you with us. Wells is out there with Santi Aldama. Then it's Brandon Clark. Then it's Pippen. And it's Bain in at the two-guard spot. That's the lineup in the game for Memphis.
Taking 2 shots.
And the second free throw, good. All right, Stan, hypothetical situation. Down 1, shot clock is off. If you could pick anyone in the NBA, who do you want taking that shot?
Well, I'm going to go back in time a little bit, Kevin. The guy who really made my career for me as a head coach. I'm taking Dwayne Wade. He was the best that I ever saw. Not only did he have the ability to make clutch shots, he managed the game clock as well as anybody I've ever seen.
The situation was never too big for him, was it?
Never was, and he's so smart in addition to being as talented as he was.
And Pippen slams it in.
Just rubbing it in their faces with that move.
He is never going to take his foot off the pedal.
Yeah, they're not pulling any punches here. Even the guards are attacking the basket.
Fourth quarter still young, just over a minute play. Out to the right wing. The shot by Wells, no good. Bucks trail by 13. Guys are looking for a spark here.
Yeah, a cold stretch offensively, for sure.
To the paint. Some nice passing there by Memphis. Bain. Rebound, Milwaukee. Portis has got 6 rebounds in the game. Giannis drives in. And the jump by Giannis.
Watch out. Antetokounmpo might be soft-spoken, but he's got a mean streak when it comes to attacking the hoop.
Here's Bain. Plays it up and banks it in. And the Grizzlies lead by 13.
Well, that's easy pickings for him. Unless the defense is all over him, he'll take that all day long.
And that one's good by Porter.
And that tells the tale here today, guys. Throughout this game, they've been able to get the ball in tight and finish.
It's Trent on the wing, guarded by Bain. Trent gets the bucket. Fourth quarter of play, and we're about 2.5 minutes through it right now. And it's Clark slamming it down.
Quick off the floor and powerful. Clark loves to attack that rim.
And he gets the whistle. 2 free throws coming up. And guys, let's get your take on the hustle stakes for the Grizzlies.
Well, the defense hasn't done nearly a good enough job of getting back in transition, and they've taken advantage, racking up fast break points against them.
And they're also finding a good deal of their points off turnovers tonight. Seems like every time they come up with an extra possession, they find a way to convert.
Outside for Jackson. Buries the long-range jumper.
Quick thinking from Jackson. When he's rising and firing fast, you know he's in the zone.
John Morant. First personal foul. Second team foul.
That free throw good from Lillard.
And team-wide, they've been terrific from the line here. Just one of those nights when the confidence has spread from one player to the next.
Yeah, great effort tonight, and he's been rewarded with trips to the line.
High effort play by Morant. He refuses to let the foul stop him from getting the shot up.
And he knocks down the first
The
one.
line for Memphis. John Morant. Taking 2 shots.
Both free throws good from Morant. Bucks trail by 12.
2 minutes remaining in the game. 2 minutes.
Now Lillard. No good on that one. Now here's Wells. Here's Bain. Plenty of space. Kuzma pulls it in.
And that is the exact type of opportunity this offense is looking to create.
Yeah, quality offense will serve you well in the long run. You can't settle for bad shots.
Bain for 3. Kuzma pulls it in.
And the great shooters know when they've got enough opening to go for the three. I didn't think it was a bad choice on that possession.
Good on that shot, and with that, the Memphis lead is cut down to just 8 points with the bucket from Lillard.
Aggressive move by Lillard, attacking the heart of that defense.
And here's Morant. He'll bring it up for Memphis. Led by as many as 14 points. Pass to Jackson. And Jackson throws it down hard.
And now as the clock ticks down, this is going to end up as a solid victory here for Memphis.
And a lot of players tonight helped contribute to this performance, but in particular, a real good game it was for Desmond Bane.
Yeah, you know, he was a man on a mission in this one. The defense had absolutely no answers for him tonight.
And he misses the first one. Boy, he wanted that one to fall. Good on the second free throw. 56 seconds left in the fourth.
And with how well he moves at 6'10", Kuzma is a really hard matchup, forcing a foul there.
Good on the first, and that brings them to within 10. And both free throws good for Kuzma. Memphis has gotten just 1 of 4 three-pointers to go down for them here in the fourth. Lillard against Morant. Well, the Grizzlies with another miss. And the Bucks with possession here.
Memphis foul. Desmond Bane. Second personal foul. 4th team foul.
It's the first that brings them within 8.
2 shots.
And he is unable to get the second one.
And that's a situation where you must make them all to get back into the game.
Here's Morant. Shot clock at 3. Memphis needs to get off a shot here. Here's Heaney. Rebounded by the Bucks. And the shot goes down. So it's Memphis picking up the win. It was up for grabs right until the final seconds.
Yeah, and for me, Kevin, what stood out is just...
David, thank you as always. And that'll do it, folks. So, for Greg Anthony, Stan Van Gundy, and our reporter David Aldridge,
say does.
Welcome everyone to NBA basketball on 2K Sports. And in our matchup tonight, we'll see the Milwaukee Bucks going up against the Cleveland Cavaliers. Hi everyone, here with analysts Grant Hill and Clark Kellogg. I'm Brian Anderson. Allie LaForce, our reporter. A look at Cleveland's opening lineup. At the 4 and the 5, the lengthy pair of Mobley and Allen. Mitchell on the wing with Strus. And it's Garland in at the 1. And for the Bucks, inside we have Giannis and Lopez. Damian Lillard out there with Taurean Prince. And it's Kuzma in at the small forward position. Well, it's fair to say we can expect a bruising battle between these two, Grant.
Yeah, these are two teams that dare you to bring the ball at them. They both feast on the defensive side, so don't expect any scoring records broken in this one.
Outside for Mitchell. From outside, off the mark. Down low. Good D by Mobley. On the wing, Mitchell. The 3 is up. Pure from three-point range.
Mitchell has everything, including that three-point shot.
Mitchell's gone 1 for 2 from deep. And that's a foul called on Donovan Mitchell. That's his first foul of the game.
First team foul.
And here's Milwaukee now. It's a three-point game. Out to Lillard. It's stolen by Garland. Fast break, Cleveland. Here's Mitchell. And Mitchell with the slam.
The hands of Garland starting that break, and just a nice steal. Wow.
And Grant, when you look at Darius Garland, he has a very polished offensive game.
Absolutely. He's great at creating for himself, but also knows when to get others involved. He can score from anywhere, and he works incredibly hard on his craft. And that's what they want to do. Get him open looks early.
The 3 from Mitchell. Rebounded by Lopez. First quarter and about a minute and a half in. Here's Antetokounmpo. And he drops in the layup off the glass.
Good luck against Giannis in the paint. Get out of the way is probably your best option.
All right, let's check in with Allie LaForce.
I was able to spend a few minutes with Doc Rivers. We talked about how his team is prepared to defend against Darius Garland, and Coach said we need to communicate and stay on our toes defensively, whether it's scoring or passing the ball. Garland is a creative player who knows how to manipulate opposing defenses. We should be able to hear his defense talking tonight, guys.
All right, Allie, thanks once again. And here's Milwaukee now. After the basket by Cleveland. Well, Grant, there are few players in the league who can attack a defense from the logo, but Lillard is one of them.
Yeah, and he makes it look so easy. You have to pick him up at the half-court line, and it's been that way for about a decade.
Well, Clark, Lillard's scoring isn't what it once was, but he's still a major threat from outside.
He sure is. I tell you what, he's got such great range and such command of the ball in his body. He can get the shot he wants more times than not. And he's actually gotten better, I think, when he's working off the ball. You still have to be very much aware of where Damian Lillard is when he's on the court.
Jerome's checked in for Cleveland. It's stolen by Kuzma. Ooh, stolen by Allen. Garland, no good.
Ooh, old school right there. No easy buckets.
Oh, and there's a one-hand jam.
Prince doing a nice job with his quickness in transition. He's right there to finish the break strong.
Jerome on the wing. Pass to Allen. And it's Allen who slams it home.
His playmaking is something to watch. Threading that pass right in there.
Lillard into the lane. Here's Prince. And here is Kuzma. And he buries his first look. And it's the Cavaliers with the ball. Trailing by 2. Pass to Mobley.
I love great defense. Just quick to establish his feet, and he takes the hit.
And not afraid to put his body on the line either. He took a shot for the team in that situation.
And the Bucks making a change here. Portis is checked in. And a switch here also for Cleveland. Okoro is checked in for Evan Mobley. Garland against Lillard. From down in the low post. It goes. Lillard's got 7 points.
Lillard is tough in there, muscling that one home.
Clark, one thing to note when you play the Bucks, they don't give up many offensive rebounds.
Yeah, that's exactly right, B.A. Against Milwaukee, your first shot in each possession is probably and likely going to be your last shot. Some teams don't even try for second chance opportunities against the Bucks. They're such a strong defensive rebounding team.
Milwaukee with the ball. They're on a 13-4 run. Prince, the pass to Lopez. Here's Kuzma. Hunter with the rebound. The Cavaliers trail by 4. Pass to Allen. And it's Allen who slams it home.
You know, Allen really moves well for a player of his size, and he's always hustling. That set up the fast break finish there.
Here's Prince. Ooh, stolen by Allen. Jerome passes to Okoro. 43 seconds left in the first quarter. Hunter can't get it to go.
Wide open, and still, surprisingly, he wasn't able to cash in.
They get it again. Portis. Pass to Lillard. Now Lopez. Out to Lillard. Fires the 3. Is rebounded by Okoro. For Cleveland, they've gone 5 of 12 in this first quarter. Allen finds Hunter. Allen with a screen on Lopez. Back to Allen. Knocks it loose. Portis with the steal. And they're running. And here's Lillard from beyond the arc. And at the end of one, a closely contested game so far. Milwaukee out in front, up by 2. And the second. Some good action already in this one, but a fairly even matchup after this first quarter of play. And for the Bucks guys, what jumps out to you, stat-wise?
Well, it looks like hitting the boards hard was an emphasis of their attack. They knew how valuable it was to do so.
Yeah, and you know, when a team establishes an edge on the glass early, it really sets things up for the rest of the game.
So for Cleveland right now, Evan Mobley out there with DeAndre Hunter. Then there's Isaac Okoro. Then it's Ty Jerome. And it's Green in at the 2. To the inside, Okoro on the wing. Knocks it down from distance.
He made the most of that opening, teaching the defense a lesson.
Antetokounmpo with it. Guarded now by Okoro. And he hits it and gets hacked. A 3-point chance here if he can convert.
And Antetokounmpo is just fearless. I mean, hit him, knock him around. Really doesn't faze him. Doesn't matter. I mean, this guy is determined to get the job done. And he does.
And Clark, Giannis is an endearing player in many ways. Which one of his dad jokes is your favorite?
Tell you what, B.A., I can't pick out a favorite, but I love the fact that he's got such a great sense of humor and a sense of being comfortable in his own skin. That all comes out when he interacts with the media and fans. He doesn't take himself too seriously, and I think that's why so many people love him.
Green for 3. And the Cavaliers, another 3.
And put your head down and go to work. That's what they need to do.
Yeah, these teams trading punches right now. I mean, it's table tennis. Back and forth we go.
And a foul called on the way up. So he'll take 2 from the free throw line. Well, Clark, we all continue to be amazed by Giannis. What do you like most about his game?
I just think his passion and energy and relentless effort, he gives it to you every time he steps between the line. You get the sense he's not taking any plays off, and he's trying his very best, and that's an endearing quality and something I've really admired about his game throughout his career.
And Cleveland making a change here. Strus has checked in. And the foul on DeAndre Hunter. That's his first foul.
And there's just one foul now away from the penalty.
Yep, the next one puts them on the line, so they've got to be careful the rest of the way.
Brook Lopez is checked in for the Bucks. Prince comes in for Green. Garland's checked in for Cleveland. Pass to Prince. Trent with it. Back to Prince. Trent outside. Now here's Antetokounmpo. Here's Prince. Clock at 6. Another shot. And the rebound goes to Cleveland. Mobley's got 5 rebounds tonight. Wow, potent offense. It's been fun to watch.
Just aggressive and effective, taking it right to the defense. you can really feel the momentum swinging in their direction.
You know, they need to stay aggressive here. Build the lead up while they've got the chance. Don't waste this opportunity.
Getting enough shots in close to play inside out.
Cleveland leading by 5. And here's Garland. Rebounded by Trent.
It's never easy from that distance, but we see him drill those and shoot around all the time.
Well, that looked to me, guys, like a heat check and was maybe a step out of his range.
Hunter can't get it to go. For Milwaukee, they've gotten 2 of 5 shots to fall this second quarter. A big-time flush by Giannis.
Boy, he is so dangerous from this area, guys. Even when Giannis is defended tightly, he powers through.
Here's Garland. Again, Garland missing.
And even with the miss, that's a high percentage shot for him.
Here's Trent. And a nice finish on the layup. Now just a 1-point Cavalier lead. And you played for several different coaches with very different philosophies, Graham. Did you have a favorite system?
Well, you know, BA, I did. I played 19 years, a number of different coaches, but the 8 seconds or less offense back when I was with the Suns as a player, you want to run, and honestly, it's so much fun getting up and down the court.
Boy, an accurate shooter with really good form. Prince is aggressive when it comes to looking to score.
And a little under 3.5 minutes elapsed here in the second quarter. The drive by Garland. Outside Strus. Pass to Hunter. Looking to end the run. Giannis Antetokounmpo grabs the board.
And the defense got away with one there. I mean, that's the shot he typically makes.
Trent, the pass to Antetokounmpo. Porter looks it over. Kicks it out to Antetokounmpo. Over Mobley. Mobley grabs the board. Mobley's got rebound number 8 now. To the middle. The basket drops, and he gets fouled on the shot. 1 free throw coming his way.
And he gives up some size inside, but makes a great adjustment on the finish.
And, you know, with that size difference, that's not an easy shot. I mean, I don't care how close to the rim he is, that's a tough shot.
Allen, he's checked in for Cleveland. Mitchell comes in for Jerome. Lillard passes to Portis. And the rebound goes to the Cavaliers. Mobley's got 9 rebounds in the game. Boy, he's getting it done. Allen finds Garland. 32 seconds left to play in the second quarter. Offensive board. Out to Mobley. Takes a 3. Allen can't get it to go. Milwaukee has gone 1 of 2 from deep in the second quarter. And there's the foul. It's going to belong to Darius Garland. That's his first foul of the game.
14 foul. In for the Cavaliers. Number 1.
15 seconds left to play in the first half. Lillard passes to Portis. And then Portis with the dunk.
You know, when you're facing Dame, he's at the top of the scouting report. High priority item. Well, that opens things up for his teammates.
Now Strus. And we're through the first half of play here in what's been a good one. Milwaukee out front. They're up by 1. Well, now we have some time to check in with Allie LaForce. Allie.
Thanks, guys. I'm here with Doc Rivers and Coach. You guys came out aggressive in the...
Thanks very much, Allie. And folks, we'll be right back to start the second half of this game. And in that first half, we saw a pretty tight battle. We'll soon find out what sort of adjustments were discussed during halftime. Wow, Damian Lillard really having a great game.
Yeah, even with the extra attention he's getting from the defenders, he's finding ways to excel.
Well, we're not surprised by that. No more than what we've come to expect of him. He can adapt and adjust to anything a defense tries to throw at him.
Inside, we have Giannis and Lopez. Torian Prince is out there with Damian Lillard. And it's Kuzma in at the 3, the small forward. That's the 5 on the floor for the Bucks. Garland for 3. Nails it from beyond the arc. Garland's got 5 now.
This is just fun. These teams are trading threes back and forth.
Nothing like answering back. One team gets 3, you fire 3 of your own. Boom.
Kuzma, the pass to Prince. Antetokounmpo with it from deep. The rebound by Allen.
And he almost made them regret defending him so loosely.
Left side, Strus. From downtown, sinks the tray. He has 6.
Well, Allen is usually the last stop the ball makes, but he selflessly gives it up to a wide-open guy.
Here's Antetokounmpo.
Guys, he's one of the main reasons this game is tied up. I mean, he's done his part to keep them in it.
And it's Garland with the ball for Cleveland. Inside, on the wing, Strus. Oh, it's blocked by Lopez.
Big Brook Lopez gobbling up space and getting the block on that play.
Cleveland has got 6 out of 15 threes so far in this game. Mitchell misses. The Bucks have gone 2 of 5 in this third quarter, and we know Donovan Mitchell is a superb scorer. But Grant, what do you think he's focused on at this point of his career?
Well, B.A., it's all about championships for him. This is a guy that doesn't just want to be seen as an elite player. He really wants to compete for titles, too.
You know, when Antetokounmpo puts his head down, man, it is a really terrifying sight for the defense when this guy's coming at you all limbs and arms and size and ball skills. Usually you just end up hacking away at him to stop him from getting to the hoop.
And so Antetokounmpo nails both of them. And now around 2 minutes gone by in this half. Garland, the pass to Mobley, who is stolen by Lillard. Kuzma with the ball. Strus covering. Pass to Lopez. Lillard outside. Fires for 3. Such a sweet stroke from Damian Lillard.
Tell you what, doesn't matter whether he's on the move or standing still, Leonard is a flat-out laser shooter.
Garland, no good. Milwaukee leading by 3. And Lillard, here we go. And a great assist by Antetokounmpo. And that one goes in. Antetokounmpo's got 3 assists now in this one. Mobley outside. Garland against Lillard. Allen outside. Can they get it? And he'll draw the foul. He'll head to the line for 2.
And, you know, when Allen gets this positioning, the defense is in trouble, which in turn forces them to commit the foul.
That free throw misses. Trent, he's checked in for Milwaukee. Hunter's checked in for the Cavaliers. And he sinks the second. For Milwaukee, they've gotten 4 of 7 shots to drop in the third. Lillard can't get it to drop. Good work defensively by Mitchell. Right side Garland from outside the arc. And so the ball out of bounds. Antetokounmpo touched it last. There's a minute 54 left in the third quarter. And here's Hunter for 3. And once again, off the mark by Cleveland. Milwaukee leading by 4. And there's the foul. It's going to belong to Darius Garland. That'll be a second foul of the game.
Second team foul.
And there's a minute 45 left in the third quarter. Here's Antetokounmpo. Mobley grabs the board. Mobley's got double-digit rebounds now in the game. And Mitchell launches it from deep. The quick look, no good that time. Milwaukee has gotten 2 of 4 threes to fall here in this third quarter. Trent left side. Pass to Prince. 1:19 left in the third. And it's off from three-point range. The Cavaliers trail by 4. The kick to Hunter. And it's going to be a 3-second call.
3-second violation. Bucks ball.
Milwaukee making some changes. Sims, he's checked in for Lopez. Bobby Portis comes in for Antetokounmpo. And it's Porter Jr. in for Prince. Okoro is checked in for the Cavs. Jerome comes in for Garland. Trent on the wing. Outside Porter. Pass to Lillard. Outside for Porter. And another miss by Milwaukee.
It's tough to get open in this league, and when you do, it hurts not to capitalize.
Back to Mitchell. And he was camped in the lane there. He gets a 3-second call. Smith, he's checked in for Sims. And Cleveland making a change here. The Bucks leading by 4. Lillard left side. Oh, tough shot, Lillard.
Watch out now. Lillard is smoking and looking to score every time he touches it.
Garland, the pass to Mitchell. Mobley outside. Jacks up a 3. Gets the 3 ball to go. Mobley's got 7 points in the game.
Boy, a big man with great touch from deep, always a valuable commodity in today's game.
Rejected by Allen.
Boy, elite shot blocking is what Jared Allen gives you night in and night out, both inside and even on the perimeter, too. He's an excellent defender.
Mitchell on the drive. Outside Strus. 1 second left. Oh, it would have counted had it fallen, but it is offline. We're at the end of the third quarter, and we've still got a close one. And it's time to bring up the State Farm assist of the game.
And he definitely deserves the award. Reading the defense like a point guard.
Terrific versatility coming from a big man. Not something that the majority of big guys possess.
Well, what a terrific game it's been so far. With this fourth quarter sure to bring more pressure-packed basketball. And Cleveland, looking at who they've got to start the fourth. They've got DeAndre Hunter. Darius Garland is out there with Ty Jerome. Then it's Thompson, and it's Strus in at the small forward position.
Whoa, storming inside on that drive, and then just exploding. What a jam by Porter.
And you want him taking good shots at this point in the game, and that one was easy.
Well, you don't want to give him any open shots at this stage, never mind a layup. Come on now. My goodness.
Here's Jerome. And no good. Had a chance to take the lead. And so it's Green who brings up the ball for Milwaukee. They lead by 1. Trent finds Portis. Knocked away. And now the Cavaliers on the break to take the lead. Ooh, lands soft on the front of the rim and drops in. And a closer look here at the hustle stats for the Cavaliers.
Really a great job in this one, forcing the issue defensively. Great quickness and discipline combined, making ball handlers very uncomfortable.
Yeah, all throughout the game, the opposition hasn't been able to keep them off the glass, and they're paying for it, giving up second chance points. And defensively, how do you leave them that open in crunch time?
Porter, the pass to Green. And the layup is good. Green's got his first points of the game.
Win or lose, this is the fight you want to see from your players.
Yeah, you know what? I agree. I mean, they're showing a bunch of fortitude here, keeping this game tight.
And here's Hunter for 3. It's hauled in by Portis. The Bucks shooting it well, almost 50% from the floor. And here's Strus outside. Milwaukee with the rebound. Portis has got rebound number 5 here tonight. And here's Porter outside. Thompson pulls it in. The Cavaliers have gone 4 of 7 from the field in the fourth quarter. Strus's shot is off.
And this is exactly who you want taking that shot. He just missed it.
Out of bounds. It'll be Cleveland ball. Prince is checked in for the Bucks. Rollins comes in for Porter Jr. And Cleveland with a change here too. Allen's checked in. The Cavaliers leading. Garland looking around. To the inside. Hunter. It's Milwaukee with a rebound.
Okay, that's how you stop a dunk. The defender brings the interference in a big way.
Trent left side. Here's Rollins. Milwaukee, no good that time either.
Just terrible defense. I don't know how he missed that shot.
Pulls up. Jerome, that's good. And the Cavaliers lead by 4.
And we've come to expect this kind of vision out of Garland.
Rollins passes to Trent. Gets the 3 to fall.
And this is just typical of him. Always making an impact at crucial moments in the game.
You know, they want the ball in his hands here because they trust him to hit all the big shots.
Now here's Garland. The D's right on him. Strus with the bucket.
And just a painful blow right there. I mean, eyeing the lead, they give up a big triple.
And as soon as they splashed that bomb, the air just went right out of the building. Total deflation. Good, solid execution inside. That's exactly the look you want.
Outside Garland. Pass to Strus. The three. Garland, no good. The Bucks trail. Here's Rollins. And so he draws the foul, headed to the line to shoot a pair.
Yeah, really left him no choice there. He had to foul and keep him from converting the easy bucket.
Milwaukee making some changes. Lopez, he's checked in for Portis. Kuzma comes in for Prince. And Damian Lillard subbed in for Trent. Evan Mobley, he's checked in for the Cavs. Mitchell comes in for Jerome.
Making them when it matters most. Those trips to the line can build some confidence. And just a great job of getting there first and absorbing the contact.
No question about it. No flop there. That was a direct shot to the chest.
Prince is checked in for the Bucks. Lillard passes to Kuzma to take the lead. And here's Lopez. Prince down low. Checked by Mitchell. Kuzma for three. Oh, he buries it from outside.
Talk about stepping up in a big way.
Well, that was 1-2. He wanted the ball. Nobody else was taking that shot.
The offensive rebound. From deep, Mitchell. Count it. Oh, a tremendous three. We're tied.
He's so clutch. When the pressure is at its highest, that's when he's at his very best.
Antetokounmpo inside. Mobley's on him, and it's Antetokounmpo with a miss. Now 8 seconds separating the two clocks. Lopez with the steal. Strus against Prince.
You know, feeling very comfortable taking a big shot when his team needs it. That's a sign of how Antetokounmpo has matured recently.
Garland against Lillard. From deep. Misses the three. And so it's Milwaukee who scrape by with the win. What a performance they have here at home today.
I'll tell you what.
Thanks, Allie. Great interview once again. Well, folks, that's going to do it for now. For Allie LaForce, Clark Kellogg, and Grant Hill, this is Brian Anderson.
important. In today's NBA, and a major part of the game plan, Greg, for both of these teams.
And we can expect to see a high volume of shots from beyond the arc in this one. I'm looking for whichever squad is able to create more havoc and throw the opposing shooters off their rhythm.
Here are the starters for Milwaukee. The post pair, the longtime duo of Antetokounmpo and Lopez. Taurean Prince is out there with Damian Lillard. And it's Kuzma in at the threesome. Lopez, no luck. Here's New York. Anunoby outside, and it's off from three-point range. Antetokounmpo against Anunoby, and that's good from Antetokounmpo on the assist from Prince.
And this is where you feed Giannis. The closer he is, the more dangerous he becomes.
Hart with the screen for Towns. The offensive rebound. Bridges, no one around him. Drains it from beyond the arc.
And he's not going to miss that sort of an opportunity from deep.
Doris, when you think of Mikal Bridges, what comes to mind?
The fact that he is available almost every single night, that you can count on him to bring great defensive intensity. He's become a legitimate threat from three-point territory, and now all of a sudden he's adding some ball skills. Mikal Bridges gets better every single year.
I think what makes Giannis special is how uncomplicated he is. The man is just an incredible, pure athlete who simply loves the game of basketball. That's all there is to it. Man, he sure can get off the floor.
He's one of the best in the business, absolutely. Pass to Bridges. Brunson kicks to Hart. There's the pick. Launches it. The rebound by the Bucks.
He couldn't believe how open he was. He just couldn't convert it.
Lillard and Damian Lillard with the jam.
That first step of Lillard, deadly.
Here's Brunson. Hart with a screen on Lillard. Pass to Hart. Giannis grabs the miss.
Well, this is the kind of shot we've come to expect him to make. He's got to be upset with that one.
And again, the turnover by the Bucks. Brunson surveying the D. On the wing, Anunoby. Bridges outside. Just 5 on the clock. New York needs to get off a shot. It's up a 3. Anunoby, good. Anunoby's got 5 now.
Don't give OG Anunoby too much space, boy. He will rise and fire in the catch-and-shoot game.
And it's Lillard missing.
It's all about the defense right there. Without that level of activity, he probably scores it.
And it's Hart penetrating. For 3, Bridges, and the 3 ball is good. He has 6.
You've got to be aware and stay attached to Mikal Bridges beyond that arc. This guy's dangerous as a shooter.
Doris, the way this Knicks roster was put together, they have a great level of physicality.
Kevin, if you think about it, with the way the rules are starting to trend back toward that level of physicality, they've got an opportunity to be successful. They also have a big-time star in Jalen Brunson, so there's a lot to like about the future. Well, certainly not the best defensive effort, but this guy can't make them pay for their laziness.
And there's the foul. It's on Jalen Brunson. That's his first foul. A different look for New York. Achua, he's checked in for Anunoby. And Miles McBride subbed in for Bridges. The Bucks also with the sub. Portis is checked in. Now here's Prince. No scoring in this one. Portis, the pass to Prince. It's hauled in by Karl Anthony Towns. Hart, wide open. He fires. And the 3 off target. Bucks trail by 6. Kuzma passes to Lopez, and Lopez throws it down.
Boy, you love Lopez's effort. This guy dunking is easy for him, right? He's close to the rim, 7 foot. Come on now.
Now McBride. Stolen by Prince. And Prince with a clear path to the hoop. Jumps up, and Prince with the jam.
Assisted by.
That's a double whammy, guys.
That's right. A great defensive play, then the emphatic stuff.
Let's see if that serves as a momentum builder. What a great sequence for this group.
Now, here's Achua. Here's Hart. New York, no good that time either.
Nothing seems to be going his way this quarter.
Well, not at the offensive end, certainly. He cannot buy a bucket right now.
Hart against Kuzma. 8-second difference between the shot clock and the game clock. No good. That would have tied it.
Boy, that's too easy to miss, but somehow he finds a way to do it.
Hart kicks to Brunson. Back to Hart. Three-pointer. The shot's good on the assist by Brunson. Brunson's got 3 assists now in this one.
Knicks lead.
And we reach the end of the first quarter. Knicks lead 5-5. And back in a moment as we'll... And for those of you just tuning in, the second quarter of action is where we're at right now. And guys, what do you think about the offensive approach so far that we've seen for the Knicks?
Absolutely dialed in from beyond the arc so far. The defense is surrendering the long-range shot here early on.
And the other thing I love, how they're making the extra pass. They're not settling for the first shot. They're going from good to great.
Achua is out there with Robinson. Then there's Cameron Payne. Then it's Mikal Bridges. And it's McBride in at the 2-guard spot. That's the 5 for New York right now. Achua kicks to Robinson. Some nice passing by New York here. Robinson, a screen on Trent. Inside. Robinson, that's good.
Yeah, good awareness by Mitchell Robinson. Reads the coverage and capitalizes as a roller.
16.
A shot by Antetokounmpo. Nobody around. Good on the baseline, Jay. Giannis has got 5 points so far. The Knicks leading by 3. Robinson kicks to Achua. And there's the call on Giannis Antetokounmpo. That is his first foul of the game. Anunoby, he's checked in for the Knicks.
Now into the lineup for your New York Knicks. Number 8.
Trent against Bridges. To the paint. 4 on the clock. The 3 ball. Giannis Antetokounmpo grabs the miss. Antetokounmpo's got his 4th rebound in this one. Portis finds Giannis. Knicks with the rebound. Bridges with it, and it's Trent picking him up. Here's McBride. Second chance shot. Giannis grabs the miss. Bucks trail by 3. Porter passes to Trent. Back to Porter. Pass to Antetokounmpo. And the league giving a bit more leeway, GA, to defenders. As a hard-nosed defender yourself, I'm sure you like that change.
Oh, I do. I mean, we all love the intensity of playoff basketball. So why not bring a certain level of physicality to the regular season?
Here's Achua. Hits it from 3-point range. Achua's got himself going with the triple, his first basket of the game. They kick it out to Green.
19-15.
And contact on the shot, so he'll be shooting free throws here. For Milwaukee, they have been successful on 3 of their 4 free throw attempts up to this point. And he makes the first. Karl Anthony Towns checked in for New York. Jalen Brunson comes in for Miles McBride. The Bucks also changing it up. Lopez, he's checked in for Portis. Prince comes in for Gary Trent. And it's Damian Lillard in for Kevin Porter.
Big time slam by Karl Anthony Towns. Love when he's playing with this sort of aggression.
And Doris, what a breakout for the guard Jalen Brunson these last couple seasons.
Kevin, I think what's taken a lot of us by surprise is how capable he is in being the center point of an entire offense. And not only as a scorer for himself, but involving all the guys around him. Truly an incredible transformation.
The kick out to Anunoby. Good, and the assist goes to Robinson. That's now 8 points for OG Anunoby.
Nice job by OG Anunoby to be aggressive from distance. Well, nice job crashing the glass. You'd love to see that kind of effort.
Brunson outside. Towns a screen on Prince. Bridges for three. Giannis Antetokounmpo grabs the miss. Antetokounmpo's got 6 rebounds in the game. There's Giannis with the slam.
Giannis will take on any defender. Nice finish that time.
Here's Anunoby. And the basket for the 4th time from the field. He's a healthy 4 for 6.
What an effective, efficient offensive possession. They'd love to get that shot every trip down the floor.
Prince finds Green. Here's Giannis. And they call the foul, so a chance at the line for one more coming up.
Just simply overpowers the defense. Giannis flexing that near 7-foot frame.
Josh Hart, he's checked in for Robinson. And Milwaukee also making a switch. Kyle Kuzma's checked in for Green. We know, Doris, that Towns might already be one of the best shooting bigs ever.
But Kevin, he flat stated and called himself the best shooting big of all time. He has an argument because not only has he shot the ball incredibly well from deep, even as his volume has gone up, his efficiency stays the same. This is a gifted offensive post player.
Bridges for 3. Rebound, Milwaukee.
And on an open look like that, he's very gifted at making the weak coverage pay.
Count that one.
Aggressive moves by Lillard, attacking the heart of that defense.
The Knicks leading by 3. Bridges kicks to Brunson. Here's Hart. That falls. Nice feed that time from Brunson. Hart's got 8 points.
Well, you love the activity out there. What a play. This guy is busy on the offensive end.
6 seconds separating the shot and game clocks. And Lopez throws it down.
And with the height to see over the defense, the eyes to spot the open man, Giannis continues to flourish as a facilitator.
The kick out to Anunoby. And the Knicks hit again from deep. Here's Giannis. Knicks with the rebound. Towns has got 8 rebounds in this game. And that concludes the first half. It's the Knicks up by 7. A chance now to send it over to David Aldridge, standing by courtside. David.
Thank you, Kevin. Carl, you guys have built a lead. What is the key to maintaining or increasing it?
All right, David, thank you. And stay with us, folks. We'll be back just after halftime to get the third quarter started.
Please direct your attention to center court and get ready for the fan half-court shot. Wrong. They're measuring up the shot.
And if you're just joining us in this one, first half is in the books, 1 half to go. One guy who's been getting it done is OG Anunoby.
Yeah, he's just been raining down on him from deep here. Talk about dialed in.
Well, he's in a great rhythm, looking comfortable and confident.
Getting underway in the second half, here's the 5 for Doc Rivers. The post pair, the longtime duo of Antetokounmpo and Lopez. Damian Lillard out there with Taurean Prince. And it's Kuzma in at the 3 spot. Lillard, the pass to Kuzma. Back to Lillard. And the whistle blows. It's going to be on Damian Lillard. That's his first foul.
Yeah, really good defensive play to cut him off there and square up.
That's his first personal.
The Knicks leading by 7. Brunson kicks to Anunoby. Chance there to push it to double digits, but it's off the mark. Lillard with it. Brunson picks him up. Kuzma passes to Giannis. And a miss there on the triple. The Knicks shooting well. They're at 45%. Pass to Bridges. Takes the three. Here's Towns. And there's 2 points. Working on the glass, paying off that time. Towns has got the lead up to 9 now for New York.
36-20.
Here's Lillard. Rebounded by Hart. For New York, they've gotten just one of their first 4 shots to fall since coming out of the locker room at the break. And it's slammed in by Bridges.
Well, you cannot let Mikal Bridges get into the paint because he's going to hammer it home when you do.
The ultimate glue player, Josh Hart. Doris, he plays way bigger than his listed 6'4" height.
I'm going to be honest with you, Kevin. This is the best rebounding guard I've ever seen in my career covering the NBA. Let's remember, he won a national title in college. He's willing to do absolutely anything to help his team win. You want this guy on your side.
Antetokounmpo kicks to Kuzma. And it's Antetokounmpo picking up the assist. Antetokounmpo's got 3 assists in the game. The 3. Hart, no good.
Boy, he won't miss many from that spot. The defense gets lucky there.
Prince with the ball. Brunson picks him up. Kuzma passes to Antetokounmpo. On the wing, Giannis. Shot clock at 5. Down low. Lopez kicks to Antetokounmpo. No basket. That's his 5th miss in 11 attempts from the floor. And Anunoby, here we go.
What you appreciate is OG Anunoby's detailed and patient offensive approach, simply taking what the defense gives him.
Nice ball movement by Milwaukee. Kuzma, that's good.
Kuzma.
The Knicks leading by 10.
2 minutes remaining in the
Brunson outside. Towns kicks to Brunson. Hart with the screen for Brunson. Anunoby against Kuzma. There's the triple. Anunoby, good. Anunoby's got 18 points in the game.
Well, you like the decision-making from OG Anunoby right there. Picking quality shots, gets into his jump shooting motion. Well done.
Antetokounmpo against Bridges. Physical basketball from Giannis Antetokounmpo.
Well, that's not the guy you want guarding him at the rim. Just too much of a differential in terms of size.
The kick out to Towns. And again, New York with the triple.
Their ability, again, to stretch the floor, particularly in this second half.
And guys, boy, when you're hitting, it sure does work. It obviously opens up major options at the offensive end.
Anunoby outside. Bridges right side. Pass to Towns. Antetokounmpo with the steal. Lillard from outside knocks down the 3-ball. He has 7.
A downright lethal 3-point threat. Lillard is someone defenders must stay attached to if they want to have any impact.
Bucks trail by 11. No good there, and that would have cut it to single digits. 3 seconds separate the shot clock and game clock. Anunoby passes to Bridges. New York, no good that time either. Bucks have gone just a bit under 50% from the field since halftime. 5 out of 11. Antetokounmpo with the bucket.
And we see this often now from Giannis. His offensive repertoire has become so versatile.
Yep, it counts.
And no matter what they've tried, the D just has not been able to deny them the ball inside.
And there's the foul. It's on Jalen Brunson. That'll be his second foul of the game.
Personal foul. First team foul.
Tries to keep it alive. And it's out of bounds. The Bucks able to retain possession here.
Milwaukee ball.
And it goes out of bounds. Last touch by Trent.
And for the Bucks, number 7, Chris Livingston.
Here's McBride. lets it go with the three. And the last shot at the buzzer doesn't go in for him. And so it's New York holding on to an 11-point cushion as we get ready to take a break. They're pounding the ball inside, and that's where they've gotten their... And a worthy candidate tonight as we take a look at our State Farm assist of the game.
And I'm glad this was the pick because I love this pass. Such a great dish. That's what I call court vision.
Well, making the game easy for your teammates. All about putting them in a position to score. That's pretty.
And as we head into the fourth, we'll see if there's a comeback in the works or if it's more of the same from the first three quarters. OG Anunoby is out there with Achua. Then there's Miles McBride. Then it's Payne, and it's Towns in at the 5, roaming the paint. That's the 5 for New York right now. Here's Antetokounmpo. And he could not get that one to go. A lot of contact, and he'll go to the line for 2. It's going to be on Precious Achua.
Man, with that skill set at 6'11", Giannis might be the toughest guard in the league.
And he sinks the second. Payne with it. Anunoby has the open look. Offline with his 3. Here's Porter. And finished off by Porter.
When he's going, KPJ is a deadly offensive player. Can beat you in so many ways, including off the bounce.
Payne finds Achua. Payne looking around. Back to Achua. Stripped away. And now running it up the court. Green pushing it all the way. Here's Antetokounmpo. Using his size. Giannis.
That's unselfishness from Trent Jr. We know he wants to score, but when your teammate's that wide open, just simply put the ball where it needs to be.
Towns in the corner from the arc. And he's good on the 3-ball. And the Knicks lead by 9.
And when you've got a big man who can shoot from distance like that, what a huge advantage.
Porter dishes to Green. To the inside. Oh, and Antetokounmpo hammers it in.
But he is so efficient, so productive. But for them to have real success, he needs help.
Towns the pass to McBride. Anunoby against Trent. Here's McBride. No good from outside. Bucks trail by 7. Giannis slashing. And that one is good. Giannis has got 7 points here in this quarter.
And on the drive, Giannis, he can be so disruptive, just muscling his way through the defense.
Now here's Payne, guarded by Porter. Towns a screen on Porter. Payne gets a wide open look. A 3-pointer, no good. And so Antetokounmpo will bring it up for Milwaukee. They've played a great fourth quarter defensively, allowing only 3 points.
Yeah, this offense is rolling. They've been assertive, but they're also playing under control.
I think the communication on offense is working at every level right now. What a run for this group.
And Porter, here we go. And the layup's good off the glass.
And that was the right call. When you need a basket, go to the guys you trust the most.
Well, you've got to earn trust and equity by making shots. Nice delivery there.
Anunoby finds Payne. Towns sets the pick for Payne. To the middle. And Towns the bucket on the assist from Payne. That's 12 points for Karl Anthony Towns. Bucks trail by 6. Here's Antetokounmpo. It's hauled in by Achua. The Knicks have gone 3 of 7 from the floor in the fourth. That's a 42% mark in the quarter. McBride passes to Anunoby. Pocket 6. Here's Achua. And there are the Knicks with another bucket. Fourth quarter of play, and over 3.5 minutes have gone by. Giannis gets to Green. And there's the 3-second call, this one on the defense. And a closer look here at the scoring breakdown for New York.
And they're playing beautiful basketball right now, racking up the assists by playing so unselfishly, just finding the open man.
And the other thing, guys, that they've been very effective at is shooting the long-range jumpers. The defense has been having trouble closing out to them in this game in particular.
Looking at who's out there now for the Knicks. Hardy's checked in for Achua. Mikal Bridges comes in for Miles McBride. And it's Jalen Brunson in for Payne. Here's Antetokounmpo with muscle from Giannis on the finish.
And you know, he knows he's the leader of this team. Giannis embracing the opportunity to come through with big baskets.
With a screen on Green. At the heart, they kick out to Anunoby. Shot clock at 6. A three-pointer off the mark.
Boy, he won't miss many from that spot. The defense gets lucky there.
Outside, Green. Antetokounmpo, a screen on Brunson. Lillard finds Giannis. Can't connect from short range. Just a tiny lead for him.
And a chance to make it a little bigger right here.
1 second separating the shot clock in game. Here's Brunson. Can't cash in from close range.
Looking to tie it up with a big triple.
Greg, this is all about execution. Can you free an open man from the three-point line? That's what it comes down to.
So a close game sees New York take this one. What a show they put out here at home tonight.
I mean, these are those games that feel so great to win, and really, it's like a knife in the gut to lose. You gotta love being on edge of your seat. Thanks for joining us here on 2K, a battle of the big men. Grab some popcorn for this face-off at the center position tonight, Graham.
Oh, no question, B.A. I mean, these bigs bring the size and skill. Who has more tools in their toolkit? I mean, we're about to find out.
And now the opening lineup for New York. Karl Anthony Towns is out there with Josh Hart. Then there's Jalen Brunson. Then it's OG Anunoby. And it's Bridges in a 2-guard.
And that size and versatility make Jared Allen so hard to defend.
And it's the Knicks with the ball after the basket by Cleveland. Bridges passes to Brunson. Kicks it out to Anunoby. Now Towns. Allen defending. Just 5 to shoot. The 3-ball. Towns can't get it to go. And so it's Mitchell who brings up the ball for the Cleveland Cavaliers. Pass to Allen. Nice D from Bridges. And Allie LaForce spoke with Kenny Atkinson. Allie?
And it's no surprise that Jalen Brunson is at the top of the scouting report. Coach told me Jason is a 3-level scorer and a master of the pick and roll. And no matter what you do, you can't speed him up. He's going to read the defense, play at his pace, and try to pick you apart. It's always a chess match against Brunson, guys.
Good job there, Allie. Thanks. Mitchell, the pass to Mobley. It's stolen by Hart. Pass to Anunoby. Left side, Brunson. Towns on a screen. From behind the arc. And the rebound goes to Cleveland. Brent, everyone loves an underdog story, and there's few better than that of Jalen Brunson.
Yeah, this kid falling into the second round and all the perception around whether or not he was big enough or can he shoot the ball, is he athletic enough? This guy has continued to work hard every year and turned himself into an all-star and an all-NBA player.
Now here's Towns. Strus grabs the miss.
You have to really like his energy getting to the rim there. Shocked that he blew the dunk, but you know most times he's going to posterize his man.
Allen a screen. To the paint. And it's Allen who slams it home.
He can really read the floor. Precision pass and rhythm.
Pass to Towns. To stop the drought. Great D that time from Allen.
We'll have a hard time shaking that one off. Perfect position, plenty of space. Just clanked it.
Outside Garland. Allen with a screen on Towns. Garland, the pass to Allen. And stolen by Bridges. And here's Brunson from the arc. Drops in the 3.
And you can't forget to guard these corner spots, or guys like Brunson will hurt you.
Allen draws the double. Mobley against Bridges. Mobley passes to Allen. Back to Mobley. Here's Allen.
2 minutes remaining in the third.
Oh, his shooting remains on point. 3 for 4 thus far.
Pounding it inside early and often, setting a physical tone.
Hart from long range. Mobley grabs the board. Cleveland leading by 3. Pass to Allen. Garland for 3. And it's New York with a rebound.
And he probably thought he was going to bury that one.
Bridges passes to Towns. And it's good. 2 points.
Nice positioning and footwork on point. And Towns so smooth down there inside.
Well, Grant, all the high hopes Knicks fans have had in recent years, they have finally come to fruition.
Yeah, it really was good to see the Knicks have a great campaign last year. From the players to the coaches to the front office and the fans. They've pressed all the right buttons.
Now here's Hart. Yet to see a basket. And a bit of a battle for the ball. And the officials signal a jump ball here. Out of bounds. It'll be New York's ball.
New York ball.
The Cavaliers making a switch here. Hunter's checked in. Achua's checked in for New York. 55 seconds left in the opening quarter. They set a pick. Towns for 3. Knocks down the long J. Towns has got 5 now.
Oh, the big man is smooth from range. Have to put a man on Towns, that's for sure.
And he's going to the line for two. The official saw contact while he was going up.
I don't mind that. I mean, they met him at the rim and temporarily prevented the points.
The first one falls. Okoro is checked in for Cleveland. Jerome comes in for Mitchell. Garland hits them both.
At this point, you might as well go ahead and chalk up the points when he's at the free throw line. Pretty much automatic.
Here's Robinson. Ooh, and he took a hard foul on the shot. So he'll head to the line to shoot a pair.
The coaching staff likes this. Mitchell Robinson down there drawing fouls.
Thompson, he's checked in for Cleveland. And he makes the first but misses the second. Cleveland has gone 1 for 3 from beyond the arc. Robinson with the block. Here's Achua. Achua with the dunk.
A brilliant dunk. And he hangs up there for a while, too.
Like he's posing for the camera. He's just hanging out, posing for pictures, just making himself at home. Back to Garland. This one for 3. And once again, off the mark by Cleveland. Left side, McBride. They grab their own miss. Jared Allen getting it done for Cleveland. Hunting for opportunities, leading to 9 points in the quarter. We'll be right back. And close game underway so far. We'll see if either of these teams can jump out ahead in this second quarter. All right, what do you guys think about Cleveland here in this one?
We all know good ball movement is what most coaches harp on, and their passing's been excellent so far.
Well, everybody just feeling the energy of the basketball as they moved it around, and lots of hands were touching it.
So here are the 5 for New York as they start the second. Precious Achua is out there with Mitchell Robinson. Then there's Miles McBride. Then there's Campaign. And it's Bridges in at the 3.
People talk about 3 and D with Bridges, but he can pass it too.
And Mikal Bridges, still one of the better wing defenders in the league, Grant.
Yeah, he's so great at pestering the shooter. Good lateral movement and wingspan makes him hard to get around. He might not be the best in the league, but he is well above average.
All right, guys, let's get your take on the hustle stats for the Knicks.
They've made an effort to get out and run, using their speed in transition and scoring before the defense can get set.
And they've sort of assumed control of this game with their pressure defensively. They've been into the ball handler. They've done a great job of swarming. So they're creating some turnovers that they're capitalizing on.
Stolen by Mobley. On the wing, Strus. He's scoreless. Pass to Mobley. Back to Hunter. Mobley with it. And here's Strus outside. Count it. 1 for 1 to start the game.
That's one of the best three-point shooters. And you got to try to scramble the Jets right here and get that guy off the sweet spot.
Outside McBride. Pass to Robinson. Outside Achua. Fires the 3. Mobley grabs the board. Cleveland leading by 3. And it's out of bounds. Last touch by Bridges.
Just a millisecond late. So close to coming up with a steal there.
Real close, and I'm sure next time you might time that a little bit better and get a hand on it.
And the Cavaliers making a change here. Garland's checked in. Karl Anthony Towns has checked in for New York. Kept alive. Achua with the dunk.
And this is something he does all too well. Great position for the putback there.
And I like how he doesn't think twice about passing it out. Just going right for the slam.
Oh, his competitiveness right now is why the teammates love him.
Bridges passes to Anunoby. Here's Achua. Mobley with the block. And it's going to be out of bounds. New York will have another go. Here's Towns. Well, Grant, when the money's on the line, the mid-range is still a big part of the elite player's game.
You're right, B.A. And really, it comes down to touch, obviously. And size certainly helps. And then the savvy and balance to create that space.
The Knicks have gotten just 2 of 6 field goals to go in the second. Here's Bridges. That one is off. Hunter with some nice D. For Cleveland, they've gone just 1 of 3 to begin the second quarter. And here's Strus outside. Hits the three-pointer. Strus has got 6 points.
That's nice vision there. You see that pass, you make the feed before the defense has a chance to react, and that opens up a much better opportunity to score.
Anunoby passes to McBride. Achua with a screen on Garland.
2 minutes remaining
to the middle. Achua gets the bucket. Achua's got 6 in the quarter.
Getting enough shots in close to play inside out.
Outside Garland. Pass to Hunter. Yes, and a nice assist from Garland. And the Cavaliers lead by 4.
Good move for Hunter to get to the inside, and he just navigated the defense well.
Anunoby passes to McBride. 1:27 left to play in the half. And the foul called on Evan Mobley. That's his 3rd foul of the game. A different look for Cleveland. Wade comes in for Mobley. And Mitchell subbed in for Jerome. Mitchell Robinson, he's checked in for New York. Brunson comes in for Mikal Bridges. Brunson passes to McBride. Shot clock at 6. 4-3. And the rebound goes to Cleveland.
He's not the guy that you want to give a wide open look from 3-point range. They're lucky that one doesn't cost them.
Hunter, a screen on Brunson. Garland, pass to Hunter. Down low. Oh, a great 1-2 punch. Beautiful pass and a nasty jam.
Coaches love to see ball movement, especially when it gets you that kind of look.
Outside McBride. Robinson, a screen on Mitchell. Here's McBride. Fires in the triple. McBride's gotten himself going with a triple. His first basket of the game.
Easy look when the defender isn't fighting over the screen.
Yeah, the coach over there just asking for one simple thing, and that's some effort. Got burned on that one.
The drive by Garland. Pass to Wade. Now here's Garland. Hunter, the screen to the inside. Towns with a rebound. Now here's McBride. Checked by Mitchell. And he was fouled while in the act of shooting, so he'll take 2 free throws. It's his first trip to the line.
At the line for the Knicks.
And he knocks down the first one.
Taking 2 shots.
And he can't hit the second. The Cavaliers have gone 4 for 7 in the second quarter. Mitchell feeling it out a bit. Pass to Hunter. Back to Mitchell. Outside Hunter. And the first half comes to a conclusion in a game that's been very close so far. Cleveland on top. They lead by 2. Stay with us, folks. We'll be back just after halftime to get the third quarter started. We've got second half action for you, and if the next couple of quarters are similar to the first, this one could go down to the last possession. Boy, you look at Jared Allen. He's really been playing well.
Can they come up with an answer for him coming out of the half? They have to change something defensively.
They're just way too easy out there, and I'm sure Coach is going to make that a priority at halftime.
Garland and Mitchell, the talented 1 and 2. At the 4 and the 5, the lengthy pair of Mobley and Allen. And it's Strus in at the 3. So that's who's on the floor for the Cavs. Here's Hart for the lead. He's off on that one. Good D by Mobley. Outside Garland. Mobley passes to Mitchell. Back to Mobley. Pass to Strus. The 3 is up. Drains the triple. Strus has got 9 points.
You gotta love his unselfishness, and you know his coach does as well.
Well, not just coach, but you can see it in the teammates, the way that they look at him, they appreciate it when he shares the ball like that.
New York shooting their 5th and 6th free throw attempts tonight. No good on that one.
OG Anunoby. 2 shots.
And the second free throw is good. Second half rolling along, about a minute played here. Bridges against Mitchell. Pass to Mobley. And here's Garland. Outside Mitchell. Allen outside. Shot clock at 5. Hey, expanding his range. The Knicks with the rebound. Towns has got 4 rebounds now. Here's Hart, and he drives in. And the powerful one-handed slam.
A reminder to the defense, Hart will drive if you give him that kind of room.
Pass to Allen. Back to Strus. To the paint. And it's Allen who slams it home.
Once he gets to the rim, it's fairly automatic.
Nothing fancy right there. Just takes his 2 points, moves on. Oh, and there's the whistle on the shot. So 2 free throws for him coming up. They'll pin that one on Jared Allen.
Almost 7 feet tall. Towns has the length to get to the line. A tough guy to guard.
No good on the free throw. He hits the second from the line. And we're just about 2 minutes into the final half of play now. Garland, the pass to Allen. Out to Garland. 3-pointer. They get it back. Pass to Mobley. Back to Garland. Clock at 6. Outside for Mitchell. And the basket's good. Off the assist from Garland. And the Cavaliers lead by 3.
Yeah, this is why defenses must be right up on Mitchell or he'll burn you off the pass.
Oh, got that bucket in no time at all.
You want to run your offense through him. A reliable scoring option.
The Cavaliers have gotten 3 of 6 shots to fall so far in the third. Allen, the pass to Strus. Allen with a screen on Anunoby. Back to Allen. And it's Allen who slams it home.
Yeah, you saw Allen do a great job of just placing himself in that pick and roll, and he's right where he's supposed to be.
High post Towns. And that's a foul called on Donovan Mitchell. That'll be a second foul of the game.
And that puts them just 1 foul from the bonus.
Hunter's checked in for Strus. And a switch here also for New York. Achua's checked in.
2 minutes.
Bridges passes to Achua. And it's going to be a goaltending call here, so they will count the bucket.
They've really picked up the energy level and have willed themselves back into this game.
Well, they didn't really have a choice at the position that they were. They had to fight hard. They've gotten that. They've outworked the other team, just fighting tonight.
Mobley finds Garland. Here's Allen. He tries for 3. Achua with a rebound. Achua's got his 4th rebound in this one. The kick out to Brunson. Achua against Mobley for the lead. Achua can't hit. And it's Garland with the ball for Cleveland. Outside Hunter. And the foul on Josh Hart. That's his first foul for the Cavaliers. Okoro is checked in for Allen, and Jerome subbed in for Garland. Robinson, he's checked in for New York. McBride comes in for Hart. Inside. Out to Mobley. Outside Mitchell. Achua with a rebound. Achua's got rebound number 5 here tonight. Bridges passes to Brunson. Now Achua. Robinson, a screen on Hunter. To the middle. Stolen by Mobley. And there's Hunter on the assist by Mobley. And the Cavaliers lead by 2.
Well, Hunter getting out in transition, finds some space, and then finishes around the rim.
Back to McBride. Robinson, a screen on Mitchell for the lead. The ball's knocked loose, and they get it back. Brunson surveys. 6 to shoot. Here's Robinson. Off target with a jump hook. Got it up. That misses. Would have counted had it gone. And we've just finished the third quarter. What a...
Here we go, fans.
And it's been a very competitive game so far as we get rolling here in quarter number 4. And Cleveland has possession. The lead is 2. And there's the foul. He'll go on Precious Achiuwa. That's his first foul. And Cleveland making a change here. Thompson's checked in. On the floor for New York. We've got Campaign. Karl Anthony Towns is out there with Precious Achiuwa. Then there's Miles McBride. And it's Anunoby in at the 3. And the Knicks shooting an average of 43% for the floor. Payne finds Anunoby. Up top, Payne, defended by Thompson to take the lead. The Cavaliers pull it in.
Ooh, that's a tough break. After poor communication defensively, it leaves him all by himself.
And once again, off the mark by Cleveland. And New York has possession, trailing by 2. Achiuwa against Hunter, fires from deep. And it's Achiuwa with the 3.
And the defense is looking almost lost on the perimeter. That opens up a quality three-point shot, and he delivers.
Well, you concern yourself with the other guys who you think are going to damage you, and he stepped up and delivered that huge three-point shot.
His hang time on the rim puts a sweet cherry on top, BA.
It's a close game, and those displays of explosiveness can jumpstart a team. Anunoby for 3. The rebound by Garland. Cleveland has gone 0 for 3 here in the 4th. Hunter with the ball, and it's Payne picking him up. Here's Thompson, and yes, it goes. Got a little English on that one. Now it's a 3-point Cavalier lead. Here's Anunoby, and he dunks it down.
And Payne just playing eyes-up basketball, seeing that opportunity.
The Cavs have gone 2 of 5 from the field in this final quarter. And here's Hunter from the arc. Achiuwa with some nice D. New York has gone 1 for 3 in the 4th quarter from range. Soft touch off the glass. Achiuwa's got 5 points now this quarter. Coming down the stretch. We'll see if someone can capture the lead and hold it.
Yeah, that's been an issue. 5 lead exchanges tonight.
Here's Jerome. It's rebounded by New York. Towns has got 6 rebounds now in the game. McBride can't get it to go. And the Cavs shooting around 44%. Not bad. Thompson finds Strus. Shoots from the elbow. And it's New York with a rebound. Achiuwa's got his 7th rebound here tonight. Here's Towns. And it's in there. And the Knicks lead by 3.
And in the big moments, Towns ups the ante, which allows him to knock down the important shots.
And Cameron Payne is going to pick up the foul. That's his first foul of the game. A different look for Cleveland. Allen, he's checked in for Thompson. Mobley comes in for Hunter. And Donovan Mitchell is subbed in for Jerome. Oh, got a piece of it. It's stolen by Hart. And here we go, the Knicks in transition. Launches a 3. Anunoby can't get it to go. And here's Mitchell. He'll bring it up for Cleveland. And here's Strus outside. He buries it from 3.
I always wonder about those bigger guys, how much easier the read is like that, and Allen finds the open guy set up to shoot it.
Towns into the lane. And it's Towns with the power finish.
I just love the aggressive finish.
I'm thinking he's sending a strong message with that jam. Outside Mitchell. From deep, Strus. And Cleveland another 3.
He's done so much damage from beyond the arc, and he's still hitting those big shots.
Game is on the line. He wants the ball. No one on D stepped up to stop him.
Anunoby, basket is good. Off the assist from Brunson.
Amazing just how trusted Brunson is with the basketball.
Mobley, a screen on Brunson. Outside for Mitchell. Outside Strus. Pass to Garland. Back to Strus. Ooh, powered down with both hands. Tremendous momentum building toward those final possessions.
Yeah, with 8 lead changes so far, it feels like this is going to come down to the last shot.
Here's Towns. And it's Towns with the power finish.
All-out effort from Towns, putting the team on his back and getting them the shot they need.
Garland for three. And it's New York with a rebound. Anunoby with it. Strus covering. Anunoby passes to Brunson. No good on the three. They can't afford to waste this shot.
Moments like this are what it's all about.
Here's Strus. A miss. Out of 8 shots, he's now made 6. Ooh, a good look from Bridges. A quick shot there. It's off target.
All alone from mid-range. You gotta think he's kicking himself.
9 seconds separating the shot clock and game clock.
Well, mid-range is where he makes the money. So when the D's slow to get out on him, always surprising to see him miss from there.
Now that's one to remember. What an impact on the game.
I'm wondering, is that the biggest shot of the game?
Mobley, no good. Here's Brunson. And he buries it.
Well, the defense allowed that one. He had a clear path to the cup.
From deep, Mobley. No good there. And so this one belongs to the Knicks. This was a hard-fought, well-earned victory for them. They had to dig deep to come out on top.